Section 1 of Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine, Volume 3, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 3, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. Chapter 212, The Return of the Conqueror. It would be hard to exaggerate the stir which the newspapers and the public generally made over the homecoming of Mark Twain. He had left America, staggering under heavy obligation, and set out on a pilgrimage of redemption. At the moment when this Mecca was in view a great sorrow had befallen him, and stirred a world-wide and soul-deep tide of human sympathy. Then there had followed such ovation as has seldom been conferred upon a private citizen, and now, approaching old age, still in the fullness of his mental vigor, he had returned to his native soil with the prestige of these honors upon him and the vast added glory of having made his financial fight single-handed and won. He was heralded literally as a conquering hero. Every paper in the land had an editorial telling the story of his debts, his sorrow, and his triumphs. He had behaved like Walter Scott, says Howells, as millions rejoiced to know who had not known how Walter Scott had behaved till they knew it was like Clemens. Howells acknowledges that he had some doubts as to the permanency of the vast acclaim of the American public, remembering, or perhaps assuming, a national fickleness. Says Howells, "He had hitherto been more intelligently accepted or more largely imagined in Europe, and I suppose it was my sense of this that inspired the stupidity of my saying to him when we came to consider the state of polite learning among us, 'You mustn't expect people to keep it up here as they do in England.' But it appeared that his countrymen were only wanting the chance, and they kept it up in honor of him past all precedent." Clemens went to the Earlington Hotel and began search for a furnished house in New York. They would not return to Hartford, at least not yet. The associations there were still too sad, and they immediately became more so. 5 days after Mark Twain's return to America his old friend and co-worker, Charles Dudley Warner, died. Clemens went to Hartford to act as a pallbearer, and while there looked into the old home. To Sylvester Baxter of Boston, who had been present, he wrote a few days later: "It was a great pleasure to me to renew the other days with you, and there was a pathetic pleasure in seeing Hartford and the house again, but I realize that if we ever enter the house again to live our hearts will break. I am not sure that we shall ever be strong enough to endure that strain." Even if the surroundings had been less sorrowful, it is not likely that Clemens would have returned to Hartford at this time. He had become a world character, a dweller in capitals. Everywhere he moved a world revolved about him. Such a figure in Germany would live naturally in Berlin, in England London, in France Paris, in Austria Vienna. In America his headquarters could only be New York. Clemens empowered certain of his friends to find a home for him, and Mr. Frank N. Doubleday discovered an attractive and handsomely furnished residence at 14 West 10th Street, which was promptly approved. Doubleday, who was going to Boston, left orders with the agent to draw the lease and take it up to the new tenant for signature. To Clemens he said, "The house is as good as yours. All you got to do is to sign the lease. You can consider it all settled." When Doubleday returned from Boston a few days later the agent called on him and complained that he couldn't find Mark Twain anywhere. It was reported at his hotel that he had gone and left no address. Doubleday was mystified. Then, reflecting, he had an inspiration. He walked over to 14 West 10th Street and found what he had suspected. Mark Twain had moved in. He had convinced the caretaker that everything was all right and he was quite at home. Doubleday said, "Why, you haven't executed the lease yet." "No," said Clemens, "but you said the house was as good as mine." To which Doubleday agreed, but suggested that they go up to the real estate office and give the agent notice that he was in possession of the premises. Doubleday's troubles were not quite over, however. Clemens began to find defects in his new home, and assumed to hold Doubleday responsible for them. He sent a daily postal card complaining of the windows, furnace, the range, the water, whatever he thought might lend interest to Doubleday's life. As a matter of fact, he was pleased with the place. To McAllister he wrote: "We were very lucky to get this big house furnished. There was not another one in town procurable that would answer us, but this one is all right, space enough in it for several families. The rooms all old fashioned, great size." The house at 14 West 10th Street became suddenly one of the most conspicuous residences in New York. The papers immediately made its appearance familiar. Many people passed down that usually quiet street, stopping to observe or point out where Mark Twain lived. There was a constant procession of callers of every kind. Many were friends, old and new, but there was a multitude of strangers. Hundreds came merely to express their appreciation of his work, hoping for a personal word, or a handshake, or an autograph. But there were other hundreds who came with this thing and that thing, axes to grind, and there were newspaper reporters to ask his opinion on politics, or polygamy, or women's suffrage, on heaven and hell and happiness, on the latest novel, on the war in Africa, the troubles in China, on anything under the sun, important or unimportant, interesting or inane, concerning which one might possibly hold an opinion. He was unfailing "copy," if they could but get a word with him. Anything that he might choose to say upon any subject whatever was seized upon and magnified and printed with headlines. Sometimes opinions were invented for him. If he let fall a few words they were multiplied into a column interview. "That reporter worked a miracle equal to the loaves and fishes," he said of one such performance. Many men would have become annoyed and irritable as these things continued, but Mark Twain was greater than that. Eventually he employed a secretary to stand between him and the wash of the tide, as a sort of a breakwater, but he seldom lost his temper no matter what was the request which was laid before him, for he recognized underneath it the great tribute of a great nation. Of course his literary valuation would be affected by the noise of the general applause. Magazines and syndicates besought him for manuscripts. He was offered 50 cents and even $1 a word for whatever he might give them. He felt a childlike gratification in these evidences of his market advancement, but he was not demoralized by them. He confined his work to a few magazines, and in November concluded an arrangement with the new management of Harper & Brothers, by which that firm was to have the exclusive serial privilege of whatever he might write at a fixed rate of 20 cents per word, a rate increased to 30 cents by a later contract, which also provided an increased royalty for the publication of his books. The United States, as a nation, does not confer any special honors upon private citizens. We do not have decorations and titles, even though there are times when it seems that such things might be not inappropriately conferred. Certain of the newspapers, more lavish in their enthusiasm than others, were inclined to propose, as one paper phrased it, "some peculiar recognition, something that should appeal to Samuel L. Clemens, the man, rather than Mark Twain, the literate. Just what form this recognition should take is doubtful, for the case has no exact precedent." Perhaps the paper thought that Mark Twain was entitled, as he himself once humorously suggested, to the thanks of Congress for having come home alive and out of debt, but it is just as well that nothing of the sort was ever seriously considered. The thanks of the public at large contained more substance, and was a tribute much more to his mind. The paper above quoted ended by suggesting a very large dinner and memorial of welcome as being more in keeping with the republican idea and the American expression of goodwill. But this was an unneeded suggestion. If he had eaten all the dinners proposed, he would not have lived to enjoy his public honors a month. As it was, he accepted many more dinners than he could eat, and presently fell into the habit of arriving when the banqueting was about over and the after dinner speaking about to begin. Even so, the strain told on him. "His friends saw that he was wearing himself out," says Howells, and perhaps this was true, for he grew thin and pale and contracted a hacking cough. He did not spare himself as often as he should have done. Once to Richard Watson Gilder he sent this line of regrets: "In bed with a chest cold and other company Wednesday. Dear Gilder, I can't. If I were a well man I could explain with this pencil, but in the circumstances I will leave it all to your imagination. Was it Grady who killed himself trying to do all the dining and speeching? No, old man, no, no. Ever yours, Mark." He became again the guest of honor at the Lotos Club, which had dined him so lavishly 7 years before, just previous to his financial collapse. That former dinner had been a distinguished occasion, but never before had the Lotos Club been so brimming with eager hospitality as on the second great occasion. In closing his introductory speech, President Frank Lawrence said: "We hail him as one who has borne great burdens with manliness and courage, who has emerged from great struggles victorious," and the assembled diners roared out their applause. Clemens, in his reply, said: "Your President has referred to certain burdens which I was weighted with. I am glad he did, as it gives me an opportunity, which I wanted, to speak of those debts. You all knew what he meant when he referred to it, and of the poor bankrupt firm of C. L. Webster & Company. No one has said a word about those creditors. There were 96 creditors in all, and not by a finger's weight did 95 out of the 96 add to the burden of that time. They treated me well. They treated me handsomely. I never knew I owed them anything. Not a sign came from them." It was like him to make that public acknowledgment. He could not let an unfair impression remain that any man, or any set of men, had laid an unnecessary burden upon him. His sense of justice would not consent to it. He also spoke on that occasion of certain national changes. "How many things have happened in the 7 years I have been away from home! We have fought a righteous war, and a righteous war is a rare thing in history. We have turned aside from our comfort and seen to it that freedom should exist not only within our own gates, but in our own neighborhood. We have set Cuba free and placed her among the galaxy of free nations of the world. We started out to set those poor Filipinos free, but why that righteous plan miscarried perhaps I shall never know. We have also been making a creditable showing in China, and that is more than all the other powers can say. The Yellow Terror is threatening the world, but no matter what happens, the United States says that it has had no part in it. Since I have been away we have been nursing free silver. We have watched by its cradle, we have done our best to raise that child, but every time it seemed to be getting along nicely, along came some pestiferous Republican and gave it the measles or something. I fear we will never raise that child. We've done more than that. We elected a president 4 years ago. We've found fault and criticized him, and here a day or two ago we go and elect him for another 4 years, with votes enough to spare to do it over again. One club followed another in honoring Mark Twain, the Aldine, the St. Nicholas, the Press Clubs, and other associations and societies. His old friends were at these dinners: Howells, Aldrich, Depew, Rogers, ex-speaker Reed, and they praised him and jibed him to his and their hearts' content. It was a political year, and he generally had something to say on matters municipal, national, or international, and he spoke out more and more freely, as with each opportunity he warmed more righteously to his subject. At the dinner given to him by the St. Nicholas Club he said, with deep irony, "Gentlemen, you have here the best municipal government in the world, and the most fragrant and the purest. The very angels of heaven envy you, and wish they had a government like it up there. You got it by your noble fidelity to civic duty, by the stern and ever watchful exercise of the great powers lodged in you as lovers and guardians of your city, by your manly refusal to sit inert when base men would have invaded her high places and possessed them, by your instant retaliation when any insult was offered you in her person, or any assault was made upon her fair fame. It is you who have made this government what it is. It is you who have made it the envy and despair of the other capitals of the world, and God bless you for it, gentlemen. God bless you, and when you get to heaven at last they'll say with joy, 'Oh, there they come, the representatives of the perfectest citizenship in the universe. Show them the archangel's box and turn on the limelight.'" Those hearers, who in former years had been indifferent to Mark Twain's more serious purpose, began to realize that, whatever he may have been formerly, he was by no means now a mere fun maker, but a man of deep and grave convictions, able to give them the fullest and most forcible expression. He still might make them laugh, but he also made them think, and he stirred them to a truer gospel of patriotism. He did not preach a patriotism that meant a boisterous cheering of the stars and stripes, right or wrong, but a patriotism that proposed to keep the stars and stripes clean and worth shouting for. In an article, perhaps it was a speech, begun at this time, he wrote: "We teach the boys to atrophy their independence. We teach them to take their patriotism at second hand, to shout with the largest crowd without examining into the right or wrong of the matter, exactly as boys under monarchies are taught and have always been taught. We teach them to regard as traitors and hold in aversion and contempt such as do not shout with the crowd. And so here in our democracy we are cheering a thing which of all things is most foreign to it and out of place, the delivery of our political conscience into somebody else's keeping. This is patriotism on the Russian plan." Howells tells of discussing these vital matters with him in "an upper room looking south over a quiet open space of back yards where," he says, "we fought our battles in behalf of the Filipinos and Boers, and he carried on his campaign against the missionaries in China." Howells at the time expressed an amused fear that Mark Twain's countrymen, who in former years had expected him to be merely a humorist, should now, in the light of his wider acceptance abroad, demand that he be mainly serious. But the American people were quite ready to accept him in any of his phases, fully realizing that whatever his philosophy or doctrine, it would have somewhat of a humorous form, and whatever his humor, there would somewhere be wisdom in it. He had in reality changed little. For a generation he had thought the sort of things which he now, with advanced years and a different audience, felt warranted in uttering openly. The man who in '64 had written against corruption in San Francisco, who a few years later had defended the emigrant Chinese against persecution, who at the meetings of the Monday Evening Club had denounced hypocrisy in politics, morals, and national issues, did not need to change to be able to speak out against similar abuses now, and a newer generation was willing to herald Mark Twain as a sage as well as a humorist, and on occasion to quite overlook the absence of the cap and bells. End of Chapter 212. The Return of the Conqueror, read by John Greenman. Section 2 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 3, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 213, Mark Twain, General Spokesman. Clemens did not confine his speeches altogether to matters of reform. At a dinner given by the 19th Century Club in November 1900, he spoke on the disappearance of literature, and at the close of the discussion of that subject, referring to Milton and Scott, he said: "Professor Winchester also said something about there being no modern epics like Paradise Lost. I guess he's right. He talked as if he was pretty familiar with that piece of literary work, and nobody would suppose that he never had read it. I don't believe any of you have ever read Paradise Lost, and you don't want to. That's something that you just want to take on trust. It's a classic, just as Professor Winchester says, and it meets his definition of a classic, something that everybody wants to have read and nobody wants to read." Professor Trent also had a good deal to say about the disappearance of literature. He said that Scott would outlive all his critics. I guess that's true. The fact of the business is you've got to be one of two ages to appreciate Scott. When you're 18 you can read Ivanhoe, and you want to wait until you're 90 to read some of the rest. It takes a pretty well-regulated, abstemious critic to live 90 years. But a few days later he was back again in the forefront of reform, preaching at the Berkeley Lyceum against foreign occupation in China. It was there that he declared himself a boxer. "Why should not China be free from the foreigners, who are only making trouble on her soil? If they would only all go home, what a pleasant place China would be for the Chinese. We do not allow Chinamen to come here, and I say, in all seriousness, that it would be a graceful thing to let China decide who shall go there. China never wanted foreigners any more than foreigners wanted Chinamen, and on this question I am with the Boxers every time. The Boxer is a patriot. He loves his country better than he does the countries of other people. I wish him success. We drive the Chinaman out of our country. The Boxer believes in driving us out of his country. I am a Boxer, too, on those terms. Introducing Winston Churchill of England at a dinner some weeks later, he explained how generous England and America had been in not requiring fancy rates for extinguished missionaries in China as Germany had done. Germany had required territory and cash, he said, in payment for her missionaries, while the United States and England had been willing to settle for produce, firecrackers, and tea. The Churchill introduction would seem to have been his last speech for the year 1900, and he expected it, with one exception, to be the last for a long time. He realized that he was tired, and that the strain upon him made any other sort of work out of the question. Writing to McAllister at the end of the year, he said, "I seem to have made many speeches, but it is not so. It is not more than 10, I think." Still a respectable number in the space of 2 months, considering that each was carefully written and committed to memory, and all amid crushing social pressure. Again to McAllister: "I declined 7 banquets yesterday, which is double the daily average, and answered 29 letters. I have slaved at my mail every day since we arrived in mid October, but Jean is learning to typewrite, and presently I'll dictate and thereby save some scraps of time." He added that after January 4th he did not intend to speak again for a year; that he would not speak then only that the matter concerned the reform of city government. The occasion of January 4th, 1901, was a rather important one. It was a meeting of the City Club, then engaged in the crusade for municipal reform. Wheeler H. Peckham presided, and Bishop Potter made the opening address. It all seems like ancient history now, and perhaps is not very vital any more, but the movement was making a great stir then, and Mark Twain's declaration that he believed 49 men out of 50 were honest, and that the 49 only needed to organize to disqualify the 50th man, always organized for crime, was quoted as a sort of slogan for reform. Clemens was not permitted to keep his resolution that he wouldn't speak again that year. He had become a sort of general spokesman on public matters, and demands were made upon him which could not be denied. He declined a Yale alumni dinner, but he could not refuse to preside at the Lincoln birthday celebration at Carnegie Hall, February 11th, where he must introduce Watterson as the speaker of the evening. "Think of it," he wrote Twichell, "2 old rebels functioning there, I as president and Watterson as orator of the day. Things have changed somewhat in these 40 years, thank God." The Watterson introduction is one of the choicest of Mark Twain's speeches, a pure and perfect example of simple eloquence, worthy of the occasion which gave it utterance, worthy in spite of its playful paragraphs, or even because of them, for Lincoln would have loved them, to become the matrix of that imperishable Gettysburg phrase with which he makes his climax. He opened by dwelling for a moment on Colonel Watterson as a soldier, journalist, orator, statesman, and patriot. Then he said: "It is a curious circumstance that, without collusion of any kind, but merely in obedience to a strange and pleasant and dramatic freak of
destiny, he and I kinsmen by blood."
Colonel Watterson's forebears had intermarried with the Lambtons.
"For we are that, and one time rebels, for we were that, should be chosen out of a million surviving quondam rebels to come here and bare our heads in reverence and love of that noble soul whom 40 years ago we tried with all our hearts and all our strength to defeat and dispossess Abraham Lincoln. Is the rebellion ended and forgotten? Are the blue and the gray one today? By authority of this sign we may answer yes. There was a rebellion. That incident is closed. I was born and reared in a slave state. My father was a slave owner, and in the Civil War I was a second lieutenant in the Confederate service. For a while. This second cousin of mine, Colonel Watterson, the orator of this present occasion, was born and reared in a slave state, was a colonel in the Confederate service, and rendered me such assistance as he could in my self appointed great task of annihilating the Federal armies and breaking up the Union. I laid my plans with wisdom and foresight, and if Colonel Watterson had obeyed my orders I should have succeeded in my giant undertaking. It was my intention to drive General Grant into the Pacific, if I could get transportation, and I told Colonel Watterson to surround the Eastern armies and wait till I came, but he was insubordinate, and stood upon a punctilio of military etiquette. He refused to take orders from a second lieutenant, and the Union was saved. This is the first time that this secret has been revealed. Until now no one outside the family has known the facts. But there they stand. Watterson saved the Union. Yet to this day that man gets no pension. Those were great days, splendid days. What an uprising it was! For the hearts of the whole nation, North and South, were in the war. We of the South were not ashamed, for, like the men of the North, we were fighting for flags we loved, and when men fight for these things, and under these convictions, with nothing sordid to tarnish their cause, that cause is holy, the blood spilt for it is sacred, the life that is laid down for it is consecrated. Today we no longer regret the result. Today we are glad it came out as it did. But we are not ashamed that we did our endeavor. We did our bravest best against despairing odds for the cause which was precious to us and which our consciences approved. And we are proud, and you are proud. The kindred blood in your veins answers when I say it. You are proud of the record we made in those mighty collisions in the fields. What an uprising it was! We did not have to supplicate for soldiers on either side. We are coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 strong. That was the music North and South. The very choicest young blood and brawn and brain rose up from Maine to the Gulf and flocked to the standards, just as men always do when in their eyes their cause is great and fine and their hearts are in it, just as men flocked to the Crusades, sacrificing all they possessed to the cause, and entering cheerfully upon hardships which we cannot even imagine in this age, and upon toilsome and wasting journeys which in our time would be the equivalent of circumnavigating the globe 5 times over. North and South, we put our hearts into that colossal struggle, and out of it came the blessed fulfillment of the prophecy of the immortal Gettysburg speech, which said, "We here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." We are here to honor the birthday of the greatest citizen and the noblest and the best, after Washington, that this land or any other has yet produced. The old wounds are healed. You and we are brothers again. You testify it by honoring 2 of us, once soldiers of the lost cause, and foes of your great and good leader, with the privilege of assisting here, and we testify it by laying our honest homage at the feet of Abraham Lincoln, and in forgetting that you of the North and we of the South were ever enemies, and remembering only that we are now indistinguishably fused together and nameable by one common great name, Americans.
End of Chapter 213. Mark Twain, General Spokesman. Read by John Greenman. Section 3 of Mark Twain, A Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 214, Mark Twain and the Missionaries. Mark Twain had really begun his crusade for reform soon after his arrival in America in a practical hand-to-hand manner. His housekeeper, Katie Leary, one night employed a cabman to drive her from the Grand Central Station to the house at 14 West 10th Street. No contract had been made as to price, and when she arrived there the cabman's extortionate charge was refused. He persisted in it, and she sent into the house for her employer. Of all men, Mark Twain was the last one to countenance an extortion. He reasoned with the man kindly enough at first. When the driver at last became abusive, Clemens demanded his number, which was at first refused. In the end he paid the legal fare, and in the morning entered a formal complaint, something altogether unexpected, for the American public is accustomed to suffering almost any sort of imposition to avoid trouble and publicity. In some notes which Clemens had made in London 4 years earlier, he wrote: "If you call a policeman to settle the dispute, you can depend on one thing: he will decide it against you every time, and so will the New York policeman. In London, if you carry your case into court,
The man that is entitled to win it will win it. In New York but no one carries a cab case into court there. It is my impression that it is now more than 30 years since any one has carried a cab case into court there.
Nevertheless, he was promptly on hand when the case was called to sustain the charge and to read the cab drivers' union and the public in general a lesson in good citizenship. At the end of the hearing, to a representative of the union, he said:
"This is not a matter of sentiment, my dear sir. It is simply practical business. You cannot imagine that I am making money wasting an hour or two of my time prosecuting a case in which I can have no personal interest whatever. I am doing this just as any citizen should do. He has no choice. He has a distinct duty. He is a non classified policeman. Every citizen is a policeman, and it is his duty to assist the police and the magistracy in every way he can, and give his time, if necessary, to do so. Here is a man who is a perfectly natural product of an infamous system in this city, a charge upon the lax patriotism in this city of New York that this thing can exist. You have encouraged him in every way you know how to overcharge. He is not the criminal here at all. The criminal is the citizen of New York and the absence of patriotism. I am not here to avenge myself on him. I have no quarrel with him. My quarrel is with the citizens of New York who have encouraged him and who created him by encouraging him to overcharge in this way."
The driver's license was suspended. The case made a stir in the newspapers, and it is not likely that any one incident ever contributed more to cab driving morals in New York City. But Clemens had larger matters than this in prospect. His many speeches on municipal and national abuses, he felt, were more or less ephemeral. He proposed now to write himself down more substantially and for a wider hearing. The human race was behaving very badly. Unspeakable corruption was rampant in the city. The Boers were being oppressed in South Africa. The natives were being murdered in the Philippines. Leopold of Belgium was massacring and mutilating the blacks in the Congo, and the Allied powers, in the cause of Christ, were slaughtering the Chinese. In his letters he had more than once boiled over touching these matters, and for New Year's Eve 1900 had written: "A greeting from the 19th to the 20th century. I bring you the stately nation named Christendom, returning bedraggled, besmirched, and dishonored from pirate raids in Kiautschou, Manchuria, South Africa, and the Philippines, with her soul full of meanness, her pocket full of boodle, and her mouth full of pious hypocrisies. Give her soap and towel, but hide the looking glass." Prepared for Red Cross Society watch meeting, which was postponed until March. Clemens recalled his greeting, for that reason and for one other, which he expressed thus: "The list of greeters thus far issued by you contains only vague generalities and one definite name, mine. Some kings and queens and Mark Twain. Now, I am not enjoying this sparkling solitude and distinction. It makes me feel like a circus poster
in a graveyard." This was a sort of preliminary. Then, restraining himself no longer, he embodied his sentiments in an article for the North American Review entitled, "To the Person Sitting in Darkness." There was crying need for some one to speak the right word. He was about the only one who could do it and be certain of a universal audience. He took as his text some Christmas Eve clippings from the New York Tribune and Sun, which he had been saving for this purpose. The Tribune clipping said: "Christmas will dawn in the United States over a people full of hope and aspiration and good cheer. Such a condition means contentment and happiness. The carping grumbler who may here and there go forth will find few to listen to him. The majority will wonder what is the matter with him, and pass on." A Sun clipping depicted the terrible offenses against humanity committed in the name of politics in some of the most notorious East Side districts. The unmissionaried, unpoliced, darker New York. The Sun declared that they could not be pictured even verbally, but it suggested enough to make the reader shudder at the hideous depths of vice in the sections named. Another clipping from the same paper reported the Reverend Mr. Ament, of the American Board of Foreign Missions, as having collected indemnities for Boxer damages in China at the rate of 300 taels for each murder, full payment for all destroyed property belonging to Christians, and national fines amounting to 13 times the indemnity. It quoted Mr. Ament as saying that the money so obtained was used for the propagation of the gospel, and that the amount so collected was moderate when compared with the amount secured by the Catholics, who had demanded, in addition to money, life for life, that is to say, head for head, in one district 680 heads having been so collected. The dispatch made Mr. Ament say a great deal more than this, but the gist here is enough. Mark Twain, of course, was fiercely stirred. The missionary idea had seldom appealed to him, and coupled with this business of bloodshed, it was less attractive than usual. He printed the clippings in full, one following the other. Then he said: "By happy luck we get all these glad tidings on Christmas Eve, just the time to enable us to celebrate the day with proper gaiety and enthusiasm. Our spirits soar, and we find we can even make jokes. Taels I win, heads you lose." He went on to score Ament, to compare the missionary policy in China to that of the Pawnee Indians, and to propose for him a monument, subscriptions to be sent to the American Board. He denounced the national policies in Africa, China, and the Philippines, and showed by the reports and by the private letters of soldiers home how cruel and barbarous and fiendish had been the warfare made by those whose avowed purpose was to carry the blessed light of civilization and gospel to the benighted native, how in very truth these priceless blessings had been handed on the point of a bayonet to the person sitting in darkness. Mark Twain never wrote anything more scorching, more penetrating in its sarcasm, more fearful in its revelation of injustice and hypocrisy than his article, "To the Person Sitting in Darkness." He put aquafortis on all the raw places, and when it was finished he himself doubted the wisdom of printing it. Howells, however, agreed that it should be published, and "it ought to be illustrated by Dan Beard," he added, "with such pictures as he made for the Yankee in King Arthur's court. But you'd better hang yourself afterward." Meeting Beard a few days later, Clemens mentioned the matter, and said: "So if you make the pictures, you hang with me." But pictures were not required. It was published in the North American Review for February, 1901, as the opening article, after which the cyclone. Two storms moving in opposite directions produce a cyclone,
and the storms immediately developed. One all for Mark Twain and his principles, the other all against him. Every paper in England and America commented on it editorially, with bitter denunciations or with eager praise, according to their lights and convictions. At 14 West 10th Street, letters, newspaper clippings, documents poured in by the bushel. Laudations, vituperations, denunciations, vindications. No such tumult ever occurred in a peaceful literary home. It was really as if he had thrown a great missile into the human hive, one half of which regarded it as a ball of honey and the remainder as a cobblestone. Whatever other effect it may have had, it left no thinking person unawakened. Clemens reveled in it. W. A. Rogers, in Harper's Weekly, caricatured him as Tom Sawyer in a snow fort, assailed by the shower of snowballs, having the time of his life. Another artist, Fred Lewis, pictured him as Huck Finn with a gun. The American board was naturally disturbed. The Ament clipping, which Clemens had used, had been public property for more than a month, its authenticity never denied, but it was immediately denied now, and the cable kept hot with inquiries. The Reverend Judson Smith, one of the board, took up the defense of Dr. Ament, declaring him to be one who had suffered for the cause, and asked Mark Twain, whose "brilliant article," he said, "would produce an effect quite beyond the reach of plain argument," not to do an innocent man an injustice. Clemens in the same paper replied that such was not his intent, that Mr. Ament in his report had simply arraigned himself. Then it suddenly developed that the cable report had grossly exaggerated the amount of Mr. Ament's collections. Instead of 13 times the indemnity, it should have read 1 1/3 times the indemnity, whereupon in another open letter the board demanded retraction and apology. Clemens would not fail to make the apology, at least he would explain. It was precisely the kind of thing that would appeal to him, the delicate moral difference between a demand 13 times as great as it should be and a demand that was only 1 1/3 times the correct amount. "To my missionary critics," in the North American Review for April, 1901, was his formal and somewhat lengthy reply. "I have no prejudice against apologies," he wrote. "I trust I shall never withhold one when it is due." He then proceeded to make out his case categorically. Touching the exaggerated indemnity, he said: "To Dr. Smith the 13-fold extra clearly stood for theft and extortion, and he was right, distinctly right, indisputably right. He manifestly thinks that when it got scaled away down to a mere 1/3, a little thing like that was some other than theft and extortion. Why, only the board knows. I will try to explain this difficult problem so that the board can get an idea of it. If a pauper owes me $1 and I catch him unprotected and make him pay me $14, 13 of it is theft and extortion. If I make him pay only $1.33 the 33 1/3 cents are theft and extortion just the same. I will put it in another way, still simpler. If a man owes me 1 dog, any kind of a dog, the breed is of no consequence, and but let it go. The board would never understand it. It can't understand these involved and difficult things." He offered some further illustrations, including the tale of a king and his treasure, and another tale entitled "The Watermelons." "I have it now. Many years ago, when I was studying for the gallows,
I had a dear comrade, a youth who was not in my line, but still a scrupulously good fellow, though devious. He was preparing to qualify for a place on the board, for there was going to be a vacancy by superannuation in about 5 years. This was down South, in the slavery days. It was the nature of the negro then, as now, to steal watermelons. They stole 3 of the melons of an adoptive brother of mine, the only good ones he had. I suspected 3 of a neighbor's negroes, but there was no proof, and besides, the watermelons in those negroes' private patches were all green and small and not up to indemnity standard. But in the private patches of 3 other negroes there was a number of competent melons. I consulted with my comrade, the understudy of the board. He said that if I would approve his arrangements he would arrange. I said, "Consider me the board. I approve. Arrange." So he took a gun and went and collected 3 large melons for my brother on the half shell and 1 over. I was greatly pleased, and asked, "Who gets the extra one?" "Widows and orphans." "A good idea, too. Why didn't you take 13?" "It would have been wrong a crime, in fact. Theft and extortion." "What is the 1/3 extra, the odd melon? The same?" It caused him to reflect, but there was no result. The justice of the peace was a stern man. On the trial he found fault with the scheme, and required us to explain upon what we based our strange conduct, as he called it. The understudy said, "On the custom of the niggers. They all do it." The point had been made by the board that it was the Chinese custom to make the inhabitants of a village responsible for individual crimes, and custom likewise to collect 1/3 in excess of the damage, such surplus having been applied to the support of widows and orphans of the slain converts. The justice forgot his dignity and descended to sarcasm. "Custom of the niggers! Are our morals so inadequate that we have to borrow of niggers?" Then he said to the jury, 3 melons were owing. They were collected from persons not proven to owe them. This is theft. They were collected by compulsion. This is extortion. A melon was added for the widows and orphans. It was owed by no one. It is another theft, another extortion. Return it whence it came, with the others. It is not permissible here to apply to any purpose goods dishonestly obtained. Not even to the feeding of widows and orphans, for this would be to put a shame upon charity and dishonor it. He said it in open court, before everybody, and to me it did not seem very kind. It was in the midst of the tumult that Clemens, perhaps feeling the need of sacred melody, wrote to Andrew Carnegie: "Dear Sir and Friend, you seem to be in prosperity. Could you lend an admirer $1.50 to buy a hymn book with? God will bless you. I feel it. I know it. N.B. If there should be other applications, this one not to count. Yours, Mark. P.S. Don't send the hymn book. Send the money. I want to make the selection myself." Carnegie answered, Nothing less than a $2.50 hymn book gilt will do for you. Your place in the choir, Celestial, demands that, and you shall have it. There's a new Gospel of St. Mark in the North American, which I like better than anything I've read for many a day. I am willing to borrow $1,000 to distribute that sacred message in proper form, and if the author don't object, may I send that sum, when I can raise it, to the Anti-Imperialist League, Boston, to which I am a contributor, the only missionary work I am responsible for. Just tell me you are willing, and many thousands of the holy little missals will go forth. This inimitable satire is to become a classic. I count among my privileges in life that I know you, the author. Perhaps a few more of the letters invited by Mark Twain's criticism of missionary work in China may still be of interest to the reader. Frederick T. Cook, of the Hospital Saturday and Sunday Association, wrote, "I hail you as the Voltaire of America. It is a noble distinction. God bless you, and see that you weary not in well-doing in this noblest, sublimest of crusades." Ministers were by no means all against him. The associate pastor of the Everyday Church in Boston sent this line: "I want to thank you for your matchless article in the current North American. It must make converts of well nigh all who read it." But a Boston school teacher was angry. "I have been reading the North American," she wrote, "and I am filled with shame and remorse that I have dreamed of asking you to come to Boston to talk to the teachers." On the outside of the envelope Clemens made this pencil note: "Now I suppose I offended that young lady by having an opinion of my own instead of waiting and copying hers. I never thought. I suppose she must be as much as 25, and probably the only patriot in the country." A critic with a sense of humor asked, "Please excuse seeming impertinence, but were you ever adjudged insane? Be honest. How much money does the devil give you for arraigning Christianity and missionary causes?" But there were more of the better sort. Edward S. Martin, in a grateful letter, said, "How gratifying it is to feel that we have a man among us who understands the rarity of the plain truth, and who delights to utter it, and has the gift of doing so without cant and with not too much seriousness." Sir Hiram Maxim wrote, "I give you my candid opinion that what you have done is of very great value to the civilization of the world. There is no man living whose words carry greater weight than your own, and as no one's writings are so eagerly sought after by all classes." Clemens himself in his notebook set down this aphorism: "Do right, and you will be conspicuous." End of Chapter 214. Mark Twain and the Missionaries, read by John Greenman. Section 4 of Mark Twain, a Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 215. Summer at the LAIR. In June, Clemens took the family to Saranac Lake, to Ampersand. They occupied a log cabin which he called the LAIR, on the south shore, near the water's edge, a remote and beautiful place, where, as had happened before, they were so comfortable and satisfied that they hoped to return another summer. There was swimming and boating and long walks in the woods. The worry and noise of the world were far away. They gave little enough attention to the mails. They took only a weekly paper, and were likely to allow it to lie in the post office uncalled for. Clemens, especially, loved the place, and wrote to Twichell: "I am on the front porch, lower one main deck, of our little bijou of a dwelling house. The lake edge, lower Saranac, is so nearly under me that I can't see the shore, but only the water. small-poxed with rain splashes, for there is a heavy downpour. It is charmingly like sitting snuggled up on a ship's deck with the stretching sea all around, but very much more satisfactory, for at sea a rainstorm is depressing, while here, of course, the effect engendered is just a deep sense of comfort and contentment. The heavy forest shuts us solidly in on three sides. There are no neighbors. There are beautiful little tan-colored impudent squirrels about. They take tea 5 p.m., not invited, at the table in the woods where Jean does my typewriting, and one of them has been brave enough to sit upon Jean's knee, with his tail curved over his back, and munch his food. They come to dinner 7 p.m. on the front porch, not invited, but Clara drives them away. It is an occupation which requires some industry and attention to business. They all have the one name, Blennerhassett, from Burr's friend, and none of them answers to it except when hungry. Clement could work at the LAIR, often writing in shady seclusions along the shore, and he finished there the two-part serial, published in Harper's Magazine for January and February 1902, The Double-Barreled Detective Story, intended originally as a burlesque on Sherlock Holmes. It did not altogether fulfill its purpose, and is hardly to be ranked as one of Mark Twain's successes. It contains, however, one paragraph at least by which it is likely to be remembered, a hoax, his last one, on the reader. It runs as follows: It was a crisp and spicy morning in early October. The lilacs and laburnums, lit with the glory fires of autumn, hung burning and flashing in the upper air, a fairy bridge provided by kind nature for the wingless wild things that have their home in the tree tops and would visit together. The larch and the pomegranate flung their purple and yellow flames in brilliant broad splashes along the slanting sweep of woodland. The sensuous fragrance of innumerable deciduous flowers rose upon the swooning atmosphere. Far in the empty sky a solitary esophagus slept upon motionless wing. Everywhere brooded stillness, serenity, and the peace of God. The warm light and luxury of this paragraph are factitious. The careful reader will note that its various accessories are ridiculously associated, and only the most careless reader will accept the esophagus as a bird. But it disturbed a great many admirers, and numerous letters of inquiry came, wanting to know what it was all about. Some suspected the joke and taunted him with it. One such correspondent wrote: My dear Mark Twain, reading your double-barreled detective story in the January Harpers late one night, I came to the paragraph where you so beautifully describe a crisp and spicy morning in early October. I read along the paragraph, conscious only of its woozy sound, until I brought up with a start against your esophagus in the empty sky. Then I read the paragraph again. Oh, Mark Twain, Mark Twain, how could you do it? Put a trap like that into the midst of a tragical story? Do serenity and peace brood over you after you have done such a thing? Who lit the lilacs, and which end up do they hang? When did larches begin to flame? And who set out the pomegranates in that canyon? What are deciduous flowers, and do they always bloom in the fall, tra-la? I have been making myself obnoxious to various people by demanding their opinion of that paragraph, without telling them the name of the author. They say, very well done. The alliteration is so pretty. What's an esophagus, a bird? What's it all mean, anyway? I tell them it means
Mark Twain, and that an oesophagus is a kind of swallow. Am I right? Or is it a gull, or a gullet? Hereafter, if you must write such things, won't you please be so kind as to label them? Very sincerely yours, Aleta F. Dean. Mark Twain to Miss Dean. Don't you give that esophagus away again, or I'll never trust you with another privacy. So many wrote that Clemens finally felt called upon to make public confession, and as one searching letter had been mailed from Springfield, Massachusetts, he made his reply through the Republican of that city. After some opening comment, he said: I published a short story lately, and it was in that I put the esophagus. I will say privately that I expected it to bother some people. In fact, that was the intention. But the harvest has been larger than I was calculating upon. The esophagus has gathered in the guilty and the innocent alike, whereas I was only fishing for the innocent and confiding. He quoted a letter from a schoolmaster in the Philippines who thought the passage beautiful with the exception of the curious creature which slept upon motionless wings. Said Clemens, "Do you notice? Nothing in the paragraph disturbed him but that one word. It shows that that paragraph was most ably constructed for the deception it was intended to put upon the reader. It was my intention that it should read plausibly, and it is now plain that it does. It was my intention that it should be emotional and touching, and you see yourself that it fetched this public instructor. Alas, if I had but left that one treacherous word out, I should have scored everywhere, and the paragraph would have slidden through every reader's sensibilities like oil, and left not a suspicion behind." The other sample inquiry is from a professor in a New England university. It contains one naughty word, which I cannot bear to suppress, but he is not in the theological department, so it is no harm. Dear Mr. Clemens, far in the empty sky a solitary esophagus slept upon motionless wing. It is not often I get a chance to read much periodical literature, but I have just gone through at this belated period, with much gratification and edification, your double-barreled detective story. But what in hell is an esophagus? I keep one myself, but it never sleeps in the air or anywhere else. My profession is to deal with words, and esophagus interested me the moment I lighted upon it. But, as a companion of my youth used to say, I'll be eternally, co-eternally cussed if I can make it out. Is it a joke, or am I an ignoramus? Between you and me, I was almost ashamed of having fooled that man, but for pride's sake I was not going to say so. I wrote and told him it was a joke, and that is what I am now saying to my Springfield inquirer. And I told him to carefully read the whole paragraph, and he would find not a vestige of sense in any detail of it. This also I recommend to my Springfield inquirer. I have confessed. I am sorry, partially. I will not do so any more for the present. Don't ask me any more questions. Let the esophagus have a rest on his same old motionless wing. He wrote Twichell that the story had been a 6-day tour de force, 25,000 words, and he adds,
How long it takes a literary seed to sprout sometimes! This seed was planted in your house many years ago, when you sent me to bed with a book not heard of by me until then, Sherlock Holmes. I've done a grist of writing here this summer, but not for publication soon, if ever. I did write 2 satisfactory articles for early print, but I've burned one of them and have buried the other in my large box of posthumous stuff. I've got stacks of literary remains piled up there.
Early in August Clemens went with H. H. Roberts in his yacht Kanawha on a cruise to New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Rogers had made up a party including ex-Speaker Reed, Dr. Rice, and Colonel A. G. Payne. Young Harry Rogers also made one of the party. Clemens kept a log of the cruise, certain entries of which convey something of its spirit. On the 11th, at Yarmouth, he wrote: Fog bound. The garrison went ashore. Officers visited the yacht in the evening and said an anvil had been missed. Mr. Rogers paid for the anvil. August 13th. There is a fine picture gallery here. The sheriff photographed the garrison, with the exception of Harry Rogers and Mr. Clemens. August 14th. Upon complaint of Mr. Reed, another dog was procured. He said he had been a sailor all his life, and considered it dangerous to trust a ship to a dog watch with only one dog in it. Poker for a change. August 15th. To Rockland, Maine, in the afternoon, arriving about 6 P.M. In the night Dr. Rice baited the anchor with his winnings and caught a whale 90 feet long. He said so himself. It is thought that if there had been another witness like Dr. Rice, the whale would have been longer. August 16th. We could have had a happy time in Bath but for the interruptions caused by people who wanted Mr. Reed to explain votes of the olden time or give back the money. Mr. Rogers recouped them. Another anvil missed. The descendant of Captain Kidd is the only person who does not blush for these incidents. Harry and Mr. Clemens blush continually. It is believed that if the rest of the garrison were like these two, the yacht would be welcome everywhere instead of being quarantined by the police in all the ports. Mr. Clemens and Harry have attracted a great deal of attention, and men have expressed a resolve to turn over a new leaf and copy after them from this out. Evening. Judge Cohen came over from another yacht to pay his respects to Harry and Mr. Clemens, he having heard of their reputation from the clergy of these coasts. He was invited by the gang to play poker, apparently as a courtesy, and in a spirit of seeming hospitality, he not knowing them and taking it all at par. Mr. Rogers lent him clothes to go home in. August 17th. The reformed statesman growling and complaining again, not in a frank, straightforward way, but talking at the Commodore while letting on to be talking to himself. This time he was dissatisfied about the anchor watch, said it was out of date, untrustworthy, and for real efficiency didn't begin with
the Waterbury, and was going on to reiterate, as usual, that he had been a pilot all his life, and blamed if he ever saw, etc., etc., etc. But he was not allowed to finish. We put him ashore at Portland. That is to say, Reed landed at Portland, the rest of the party returning with the yacht. We had a noble good time in the yacht, Clemens wrote Twichell on their return. We caught a Chinese missionary and drowned him. Twichell had been invited to make one of the party, and this letter was to make him feel sorry he had not accepted. End of Chapter 215, Summer at the LAIR, read by John Greenman. Section 5 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 216, Riverdale, a Yale Degree. The Clemens household did not return to 14 West 10th Street. They spent a week in Elmira at the end of September, and after a brief stop in New York, took up their residence on the northern metropolitan boundary at Riverdale on the Hudson, in the old Appleton home. They had permanently concluded not to return to Hartford. They had put the property there into an agent's hands for sale. Mrs. Clemens never felt that she had the strength to enter the house again. They had selected the Riverdale place with due consideration. They decided that they must have easy access to the New York center, but they wished also to have the advantage of space and spreading lawn and trees, large rooms, and light. The Appleton homestead provided these things. It was a house built in the first third of the last century by one of the Morris family, so long prominent in New York history. On passing into the Appleton ownership, it had been enlarged and beautified and named Holbrook Hall. It overlooked the Hudson and the Palisades. It had associations. The Roosevelt family had once lived there. Huxley, Darwin, Tyndale, and others of their intellectual rank had been entertained there during its occupation by the first Appleton, the founder of the publishing firm. The great hall of the added wing was its chief feature. Clemens once remembered, "We drifted from room to room on our tour of inspection, always with a growing doubt as to whether we wanted that house or not, but at last, when we arrived in a dining room that was 60 feet long, 30 feet wide, and had two great fireplaces in it, that settled it." There were pleasant neighbors at Riverdale, and had it not been for the illnesses that seemed always ready to seize upon that household, the home there might have been ideal. They loved the place presently, so much so that they contemplated buying it, but decided that it was too costly. They began to prospect for other places along the Hudson shore. They were anxious to have a home again, one that they could call their own. Among the many pleasant neighbors at Riverdale were the Dodges, the Quincy Adamses, and the Reverend Mr. Carstensen, a liberal-minded minister with whom Clemens easily affiliated. Clemens and Carstensen visited back and forth and exchanged views. Once Mr. Carstensen told him that he was going to town to dine with a party which included the Reverend Gothiel, a Catholic bishop, an Indian Buddhist, and a Chinese scholar of the Confucian faith, after which they were all going to a Yiddish theater. Clemens said, "Well, there's only one more thing you need to make the party complete. That is either Satan or me." Howells often came to Riverdale. He was living in a New York apartment, and it was handy and made an easy and pleasant outing for him. He says, "I began to see them again on something like the sweet old terms. They lived far more unpretentiously than they used, and I think with a notion of economy, which they had never very successfully practiced. I recall that at the end of a certain year in Hartford, when they had been saving and paying cash for everything, Clemens wrote, reminding me of their avowed experiment, and asking me to guess how many bills they had at New Year's. He hastened to say that a horse car would not have held them. At Riverdale they kept no carriage. There was a snowy night when I drove up to their handsome old mansion in the station carryall, which was crusted with mud, as from the going down of the deluge after transporting Noah and his family from the ark to whatever point they decided to settle provisionally. But the good talk, the rich talk, the talk that could never suffer poverty of mind or soul was there, and we jubilantly found ourselves again in our middle youth. Both Howells and Clemens were made doctors of letters by Yale that year, and went over in October to receive their degrees. It was Mark Twain's second Yale degree, and it was the highest rank that an American institution of learning could confer. Twichell wrote: I want you to understand, old fellow, that it will be in its intention the highest public compliment, and emphatically so in your case, for it will be tendered you by a corporation of gentlemen, the majority of whom do not at all agree with the views on important questions which you have lately promulgated in speech and in writing, and with which you are identified to the public mind. They grant, of course, your right to hold and express those views, though for themselves they don't like 'em. But in awarding you the proposed laurel they will make no count of that whatever. Their action will appropriately signify simply and solely their estimate of your merit and rank as a man of letters, and so, as I say, the compliment of it will be of the pure, unadulterated quality. Howells was not especially eager to go, and tried to conspire with Clemens to arrange some excuse which would keep them at home. I remember with satisfaction, he wrote, our joint success in keeping away from the Concord Centennial in 1875, and I have been thinking we might help each other in this matter of the Yale anniversary. What are your plans for getting left, or shall you trust to inspiration? Their plans did not avail. Both Howells and Clemens went to New Haven to receive their honors. When they had returned, Howells wrote formally, as became the new rank: Dear Sir, I have long been an admirer of your complete works, several of which I have read, and I am with you shoulder to shoulder in the cause of foreign missions. I would respectfully request a personal interview, and if you will appoint some day and hour most inconvenient to you, I will call at your baronial hall. I cannot doubt, from the account of your courtesy given me by the 12 apostles, who once visited you in your Hartford home and were mistaken for a syndicate of lightning rod men, that our meeting will be mutually agreeable. Yours truly, W. D. Howells. Dr. Clemens. End of Chapter 216, Riverdale, a Yale Degree. Read by John Greenman. Section 6 of Mark Twain, a Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 217, Mark Twain in Politics. There was a campaign for the mayoralty of New York City that fall, with Seth Low on the Fusion ticket against Edward M. Shepard as the Tammany candidate. Mark Twain entered the arena to try to defeat Tammany Hall. He wrote and he spoke in favor of clean city government and police reform. He was savagely in earnest and openly denounced the clan of Crocker, individually and collectively. He joined a society called the Acorns, and on the 17th of October, at a dinner given by the order at the Waldorf Astoria, delivered a fierce arraignment in which he characterized Crocker as the Warren Hastings of New York. His speech was really a set of extracts from Edmund Burke's great impeachment of Hastings, substituting always the name of Crocker, and paralleling his career with that of the ancient boss
of the East India Company. It was not a humorous speech. It was too denunciatory for that. It probably contained less comic phrasing than any former effort. There is hardly even a suggestion of humor from beginning to end. It concluded with this paraphrase of Burke's impeachment: I impeach Richard Croker of high crimes and misdemeanors. I impeach him in the name of the people, whose trust he has betrayed. I impeach him in the name of all the people of America, whose national character he has dishonored. I impeach him in the name and by virtue of those eternal laws of justice which he has violated. I impeach him in the name of human nature itself, which he has cruelly outraged, injured, and oppressed in both sexes, in every age, rank, situation, and condition of life. The Acorn speech was greatly relied upon for damage to the Tammany ranks, and hundreds of thousands of copies of it were printed and circulated. The Edmund Burke on Croker and Tammany speech had originally been written as an article for the North American Review. Clemens was really heart and soul in the campaign. He even joined a procession that marched up Broadway, and he made a speech to a great assemblage at Broadway and Leonard Street, when, as he said, he had been sick abed 2 days and, according to the doctor, should be in bed then. But I would not stay at home for a nursery disease, and that's what I've got. Now, don't let this leak out all over town, but I've been doing some indiscreet eating, that's all. It wasn't drinking. If it had been, I shouldn't have said anything about it. I ate a banana. I bought it just to clinch the Italian vote for fusion, but I got hold of a Tammany banana by mistake. Just one little nub of it on the end was nice and white. That was the shepherd end. The other 9/10 were rotten. Now that little white end won't make the rest of the banana good. The 9/10 will make that little nub rotten, too. We must get rid of the whole banana, and our Acorn Society is going to do its share, for it is pledged to nothing but the support of good government all over the United States. We will elect the President next time. It won't be I, for I have ruined my chances by joining the Acorns, and there can be no office holders among us. There was a movement which Clemens early nipped in the bud to name a political party after him. I should be far from willing to have a political party named after me, he wrote, and I would not be willing to belong to a party which allowed its members to have political aspirations or push friends forward for political preferment. In other words, he was a knight errant. His sole purpose for being in politics at all, something he always detested, was to do what he could for the betterment of his people. He had his reward, for when election day came and the returns were in, the fusion ticket had triumphed and Tammany had fallen. Clemens received his share of the credit. One paper celebrated him in verse: Who killed Croker? I, said Mark Twain, I killed Croker, I, the jolly joker. Among Samuel Clemens' literary remains there's an outline plan for a casting vote party, whose main object was to compel the two great parties to nominate their best man always. It was to be an organization of an infinite number of clubs throughout the nation, no member of which should seek or accept a nomination for office in any political appointment, but in each case should cast its vote as a unit for the candidate of one of the two great political parties, requiring that the man be of clean record and honest purpose. "From constable up to president," runs his final clause, "there is no office for which the two great parties cannot furnish able, clean, and acceptable men. Whenever the balance of power shall be lodged in a permanent third party, with no candidate of its own and no function but to cast its whole vote for the best man put forward by the Republicans and Democrats, these two parties will select the best man they have in their ranks. Good and clean government will follow, let its party complexion be what it may, and the country will be quite content." It was a Utopian idea, very likely, as human nature is made, full of that native optimism which was always overflowing and drowning his gloomier logic. Clearly he forgot his despair of humanity when he formulated that document, and there is a world of unselfish hope in these closing lines. "If in the hands of men who regard their citizenship as a high trust this scheme shall fail upon trial, a better must be sought, a better must be invented, for it cannot be well or safe to let the present political conditions continue indefinitely. They can be improved, and American citizenship should arouse up from its disheartenment and see that it is done." Had this document been put into type and circulated, it might have founded a true Mark Twain party. Clemens made not many more speeches that autumn, closing the year at last with the Founders' Night speech at the Players, the short address which, ending on the stroke of midnight, dedicates each passing year to the memory of Edwin Booth, and pledges each new year in a loving cup passed in his honor. End of Chapter 217. Mark Twain in Politics, read by John Greenman. This is Section 7 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 218. New Interests and Investments. The spirit which a year earlier had prompted Mark Twain to prepare his Salutation from the 19th to the 20th Century inspired him now to conceive the Stupendous International Procession, a gruesome pageant described in a document, unpublished, of 22 typewritten pages, which begin, "The Stupendous Procession." At the appointed hour it moved across the world in following order: The 20th Century. A fair young creature, drunk and disorderly, born in the arms of Satan. Banner with motto, "Get what you can, keep what you get." Guard of honor, monarchs, presidents, Tammany bosses, burglars, land thieves, convicts, etc., appropriately clothed and bearing the symbols of their several trades. Christendom. A majestic matron in flowing robes, drenched with blood. On her head a golden crown of thorns. Impaled on its spines the bleeding heads of patriots who died for their countries, Boers, Boxers, Filipinos. In one hand a slung shot, in the other a Bible, open at the text, "Do unto others," etc. Protruding from pocket, bottle labeled
we bring you the blessings of civilization. Necklace, handcuffs, and a burglar's jimmy. Supporters, at one elbow slaughter, at the other hypocrisy. Banner with motto, Love your neighbor's goods as yourself. Ensign, the black flag. Guard of honor, missionaries and German, French, Russian, and British soldiers laden with loot. And so on, with a section for each nation of the earth, headed each by the black flag, each bearing horrid emblems, instruments of torture, mutilated prisoners, broken hearts, floats piled with bloody corpses. At the end of all, banners inscribed, All white men are born free and equal. Christ died to make men holy. Christ died to make men free. With the American flag furled and draped in crepe, and the shade of Lincoln towering vast and dim toward the sky, brooding with sorrowful aspect over the far-reaching pageant, with much more of the same sort. It is a fearful document, too fearful, we may believe, for Mrs. Clemens ever to consent to its publication. Advancing years did little toward destroying Mark Twain's interest in human affairs. At no time in his life was he more variously concerned and employed than in his 67th year. Matters social, literary, political, religious, financial, scientific. He was always alive, young, actively cultivating or devising interests, valuable and otherwise, though never less than important to him. He had plenty of money again, for one thing, and he liked to find dazzling new ways for investing it. As in the old days, he was always putting $25,000 or $40,000, as he said, into something that promised multiplied returns. Howells tells how he found him looking wonderfully well, and when he asked the name of his elixir, he learned that it was plasmon. I did not immediately understand that plasmon was one of the investments which he had made from the substance of things hoped for, and in the destiny of a disastrous disappointment. But after paying off the creditors of his late publishing firm, he had to do something with his money, and it was not his fault he did not make a fortune out of plasmon. It was just at this period, the beginning of 1902, that he was promoting with his capital and enthusiasm the plasmon interests in America, investing in it one of the usual amounts, promising to make Howells over again, body and soul, with the life-giving albuminate. Once he wrote him explicit instructions. Yes, take it as a medicine. There is nothing better, nothing surer of desired results. If you wish to be elaborate, which isn't necessary, put a couple of heaping teaspoonfuls of the powder in an inch of milk and stir until it is a paste. Put in some more milk and stir the paste to a thin gruel. Then fill up the glass and drink. Or stir it into your soup, or into your oatmeal, or use any method you like, so's you get it down. That is the only essential. He put another usual sum about this time in a patent cash register, which was acknowledged to be a promise rather than a performance, and remains so until this day. He capitalized a patent spiral hat pin, warranted to hold the hat on in any weather, and he had a number of the pins handsomely made to present to visitors of the sex naturally requiring that sort of adornment and protection. It was a pretty and ingenious device, and apparently effective enough, though it failed to secure his invested thousands. He invested a lesser sum in shares of the Book Lover's Library, which was going to revolutionize the reading world, and which at least paid a few dividends.
Even the old Tennessee land, will-o'-the-wisp, long since repudiated and forgotten, when it appeared again in the form of a possible equity in some overlooked fragment, kindled a gentle interest and was added to his list of ventures. He made one substantial investment at this period. They became more and more in love with the Hudson environment, its beauty and its easy access to New York. Their house was what they liked it to be, a gathering place for friends and the world's notables who could reach it easily and quickly from New York. They had a steady procession of company when Mrs. Clemens's health would permit, and during a single week in the early part of this year entertained guests at no less than 17 out of their 21 meals, and for 3 out of the 7 nights. Not an unusual week. Their plan for buying a home on the Hudson ended with the purchase of what was known as Hillcrest, or the Casey place at Tarrytown, overlooking that beautiful stretch of river, the Tappan Zee, close to the Washington Irving home. The beauty of its outlook and surroundings appealed to them all. The house was handsome and finely placed, and they planned to make certain changes that would adapt it to their needs. The price, which was less than $50,000, made it an attractive purchase, and without doubt it would have made them a suitable and happy home had it been written in the future that they should so inherit it. Clemens was writing pretty steadily these days. The human race was furnishing him with ever so many inspiring subjects, and he found time to touch more or less on most of them. He wreaked his indignation upon the things which exasperated him often, even usually, without the expectation of print, and he delivered himself even more inclusively at such times as he walked the floor between the luncheon or dinner courses, amplifying on the poverty of an invention that had produced mankind as a supreme handiwork. In a letter to Howells he wrote: Your comments on that idiot's Ideals letter reminds me that I preached a good sermon to my family yesterday on his particular LAIR of the human race, that grotesquest of all the inventions of the Creator. It was a good sermon, but coldly received, and it seemed best not to try to take up a collection. He once told Howells, with the wild joy of his boyish heart, how Mrs. Clemens found some compensation, when kept to her room by illness, in the reflection that now she would not hear so much about the damned human race. Yet he was always the first man to champion that race, and the more unpromising the specimen, the surer it was of his protection, and he never invited, never expected gratitude. One wonders how he found time to do all the things that he did. Besides his legitimate literary labors and his preachments, he was always writing letters to this one and that, long letters on a variety of subjects, carefully and picturesquely phrased, and to people of every sort. He even formed a curious society whose members were young girls, one in each country of the earth. They were supposed to write to him at intervals on some subject likely to be of mutual interest, to which letters he agreed to reply. He furnished each member with a typewritten copy of the Constitution and bylaws of the Juggernaut Club, as he called it, and he apprised each of her election, usually after this fashion: I have a club, a private club, which is all my own. I appoint the members myself, and they can't help themselves, because I don't allow them to vote on their own appointment, and I don't allow them to resign. They are all friends whom I have never seen save one, but who have written friendly letters to me. By the laws of my club there can be only one member in each country, and there can be no male member but myself. Some day I may admit males, but I don't know. They are capricious and inharmonious, and their ways provoke me a good deal. It is a matter which the club shall decide. I have made
4 appointments in the past 3 or 4 months. You, as a member for Scotland, owe this good while. A young citizeness of Joan of Arc's home region as a member for France. A Mohammedan girl as member for Bengal, and a dear and bright young niece of mine as member for the United States, for I do not represent a country myself, but am merely member at large for the human race. You must not try to resign, for the laws of the club do not allow that. You must console yourself by remembering that you are in the best company, that nobody knows of your membership except yourself, that no member knows another's name, but only her country, that no taxes are levied and no meetings held, but how dearly I should like to attend one. One of my members is a princess of a royal house, another is the daughter of a village bookseller on the continent of Europe, for the only qualification for membership is intellect and the spirit of goodwill. Other distinctions, hereditary or acquired, do not count. May I send you the constitution and laws of the club? I shall be so glad if I may. It was just one of his many fancies, and most of the active memberships would not long be maintained, though some continued faithful in their reports, as he did in his replies, to the end. One of the more fantastic of his conceptions was a plan to advertise for ante mortem obituaries of himself, in order, as he said, that he might look them over and enjoy them and make certain corrections in the matter of detail. Some of them he thought might be appropriate to read from the platform. I will correct them, not the facts, but the verdicts, striking out such clauses as could have a deleterious influence on the other side, and replacing them with clauses of a more judicious character. He was much taken with the new idea, and his request for such obituaries, with an offer of a prize for the best, a portrait of himself drawn by his own hand, really appeared in Harper's Weekly later in the year. Naturally he got a shower of responses, serious, playful, burlesque. Some of them were quite worth while. The obvious "Death loves a shining mark" was of course numerously duplicated, and some varied it, "Death loves an easy mark," and there was "Mark the perfect man." The two that follow gave him especial pleasure. Obituary for Mark Twain. Worthy of his portrait, a place on his monument, as well as a place among his perennial consolation heirlooms. Got up, washed, went to bed. The subject's own words, see Innocents Abroad. Can't go back on your own words, Mark Twain. There's nothing to strike out, nothing to replace. What more could be said of any one? Got up. Think of the fullness of meaning, the possibilities of life, its achievements, physical, intellectual, spiritual. Got up to the top, the climax of human aspiration on earth. Washed. Every whit clean, purified, body, soul, thoughts, purposes. Went to bed. Work all done, to rest, to sleep, the culmination of the day well spent. God looks after the awakening. Mrs. S. A. Orrin Haynes. Mark Twain was the only man who ever lived, so far as we know, whose lies were so innocent and withal so helpful as to make them worth more than a whole lot of fossilized priests' eternal truths. D. H. Kenner. End of chapter 218. New Interests and Investments.
Read by John Greenman. This is Section 8 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 219, Yachting and Theology. Clemens made fewer speeches during the Riverdale period. He was as frequently demanded, but he had a better excuse for refusing, especially the evening functions. He attended a good many luncheons with friendly spirits like Howells, Matthews, James L. Ford, and Hamlin Garland. At the end of February he came down to the mayor's dinner, given to Prince Henry of Prussia, but he did not speak. Clemens used to say afterward that he had not been asked to speak, and that it was probably because of his supposed breach of etiquette at the Kaiser's dinner in Berlin. But the fact that Prince Henry sought him out and was most cordially and humanly attentive during a considerable portion of the evening is against the supposition. Clemens attended a Yale alumni dinner that winter and incidentally visited Twichell in Hartford. The old question of moral responsibility came up, and Twichell lent his visitor a copy of Jonathan Edwards' Freedom of the Will for train perusal. Clemens found it absorbing. Later he wrote Twichell his views. Dear Joe, after compliments, meaning what a good time you gave me, what a happiness it was to be under your roof again, etc. See opening sentence of all translations of letters passing between Lord Roberts and Indian princes and rulers. From Bridgeport to New York, thence to home, and continuously until near midnight, I wallowed and reeked with Jonathan in his insane debauch. Rose immensely refreshed and fine at 10 this morning, but with a strange and haunting sense of having been on a 3 days' tear with a drunken lunatic. It is years since I have known these sensations. All through the book is the glare of a resplendent intellect gone mad, a marvelous spectacle. No, not all through the book. The drunk does not come on till the last third, where what I take to be Calvinism and its God begins to show up and shine red and hideous in the glow from the fires of hell, their only right and proper adornment. Jonathan seems to hold, as against the Arminian position, that the man, or his soul, or his will, never creates an impulse itself, but is moved to action by an impulse back of it. That's sound. Also, that of two or more things offered it, it infallibly chooses the one which for the moment is most pleasing to itself. Perfectly correct. An immense admission for a man not otherwise sane. Up to that point he could have written chapters 3 and 4 of my suppressed gospel, but there we seem to separate. He seems to concede the indisputable and unshaken dominion of motive and necessity. Call them what he may, these are exterior forces and not under the man's authority, guidance, or even suggestion. Then he suddenly flies the logical track and, to all seeming, makes the man and not those exterior forces responsible to God for the man's thoughts, words, and acts. It is frank insanity. I think that when he concedes the autocratic dominion of motive and necessity, he grants a third position of mine, that a man's mind is a mere machine, an automatic machine, which is handled entirely from the outside, the man himself furnishing it
absolutely nothing, not an ounce of its fuel, and not so much as a bare suggestion to that exterior engineer as to what the machine shall do, nor how it shall do it, nor when. After that concession it was time for him to get alarmed and shirk, for he was pointed straight for the only rational and possible next station on that piece of road, the irresponsibility of man to God. And so he shirked, and arrived at this handsome result: man is commanded to do so and so. It has been ordained from the beginning of time that some men shan't and others can't. These are to blame. Let them be damned. I enjoy the Colonel very much, and shall enjoy the rest of him with an obscene delight. Joe, the whole tribe shout love to you and yours. Mark.
Clemens was moved to set down some theology of his own, and did so in a manuscript which he entitled "If I Could Be There." It is in the dialogue form he often adopted for polemic writing. It is a colloquy between the Master of the universe and a stranger. It begins: 1. If I could be there, hidden under the steps of the throne, I should hear conversations like this. A stranger. Lord, there is one who needs to be punished, and has been overlooked. It is in the record. I have found it. Lord. By searching? S. Yes, Lord. L. Who is it? What is it? S. A man. L. Proceed. S. He died in sin committed by his great-grandfather. L. When was this? S. 11,000,000 years ago. L. Do you know what a microbe is? S. Yes, Lord. It is a creature too small to be detected by my eye. L. He commits depredations upon your blood? S. Yes, Lord. L. I give you leave to subject him to 1,000,000,000 years of misery for this offense. Go, work your will upon him. S. But, Lord, I have nothing against him. I am indifferent to him. L. Why? S. He is so infinitely small and contemptible. I am to him as is a mountain range to a grain of sand. L. What am I to man? S. Silent. L. Am I not to a man as is 1,000,000,000 solar systems to a grain of sand? S. It is true, Lord. L. Some microbes are larger than others. Does man regard the difference? S. No, Lord. To him there is no difference of consequence. To him they are all microbes, all infinitely little and equally inconsequential. L. To me there is no difference of consequence between a man and a microbe. Man looks down upon the speck at his feet, called a microbe, from an altitude of 1,000 miles, so to speak, and regards him with indifference. I look down upon the specks called a man and a microbe from an altitude of 1,000,000,000 leagues, so to speak, and to me they are of a size. To me both are inconsequential. Man kills the microbes when he can? S. Yes, Lord. L. Then what? Does he keep him in mind years and years, and go on contriving miseries for him? S. No, Lord.
L. Does he forget him? S. Yes, Lord. L. Why? S. He cares nothing more about him. L. Employs himself with more important matters? S. Yes, Lord. L. Apparently man is quite a rational and dignified person, and can divorce his mind from uninteresting trivialities. Why does he affront me with the fancy that I interest myself in trivialities like men and microbes? 2. L. Is it true the human race thinks the universe was created for its convenience? S. Yes, Lord. L. The human race is modest. Speaking as a member of it, what do you think the other animals are for? S. To furnish food and labor for man. L. What is the sea for? S. To furnish food for man, fishes. L. And the air? S. To furnish sustenance for man, birds and breath. L. How many men are there? S. 1,500 millions. L. Referring to notes. Take your pencil and set down some statistics. In a healthy man's lower intestine 28 million microbes are born daily and die daily. In the rest of a man's body 122 million microbes are born daily and die daily. The two sums aggregate what? S. About 150 million. L. In 10 days the aggregate reaches what? S. 1,500 millions. L. It is for one person. What would it be for the whole human population? S. Alas, Lord, it is beyond the power of figures to set down that multitude. It is billions of billions multiplied by billions of billions, and these multiplied again and again by billions of billions. The figures would stretch across the universe and hang over it into space on both sides. L. To what intent are these uncountable microbes introduced into the human race? S. That they may eat. L. Now then, according to man's own reasoning, what is man for? S. Alas, alas. L. What is he for? S. To furnish food for microbes. L. Manifestly. A child could see it. Now then, with this common sense light to aid your perceptions, what are the air, the land, and the ocean for? S. To furnish food for man so that he may nourish, support, and multiply, and replenish the microbes. L. Manifestly. Does one build a boarding house for the sake of the boarding house itself, or for the sake of the boarders? S. Certainly for the sake of the boarders. L. Man's a boarding house. S. I perceive it, Lord. L. He is a boarding house. He was never intended for anything else. If he had had less vanity and clearer insight into the great truths that lie embedded in statistics, he would have found it out early. As concerns the man who has gone unpunished 11 million years, is it your belief that in life he did his duty by his microbes? S. Undoubtedly, Lord, he could not help it. L. Then why punish him? He had no other duty to perform. Whatever else may be said of this kind of doctrine, it is at least original and has a conclusive sound. Mark Twain had very little use for orthodoxy and conservatism. When it was announced that Dr. Jacques Loeb of the University of California had demonstrated the creation of life by chemical agencies, he was deeply interested. When a newspaper writer commented that a consensus of opinion among biologists would probably rate Dr. Loeb as a man of lively imagination rather than an inerrant investigator of natural phenomena, he felt called to chaff the consensus idea. I wish I could be as young as that again. Although I seem so old now, I was once as young as that. I remember, as if it were but 30 or 40 years ago, how a paralyzing consensus of opinion accumulated from experts setting around about brother experts who had patiently and laboriously cold chiseled their way into one or another of nature's safe deposit vaults, and were reporting that they had found something valuable, was plenty for me. It settled it. But it isn't so now. No, because in the drift of the years I, by and by, found out that a consensus examines a new thing with its feelings rather oftener than with its mind. There was that primitive steam engine ages back, in Greek times. A consensus made fun of it. There was the Marquis of Worcester's steam engine 250 years ago. A consensus made fun of it. There was Fulton's steamboat of a century ago. A French consensus, including the great Napoleon, made fun of it. There was Priestley with his oxygen. A consensus scoffed at him, mobbed him, burned him out, banished him, while a consensus was proving by statistics and things that a steamship could not cross the Atlantic. A steamship did it. And so on through a dozen pages or more of lively satire, ending with an extract from Adam's diary. Then there was a consensus about it. It was the very first one. It sat 6 days and nights. It was then delivered of the verdict that a world could not be made out of nothing, that such small things as sun and moon and stars might, maybe, but it would take years and years if there was considerable many of them. Then the consensus got up and looked out of the window, and there was the whole outfit, spinning and sparkling in space. You never saw such a disappointed lot. Adam. He was writing much at this time, mainly for his own amusement, though now and then he offered one of his reflections for print. That beautiful fairy tale, The 5 Boons of Life, of which the most precious is death, was written at this period. Maeterlinck's love story of the bee interested him. He wrote about that. Somebody proposed a Martyr's Day. He wrote a paper ridiculing the suggestion. In his notebook, too, there is a memorandum for a love story of the quaternary epoch, which would begin, "On a soft October afternoon, 2,000,000 years ago." John Fiske's Discovery of America, Volume 1, he said, was to furnish the animals and scenery, civilization and conversation to be the same as today. But apparently this idea was carried no further. He ranged through every subject from protoplasm to infinity, exalting, condemning, ridiculing, explaining. His brain was always busy, a dynamo that rested neither night nor day.
In April Clemens received notice of another yachting trip on the Kanawha, which this time would sail for the Bahama and West Indian Islands. The guests were to be about the same. The invited ones for the party were Hon. T. B. Reed, A. G. Paine, Lawrence Hutton, Dr. C. C. Rice, W. T. Foote, and S. L. Clemens. Owners of the yacht, Mr. Rogers called them, signing himself as their guest. He sent this telegram: H. H. Rogers, Fairhaven, Massachusetts. Can't get away this week. I have company here from tonight till middle of next week. Will Kanawha be sailing after that, and can I go as Sunday school superintendent at half rate? Answer and prepay. Dr. Clemens. The sailing date was conveniently arranged, and there followed a happy cruise among those balmy islands. Mark Twain was particularly fond of Tom Reed, who had been known as Czar Reed in Congress, but was delightfully human in his personal life. They argued politics a good deal, and Reed, with all his training and intimate practical knowledge of the subject, confessed that he "couldn't argue with a man like that. Do you believe the things you say?" he asked once in his thin falsetto voice. "Yes," said Clemens, "some of them." "Well, you want to look out. If you go on this way, by and by you'll get to believing nearly everything you say." Draw poker appears to have been their favorite diversion. Clemens in his notes reports that off the coast of Florida Reed won 23 pots in succession. It was said afterward that they made no stops at any harbor; that when the chief officer approached the poker table and told them they were about to enter some important port, he received peremptory orders to sail on and not interrupt the game. This, however, may be regarded as more or less founded on fiction. End of Chapter 219, Yachting and Theology, read by John Greenman. Section 9 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 220, Mark Twain and the Philippines. Among the completed manuscripts of the early part of 1902 was a North American Review article, published in April, "Does the Race of Man Love a Lord?" A most interesting treatise on snobbery as a universal weakness. There were also some papers on the Philippine situation. In one of these Clemens wrote: "We have bought some islands from a party who did not own them. With real smartness and a good counterfeit of disinterested friendliness we coaxed a confiding, weak nation into a trap and closed it upon them. We went back on an honored guest of the Stars and Stripes when we had no further use for him, and chased him to the mountains. We are as indisputably in possession of a wide spreading archipelago as if it were our property. We have pacified some thousands of the islanders and buried them, destroyed their fields, burned their villages, and turned their widows and orphans out of doors, furnished heartbreak by exile to some dozens of disagreeable patriots, subjugated the remaining 10 millions by benevolent assimilation, which is the pious new name of the musket. We have acquired property in the 300 concubines and other slaves of our business partner, the Sultan of Sulu, and hoisted our protecting flag over that swag. And so
by these providences of God the phrase is the government's, not mine we are a world power, and are glad and proud, and have a back seat in the family, with tacks in it. At least we are letting on to be glad and proud. It is the best way. Indeed, it is the only way. We must maintain our dignity, for people are looking. We are a world power. We cannot get out of it now, and we must make the best of it.
And again he wrote:
I am not finding fault with this use of our flag, for in order not to seem eccentric I have swung around now and joined the nation in the conviction that nothing can sully a flag. I was not properly reared, and had the illusion that a flag was a thing which must be sacredly guarded against shameful uses and unclean contacts, lest it suffer pollution, and so, when it was sent out to the Philippines to float over a wanton war and a robbing expedition, I supposed it was polluted, and in an ignorant moment I said so. But I stand corrected. I concede and acknowledge that it was only the government that sent it on such an errand that was polluted. Let us compromise on that. I am glad to have it that way, for our flag could not well stand pollution, never having been used to it, but it is different with the administration.
But a much more conspicuous comment on the Philippine policy was the so-called defense of General Funston, for what Funston himself referred to as a dirty Irish trick, that is to say, deception in the capture of Aguinaldo. Clemens, who found it hard enough to reconcile himself to any form of warfare, was especially bitter concerning this particular campaign. The article appeared in the North American Review for May, 1902, and stirred up a good deal of a storm. He wrote much more on the subject, very much more, but it is still unpublished. End of chapter 220, Mark Twain and the Philippines, read by John Greenman. Section 10 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 221, The Return of the Native. One day in April, 1902, Samuel Clemens received the following letter from the president of the University of Missouri.
Dear Mr. Clemens, although you received the degree of Doctor of Literature last fall from Yale, and have had other honors conferred upon you by other great universities, we want to adopt you here as a son of the University of Missouri. In asking your permission to confer upon you the degree of LL.D., the University of Missouri does not aim to confer an honor upon you so much as to show her appreciation of you. The rules of the university forbid us to confer the degree upon any one in absentia. I hope very much that you can so arrange your plans as to be with us on the 4th day of next June, when we shall hold our annual commencement. Very truly yours, R. H. Jesse.
Clemens had not expected to make another trip to the West, but a proffered honor such as this from one's native state was not a thing to be declined. It was at the end of May when he arrived in St. Louis, and he was met at the train there by his old river instructor and friend, Horace Bixby, as fresh, wiry, and capable as he had been 45 years before.
I have become an old man. You are still 35, Clemens said.
They went to the Planters Hotel, and the news presently got around that Mark Twain was there. There followed a sort of reception in the hotel lobby, after which Bixby took him across to the rooms of the Pilots Association, where the rivermen gathered in force to celebrate his return. A few of his old comrades were still alive, among them Beck Jolly. The same afternoon he took the train for Hannibal. It was a busy 5 days that he had in Hannibal. High school commencement day came first. He attended, and willingly, or at least patiently, sat through the various recitals and orations and orchestrations, dreaming and remembering, no doubt, other high school commencements of more than half a century before, seeing in some of those young people the boys and girls he had known in that vanished time. A few friends of his youth were still there, but they were among the audience now, and no longer fresh and looking into the future. Their heads were white, and, like him, they were looking down the recorded years. Laura Hawkins was there, and Helen Kercheval, Mrs. Fraser and Mrs. Garth now, and there were others, but they were few and scattering. He was added to the program, and he made himself as one of the graduates, and told them some things of the young people of that earlier time that brought their laughter and their tears. He was asked to distribute the diplomas, and he undertook the work in his own way. He took an armful of them and said to the graduates, "Take one, pick out a good one. Don't take two, but be sure you get a good one." So each took one unsight and unseen, and made the more exact distributions among themselves later. Next morning it was Saturday. He visited the old home on Hill Street, and stood in the doorway all dressed in white, while a battalion of photographers made pictures of this return of the native to the threshold of his youth. "It all seems so small to me," he said as he looked through the house. "A boy's home is a big place to him. I suppose if I should come back again 10 years from now it would be the size of a bird house." He went through the rooms and up stairs where he had slept, and looked out the window down in the back yard, where, nearly 60 years before, Tom Sawyer, Huck Finn, Joe Harper, and the rest, that is to say, Tom Blankenship, John Briggs, Will Pitts, and the Bowen boys, set out on their nightly escapades. Of that lightsome band Will Pitts and John Briggs still remained, with half a dozen others, schoolmates of the less adventurous sort. Buck Brown, who had been his rival in the spelling contests, was still there, and John Robards, who had worn golden curls and the medal for good conduct, and Ed Pierce. And while these were assembled in a little group on the pavement outside the home, a small old man came up and put out his hand, and it was Jimmy McDaniel, to whom so long before, sitting on the river bank and eating gingerbread, he had first told the story of Jim Wolfe and the cats. They put him into a carriage, drove him far and wide, and showed him the hills and resorts and rendezvous of Tom Sawyer and his marauding band. He was entertained that evening by the Labana Club, whose name was achieved by a backward spelling of Hannibal, where he found most of the survivors of his youth. The news report of that occasion states that he was introduced by Father McLaughlin, and that he "responded in a very humorous and touchingly pathetic way, breaking down in tears at the conclusion, commenting on his boyhood days, and referring to his mother was too much for the great humorist. Before him, as he spoke, were sitting 7 of his boyhood friends." On Sunday morning Colonel John Robards escorted him to the various churches and Sunday schools. They were all new churches to Samuel Clemens, but he pretended not to recognize this fact. In each one he was asked to speak a few words, and he began by saying how good it was to be back in the old home Sunday school again, which as a boy he had always so loved, and he would go on and point out the very place he had sat, and his escort hardly knew whether or not to enjoy the proceedings. At one place he told a moral story. He said: "Little boys and girls,
I want to tell you a story which illustrates the value of perseverance, of sticking to your work, as it were. It is a story very proper for Sunday school. When I was a little boy in Hannibal I used to play a good deal up here on Holliday's Hill, which of course you all know. John Briggs and I played up there. I don't suppose there are any little boys as good as we were then, but of course that is not to be expected. Little boys in those days were most always good little boys, because those were the good old times when everything was better than it is now. But never mind that. Well, once upon a time on Holliday's Hill they were blasting out rock, and a man was drilling for a blast. He sat there and drilled and drilled and drilled perseveringly until he had a hole down deep enough for the blast. Then he put in the powder and tamped it down, and maybe he tamped it a little too hard, for the blast went off, and he went up into the air, and we watched him. He went up higher and higher, and got smaller and smaller. First he looked as big as a child, then as big as a dog, then as big as a kitten, then as big as a bird, and finally he went out of sight. John Briggs was with me, and we watched the place where he went out of sight, and by we saw him coming down, first as big as a bird, then as big as a kitten, then as big as a dog, then as big as a child, and then he was a man again, and landed right in his seat, and went to drilling, just persevering, you see, and sticking to his work. Little boys and girls, that's the secret of success, just like that poor but honest workman on Holliday's Hill. Of course you won't always be appreciated. He wasn't. His employer was a hard man, and on Saturday night when he paid him he docked him 15 minutes for the time he was up in the air. But never mind, he had his reward. He told all this in his solemn, grave way, though the Sunday school was in a storm of enjoyment when he finished. There still remains a doubt in Hannibal as to its perfect suitability, but there is no doubt as to its acceptability. That Sunday afternoon, with John Briggs, he walked over Holliday's Hill, the Cardiff Hill of Tom Sawyer. It was just such a Sunday as that one when they had so nearly demolished the negro driver and had damaged a cooper shop. They calculated that nearly 3,000 Sundays had passed since then, and now here they were once more, two old men with the hills still fresh and green, the river still sweeping by and rippling in the sun. Standing there together and looking across to the low-lying Illinois shore, and to the green islands where they had played, and to Lover's Leap on the south, the man who had been Sam Clemens said, "John, that is one of the loveliest sights I ever saw. Down there by the island is the place we used to swim, and yonder is where a man was drowned, and there's where the steamboat sank. Down there on Lover's Leap is where the Millerites put on their robes one night to go to heaven. None of them went that night, but I suppose most of them have gone now." John Briggs said, "Sam, do you remember the day we stole the peaches from old man Price, and one of his bow-legged niggers came after us with the dogs, and how we made up our minds that we'd catch that nigger and drown him?" They came to the place where they had pried out the great rock that had so nearly brought them to grief. Sam Clemens said, "John, if we had killed that man we'd have had a dead nigger on our hands without a cent to pay for him."
And so they talked on of this thing and that, and by they drove along the river, and Sam Clemens pointed out the place where he swam it, and was taken with a cramp on the return swim, and believed for a while that his career was about to close.
"Once near the shore I thought I would let down," he said, "but was afraid to, knowing that if the water was deep I was a goner, but finally my knees struck the sand and I crawled out. That was the closest call I ever had."
They drove by the place where the haunted house had stood. They drank from a well they had always known, and from the bucket as they had always drunk, talking and always talking, fondling lovingly and lingeringly that most beautiful of all our possessions, the past.
"Sam," said John, when they parted, "this is probably the last time we shall meet on this earth. God bless you. Perhaps somewhere we shall renew our friendship." "John," was the answer, "this day has been worth thousands of dollars to me. We were like brothers once, and I feel that we are the same now. Good by, John. I'll try to meet you somewhere."
End of Chapter 221, The Return of the Native, read by John Greenman. Section 11 of Mark Twain, A Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 222, A Prophet Honored in His Country. Clemens left next day for Columbia. Committees met him at Rensselaer, Monroe City, Clapper, Stoutsville, Paris, Madison, Moberly, at every station along the line of his travel. At each place crowds were gathered when the train pulled in to cheer and wave and to present him with flowers. Sometimes he spoke a few words, but oftener his eyes were full of tears, his voice would not come. There is something essentially dramatic in official recognition by one's native state, the return of the lad who has set out unknown to battle with life, and who, having conquered, is invited back to be crowned. No other honor, however great and spectacular, is quite like that, for there is in it a pathos and a completeness that are elemental and stir emotions as old as life itself. It was on the 4th of June, 1902, that Mark Twain received his Doctor of Laws degree from the State University at Columbia, Missouri. James Wilson, Secretary of Agriculture, and Ethan Allen Hitchcock, Secretary of the Interior, were among those similarly honored. Mark Twain was naturally the chief attraction. Dressed in his Yale scholastic gown, he led the procession of graduating students, and, as in Hannibal, awarded them their diplomas. The regular exercises were made purposely brief in order that some time might be allowed for the conferring of the degrees. This ceremony was a peculiarly impressive one. Gardner Lathrop read a brief statement introducing "America's foremost author and best loved citizen, Samuel Langhorne Clemens, Mark Twain." Clemens rose, stepped out to the center of the stage, and paused. He seemed to be in doubt as to whether he should make a speech or simply express his thanks and retire. Suddenly, and without a signal, the great audience rose as one man and stood in silence at his feet. He bowed, but he could not speak. Then that vast assembly began a peculiar chant, spelling out slowly the word Missouri, with a pause between each letter. It was dramatic. It was tremendous in its impressiveness. He had recovered himself when they finished. He said he didn't know whether he was expected to make a speech or not. They did not leave him in doubt. They cheered and demanded a speech, and he made them one of the speeches he could make best, full of quaint phrasing, happy humor, gentle and dramatic pathos. He closed by telling the watermelon story for its moral effect. He was the guest of E. W. Stevens in Columbia, and a dinner was given in his honor. They would have liked to keep him longer, but he was due in St. Louis again to join in the dedication of the grounds where was to be held a World's Fair to celebrate the Louisiana Purchase. Another ceremony he attended was the christening of the St. Louis harbor boat, or rather the rechristening, for it had been decided to change its name from the St. Louis, originally the Elon G. Smith, built in 1873, to the Mark Twain. A short trip was made on it for the ceremony. Governor Francis and Mayor Wells were of the party, and Count and Countess Rochambeau and Marquis de Lafayette, with the rest of the French group that had come over for the dedication of the World's Fair grounds. Mark Twain himself was invited to pilot the harbor boat, and so returned for the last time to his old place at the wheel. They all collected in the pilot house behind him, feeling that it was a memorable occasion. They were going along well enough when he saw a little ripple running out from the shore across the bow. In the old days he could have told whether it indicated a bar there or was only caused by the wind, but he could not be sure any more. Turning to the pilot languidly, he said, "I feel a little tired. I guess you had better take the wheel." Luncheon was served aboard, and Mayor Wells made the christening speech. Then the Countess Rochambeau took a bottle of champagne from the hand of Governor Francis and smashed it on the deck, saying, "I christen thee, good boat, Mark Twain." So it was the Mississippi joined in according him honors. In his speech of reply he paid tribute to those illustrious visitors from France, and recounted something of the story of French exploration along that great river. "The name of La Salle will last as long as the river itself," he said; "will last until commerce is dead. We have allowed the commerce of the river to die, but it was to accommodate the railroads, and we must be grateful." Carriages were waiting for them when the boat landed in the afternoon, and the party got in and were driven to a house which had been identified as Eugene Field's birthplace. A bronze tablet recording this fact had been installed, and this was to be the unveiling. The place was not in an inviting quarter of the town. It stood in what is known as Walsh's Row, was fashionable enough once, perhaps, but long since fallen into disrepute. Ragged children played in the doorways, and thirsty lodgers were making trips, with tin pails, to convenient barrooms. A curious, nondescript audience assembled around the little group of dedicators, wondering what it was all about. The tablet was concealed by the American flag, which could be easily pulled away by an attached cord. Governor Francis spoke a few words, to the effect that they had gathered here to unveil a tablet to an American poet, and that it was fitting that Mark Twain should do this. They removed their hats, and Clemens, his white hair blowing in the wind, said, "My friends, we are here with reverence and respect to commemorate and enshrine in memory the house where was born a man who, by his life, made bright the lives of all who knew him, and by his literary efforts cheered the thoughts of thousands who never knew him. I take pleasure in unveiling the tablet of Eugene Field." The flag fell, and the bronze inscription was revealed. By this time the crowd generally had recognized who it was that was speaking. A working man proposed 3 cheers for Mark Twain, and they were heartily given. Then the little party drove away, while the neighborhood collected to regard the old house with a new interest. It was reported to Clemens later that there was some dispute as to the identity of the Field birthplace. He said, "Never mind. It is of no real consequence whether it is his birthplace or not. A rose in any other garden will bloom as sweet." End of Chapter 222, A Prophet Honored in His Country, read by John Greenman. Section 12 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 223, At York Harbor. They decided to spend the summer at York Harbor, Maine. They engaged a cottage there, and about the end of June Mr. Rogers brought his yacht Kanawha to their waterfront at Riverdale, and in perfect weather took them to Maine by sea. They landed at York Harbor and took possession of their cottage, the Pines, one of their many attractive summer lodges. Howells at Kittery Point was not far away, and everything promised a happy summer. Mrs. Clemens wrote to Mrs. Crane: "We are in the midst of pines. They come up right about us, and the house is so high and the roots of the trees are so far below the veranda that we are right in the branches. We drove over to call on Mr. and Mrs. Howells. The drive was most beautiful, and never in my life have I seen such a variety of wild flowers in so short a space." Howells tells us of the wide, low cottage in a pine grove overlooking York River, and how he used to sit with Clemens that summer at a corner of the veranda farthest away from Mrs. Clemens's window, where they could read their manuscripts to each other, and tell their stories and laugh their hearts out without disturbing her. Clemens, as was his habit, had taken a workroom in a separate cottage "in the house of a friend and neighbor, a fisherman and a boatman." There was a table where he could write, and a bed where he could lie down and read, and there, unless my memory has played me one of those constructive tricks that people's memories indulge in, he read me the first chapters of an admirable story. The scene was laid in a Missouri town, and the characters such as he had known in boyhood, but often as I tried to make him own it, he denied having written any such story. It is possible that I dreamed it, but I hope the manuscript will yet be found. Howells did not dream it, but in one way his memory misled him. The story was one which Clemens had heard in Hannibal, and he doubtless related it in his vivid way. Howells, writing at a later time, quite naturally included it among the several manuscripts which Clemens read aloud to him. Clemens may have intended to write the tale, may even have begun it, though this is unlikely. The incidents were too well known and too notorious in his old home for fiction. Among the stories that Clemens did show or read to Howells that summer was "The Belated Passport," a strong, intensely interesting story with what Howells in a letter calls a "goat's tail ending," perhaps meaning that it stopped with a brief and sudden shake, with a joke, in fact, altogether unimportant, and on the whole disappointing to the reader. A far more notable literary work of that summer grew out of a true incident which Howells related to Clemens as they sat chatting together on the veranda overlooking the river one summer afternoon. It was a pathetic episode in the life of some former occupants of the Pines, the tale of a double illness in the household, where a righteous deception was carried on during several weeks for the benefit of a life that was about to slip away. Out of this grew the story, "Was it Heaven or Hell?" a heartbreaking history which probes the very depths of the human soul. Next to Hadleyburg, it is Mark Twain's greatest fictional sermon. Clemens that summer wrote, or rather finished, his most pretentious poem. One day at Riverdale, when Mrs. Clemens had been with him on the lawn, they had remembered together the time when their family of little folks had filled their lives so full, conjuring up dreamlike glimpses of them in the years of play and short frocks and hair plaits down their backs. It was pathetic, heart-wringing fancying, and later in the day Clemens conceived and began the poem which now he brought to conclusion. It was built on the idea of a mother who imagines her dead child still living, and describes to any listener the pictures of her fancy. It is an impressive piece of work, but the author for some reason did not offer it for publication. This poem was completed on the anniversary of Susy's death and is of considerable length. Some selections from it will be found under Appendix U at the end of this work. Mrs. Clemens, whose health earlier in the year had been delicate, became very seriously ill at York Harbor. Howells writes: "At first
She had been about the house, and there was one gentle afternoon when she made tea for us in the parlor, but that was the last time I spoke with her. After that it was really a question of how soonest and easiest she could be got back to Riverdale. She had seemed to be in fairly good health and spirits for several weeks after the arrival at York. Then early in August there came a great celebration of some municipal anniversary, and for 2 or 3 days there were processions, mass meetings, and so on by day, with fireworks at night. Mrs. Clemens, always young in spirit, was greatly interested. She went about more than her strength warranted, seeing and hearing and enjoying all that was going on. She was finally persuaded to forego the remaining ceremonies and rest quietly on the pleasant veranda at home, but she had overtaxed herself, and a collapse was inevitable. Howells and 2 friends called one afternoon, and a friend of the Queen of Rumania, a Madame Hartwig, who had brought from that gracious sovereign a letter which closed in this simple and modest fashion: I beg your pardon for being a bore to one I so deeply love and admire, to whom I owe days and days of forgetfulness of self and troubles, and the intensest of all joys, hero worship. People don't always realize what a happiness that is. God bless you for every beautiful thought you poured into my tired heart, and for every smile on a weary day. Carmen Silva. This was the occasion mentioned by Howells when Mrs. Clemens made tea for them in the parlor for the last time. Her social life may be said to have ended that afternoon. Next morning the break came. Clemens, in his notebook for that day, writes: Tuesday, August 12th, 1902. At 7 A.M. Livy taken violently ill. Telephoned, and Dr. Lambert was here in 1/2 hour. She could not breathe, was likely to stifle. Also, she had severe palpitation. She believed she was dying. I also believed it. Nurses were summoned, and Mrs. Crane and others came from Elmira. Clara Clemens took charge of the household and matters generally, and the patient was secluded and guarded from every disturbing influence. Clemens slipped about with warnings of silence. A visitor found notices in Mark Twain's writing pinned to the trees near Mrs. Clemens' window, warning the birds not to sing too loudly. The patient rallied, but she remained very much debilitated. On September 3d the notebook says: Always Mr. Rogers keeps his yacht, Kanawha, in commission and ready to fly here and take us to Riverdale on telegraphic notice. But Mrs. Clemens was unable to return by sea. When it was decided at last in October that she could be removed to Riverdale, Clemens and Howells went to Boston and engaged an invalid car to make the journey from York Harbor to Riverdale without change. Howells tells us that Clemens gave his strictest personal attention to the arrangements of these details, and that they absorbed him. There was no particular of the business which he did not scrutinize and master. With the inertness that grows upon an aging man, he had been used to delegate more and more things, but of that thing I perceived that he would not delegate the least detail. They made the journey on the 16th in 9½ hours. With the exception of the natural weariness due to such a trip, the invalid was apparently no worse on their arrival. The stout English butler carried her to her room. It would be many months before she would leave it again. In one of his memoranda Clemens wrote: Our dear prisoner is where she is through overwork, day and night devotion to the children and me. We did not know how to value it. We know now. And in a notation on a letter praising him for what he had done for the world's enjoyment and for his splendid triumph over debt, he said: Livy never gets her share of these applauses, but it is because the people do not know. Yet she is entitled to the lion's share. He wrote Twichell at the end of October: Livy drags along drearily. It must be hard times for that turbulent spirit. It will be a long time before she is on her feet again. It is a most pathetic case. I wish I could transfer it to myself. Between ripping and raging and smoking and reading, I could get a good deal of holiday out of it. Clara runs the house smoothly and capitally. Heavy as was the cloud of illness, he could not help pestering Twichell a little about a recent mishap, a sprained shoulder. "I should like to know how and where it happened. In the pulpit, as like as not? Otherwise you would not be taking so much pains to conceal it. This is not a malicious suggestion, and not a personally invented one. You told me yourself once that you threw artificial power and impressiveness in your sermons where needed by banging the Bible, your own words. You have reached a time of life when it is not wise to take these risks. You would better jump around. We all have to change our methods as the infirmities of age creep upon us. Jumping around will be impressive now, whereas before you were gray it would have excited remark." Mrs. Clemens seemed to improve as the weeks passed, and they had great hopes of her complete recovery. Clemens took up some work, a new Huck Finn story inspired by his trip to Hannibal. It was to have two parts, Huck and Tom in youth, and then their return in old age. He did some chapters quite in the old vein, and wrote to Howells of his plan. Howells answered: "It is a great layout. What I shall enjoy most will be the return of the old fellows to the scene and their tall lying. There is a matchless chance there. I suppose you will put in plenty of pegs in this prefatory part." But the new story did not reach completion. Huck and Tom would not come back, even to go over the old scenes. End of Chapter 223, At York Harbor. Read by John Greenman. Section 13 of Mark Twain, A Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 224, The 67th Birthday Dinner. It was on the evening of the 27th of November, 1902, at the Metropolitan Club, New York City, that Colonel George Harvey, president of the Harper Company, gave Mark Twain a dinner in celebration of his 67th birthday. The actual date fell 3 days later, but that would bring it on Sunday, and to give it on Saturday night would be more than likely to carry it into Sabbath morning, and so the 27th was chosen. Colonel Harvey himself presided, and Howells led the speakers with a poem, a double-barreled sonnet to Mark Twain, which closed: "Still to have everything beyond cavil right, we will dine with you here till Sunday night." Thomas Brackett Reed followed with what proved to be the last speech he would ever make, as it was also one of his best. All the speakers did well that night, and they included some of the country's foremost in oratory: Chauncey Depew, St. Clair McKelway, Hamilton Mabie, and Wayne MacVeagh. Dr. Henry Van Dyke and John Kendrick Bangs read poems. The chairman constantly kept the occasion from becoming too serious by maintaining an attitude of thinking ambassador for the guest of the evening, gently pushing Clemens back in his seat when he attempted to rise, and expressing for him an opinion of each of the various tributes. "The limit has been reached," he announced at the close of Dr. Van Dyke's poem. "More that is better could not be said. Gentlemen, Mr. Clemens."
It is seldom that Mark Twain has made a better after dinner speech than he delivered then. He was surrounded by some of the best minds of the nation, men assembled to do him honor. They expected much of him, to Mark Twain always an inspiring circumstance. He was greeted with cheers and handclapping that came volley after volley and seemed never ready to end. When it had died away at last he stood waiting a little in the stillness for his voice. Then he said, "I think I ought to be allowed to talk as long as I want to." And again the storm broke. It is a speech not easy to abridge, a finished and perfect piece of after dinner eloquence. The 67th birthday speech entire is included in the volume Mark Twain's Speeches. Full of humorous stories and moving references to old friends, to Hay and Reed and Twichell and Howells and Rogers, the friends he had known so long and loved so well. He told of his recent trip to his boyhood home, and how he had stood with John Briggs on Holliday's Hill, and they had pointed out the haunts of their youth. Then, at the end, he paid a tribute to the companion of his home, who could not be there to share his evening's triumph. This peroration, a beautiful heart offering to her and to those that had shared in long friendship, demands admission. Now, there is one invisible guest here. A part of me is not present. The larger part, the better part, is yonder at her home. That is my wife, and she has a good many personal friends here, and I think it won't distress any one of them to know that, although she is going to be confined to her bed for many months to come from that nervous prostration, there is not any danger, and she is coming along very well, and I think it quite appropriate that I should speak of her. I knew her for the first time just in the same year that I first knew John Hay and Tom Reed and Mr. Twichell, 36 years ago, and she has been the best friend I have ever had, and that is saying a good deal. She has reared me, she and Twichell together, and what I am I owe to them. Twichell, why, it is such a pleasure to look upon Twichell's face. For 25 years I was under the Reverend Mr. Twichell's tuition. I was in his pastorate, occupying a pew in his church, and held him in due reverence. That man is full of all the graces that go to make a person companionable and beloved, and wherever Twichell goes to start a church the people flock there to buy the land. They find real estate goes up all around the spot, and the envious and the thoughtful always try to get Twichell to move to their neighborhood and start a church, and wherever you see him go you can go and buy land there with confidence, feeling sure that there will be a double price for you before very long. I have tried to do good in this world, and it is marvelous in how many different ways I have done good, and it is comfortable to reflect. Now there's Mr. Rogers. Just out of the affection I bear that man many a time I have given him points in finance that he had never thought of, and if he could lay aside envy, prejudice, and superstition, and utilize those
ideas in his business, it would make a difference in his bank account. Well, I liked the poetry. I liked all the speeches and the poetry, too. I liked Dr. Van Dyke's poem. I wish I could return thanks in proper measure to you, gentlemen, who have spoken and violated your feelings to pay me compliments. Some were merited and some you overlooked, it is true, and Colonel Harvey did slander every one of you and put things into my mouth that I never said, never thought of at all. And now my wife and I, out of our single heart, return you our deepest and most grateful thanks, and yesterday was her birthday. The 67th birthday dinner was widely celebrated by the press, and newspaper men generally took occasion to pay brilliant compliments to Mark Twain. Arthur Brisbane wrote editorially: "For more than a generation he has been the Messiah of a genuine gladness and joy to the millions of 3 continents." It was little more than a week later that one of the old friends he had mentioned, Thomas Brackett Reed, apparently well and strong that birthday evening, passed from the things of this world. Clemens felt his death keenly, and in a goodbye which he wrote for Harper's Weekly he said: "His was a nature which invited affection, compelled it, in fact, and met it halfway. Hence he was Tom to the most of his friends and to half of the nation. I cannot remember back to a time when he was not Tom Reed to me, nor to a time when he could have been offended at being so addressed by me. I cannot remember back to a time when I could let him alone in an after dinner speech if he was present, nor to a time when he did not take my extravagance concerning him, and misstatements about him in good part, nor yet to a time when he did not pay them back with usury when his turn came. The last speech he made was at my birthday dinner at the end of November, when naturally I was his text. My last word to him was in a letter the next day. A day later I was illustrating a fantastic article on art with his portrait among others, a portrait now to be laid reverently away among the jests that begin in humor and end in pathos. These things happened only 8 days ago, and now he is gone from us, and the nation is speaking of him as one who was. It seems incredible, impossible. Such a man, such a friend, seems to us a permanent possession. His vanishing from our midst is unthinkable, as was the vanishing of the Campanile, that had stood for 1,000 years and was turned to dust in a moment." The appreciation closes: "I have only wished to say how fine and beautiful was his life and character, and to take him by the hand and say good by as to a fortunate friend who has done well his work and goes a pleasant journey." End of Chapter 224, The 67th Birthday Dinner, read by John Greenman. Section 14 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine.
Chapter 225, Christian Science Controversies. The North American Review for December 1902 contained an installment of the Christian Science series which Mark Twain had written in Vienna several years before. He had renewed his interest in the doctrine, and his admiration for Mrs. Eddy's peculiar abilities and his antagonism toward her had augmented in the meantime. Howells refers to the "mighty moment when Clemens was building his engines of war for the destruction of Christian Science, which superstition nobody, and he least of all, expected to destroy. He believed that as a religious machine the Christian Science Church was as perfect as the Roman Church, and destined to be more formidable in its control of the minds of men. An interesting phase of his psychology in this business was not only his admiration for the masterly policy of the Christian Science hierarchy, but his willingness to allow the miracles of its healers to be tried on his friends and family if they wished it. He had a tender heart for the whole generation of empirics, as well as the newer sorts of scienticians, but he seemed to base his faith in them largely upon the failure of the regulars, rather than upon their own successes, which also he believed in. He was reluctantly, but not insistently, desirous that you should try their strange magics when you were going to try the familiar medicines. Clemens never had any quarrel with the theory of Christian Science or mental healing, or with any of the empiric practices. He acknowledged good in all of them, and he welcomed most of them in preference to materia medica. It is true that his animosity for the founder of the Christian Science cult sometimes seems to lap over and fringe the religion itself, but this is apparent rather than real. Furthermore, he frequently expressed a deep obligation which humanity owed to the founder of the faith, in that she had organized a healing element ignorantly and indifferently employed hitherto. His quarrel with Mrs. Eddy lay in the belief that she herself, as he expressed it, was "a very unsound Christian Scientist. I believe she has a serious malady, self-edification, and that it will be well to have one of the experts demonstrate over her." But he added, "Closely examined, painstakingly studied, she is easily the most interesting person on the planet, and in several ways as easily the most extraordinary woman that was ever born upon it." Necessarily the forces of Christian Science were aroused by these articles, and there were various replies, among them one by the founder herself, a moderate rejoinder in her usual literary form. "Mrs. Eddy in error," in the North American Review for April, 1903, completed what Clemens had to say on the matter for this time. He was putting together a book on the subject, comprised of his various published papers and some added chapters. It would not be a large volume, and he offered to let his Christian Science opponents share it with him, stating their side of the case. Mr. William D. McCracken, one of the church's chief advocates, was among those invited to participate. McCracken and Clemens, from having begun as enemies, had become quite friendly, and had discussed their differences face to face at considerable length. Early in the controversy Clemens one night wrote McCracken a pretty savage letter. He threw it on the hall table for mailing, but later got out of bed and slipped downstairs to get it. It was too late. The letters had been gathered up and mailed. Next evening a truly Christian note came from McCracken, returning the hasty letter, which he said he was sure the writer would wish to recall. Their friendship began there. For some reason, however, the collaborated volume did not materialize. In the end, publication was delayed a number of years, by which time Clemens's active interest was a good deal modified, though the practice itself never failed to invite his attention. Howells refers to his anti-Christian Science rages, which began with the postponement of the book, and these Clemens vented at the time in another manuscript entitled Oedipus, an imaginary history of 1,000 years hence, when Eddyism should rule the world. By that day its founder would have become a deity, and the calendar would be changed to accord with her birth. It was not publishable matter, and really never intended as such. It was just one of the things which Mark Twain wrote to relieve mental pressure. End of Chapter 225, Christian Science Controversies, read by John Greenman. Section 15 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 226, Was It Heaven or Hell? The Christmas number of Harper's Magazine for 1902 contained the story, Was It Heaven or Hell? And it immediately brought a flood of letters to its author from grateful readers on both sides of the ocean. An Englishman wrote, I want to thank you for writing so pathetic and so profoundly true a story. And an American declared it to be the best short story ever written. Another letter said, I have learned to love those maiden liars, love and weep over them. Then put them beside Dante's Beatrice in Paradise. There were plenty of such letters, but there was one of a different sort. It was a letter from a man who had but recently gone through almost precisely the experience narrated in the tale. His dead daughter had even borne the same name, Helen. She had died of typhus while her mother was prostrated with the same malady, and the deception had been maintained in precisely the same way, even to the fictitiously written letters. Clemens replied to this letter, acknowledging the striking nature of the coincidence it related, and added that, had he invented the story, he would have believed it a case of mental telegraphy. I was merely telling a true story, just as it had been told to me by one who well knew the mother and the daughter and all the beautiful and pathetic details. I was living in the house where it had happened, 3 years before, and I put it on paper at once while it was fresh in my mind, and its pathos still straining at my heartstrings. Clemens did not guess that the coincidences were not yet complete, that within a month the drama of the tale would be enacted in his own home. In his notebook, under the date of December 24, 1902, he wrote: Jean was hit with a chill. Clara was completing her watch in her mother's room, and there was no one able to force Jean to go to bed. As a result, she is pretty ill to day, fever and high temperature. 3 days later he added, It was pneumonia. For 5 days Jean's temperature ranged between 103 and 104 2/5, till this morning, when it got down to 101. She looks like an escaped survivor of a forest fire. For 6 days now my story in the Christmas Harper's, Was It Heaven or Hell, has been enacted in this household. Every day Clara and the nurses have lied about Jean to her mother, describing the fine times she is having outdoors in the winter sports. That proved a hard, trying winter in the Clemens home, and the burden of it fell chiefly, indeed almost entirely, upon Clara Clemens. Mrs. Clemens became still more frail, and no other member of the family, not even her husband, was allowed to see her for longer than the briefest interval. Yet the patient was all the more anxious to know the news, and daily it had to be prepared, chiefly invented, for her comfort. In an account which Clemens once set down of the siege and season of unveracity, as he called it, he said: Clara stood a daily watch of 3 or 4 hours, and hers was a hard office indeed. Daily she sealed up
in her heart a dozen dangerous truths, and thus saved her mother's life and hope and happiness with holy lies. She had never told her mother a lie in her life before, and I may almost say that she never told her a truth afterward. It was fortunate for us all that Clara's reputation for truthfulness was so well established in her mother's mind. It was our daily protection from disaster. The mother never doubted Clara's word. Clara could tell her large improbabilities without exciting any suspicion, whereas if I tried to market even a small and simple one, the case would have been different. I was never able to get a reputation like Clara's. Mrs. Clemens questioned Clara every day concerning Jean's health, spirits, clothes, employments, and amusements, and how she was enjoying herself, and Clara furnished the information right along in minute detail, every word of it false, of course. Every day she had to tell how Jean dressed, and in time she got so tired of using Jean's existing clothes over and over again, and trying to get new effects out of them, that finally, as a relief to her hard-worked invention, she got to adding imaginary clothes to Jean's wardrobe, and probably would have doubled it and trebled it if a warning note in her mother's comments had not admonished her that she was spending more money on these spectral gowns and things than the family income justified. Some portions of detailed accounts of Clara's busy days of this period, as written at the time by Clemens to Twichell and to Mrs. Crane, are eminently worth preserving. To Mrs. Crane: Clara does not go to her Monday lesson in New York to day, her mother having seemed not so well through the night, but forgets that fact and enters her mother's room, where she has no business to be, toward train time, dressed in a wrapper. Livy: Why, Clara, aren't you going to your lesson? Clara (almost caught): Yes. Livy: In that costume? Clara: Oh, no. Livy: Well, you can't make your train. It's impossible. Clara: I know, but I'm going to take the other one. Livy: Indeed, that won't do. You'll be ever so much too late for your lesson. Clara: No, the lesson time has been put an hour later. Livy, satisfied, then suddenly: But, Clara, that train and the late lesson together will make you late to Mrs. Hapgood's luncheon. Clara: No, the train leaves 15 minutes earlier than it used to. Livy, satisfied: Tell Mrs. Hapgood, etc., 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 which Clara promises to do. Clara dear, after the luncheon, I hate to put this on you, but could you do 2 or 3 little shopping errands for me? Clara: Oh, it won't trouble me a bit. I can do it. Takes a list of the things she is to buy, a list which she will presently hand to another. At 3 or 4 P.M. Clara takes the things brought from New York, studies over her part a little, then goes to her mother's room. Livy: It's very good of you, dear. Of course if I had known it was going to be so snowy and drizzly and sloppy I wouldn't have asked you to buy them. Did you get wet? Clara: Oh, nothing to hurt. Livy: You took a cab both ways? Clara: Not from the station to the lesson. The weather was good enough till that was over. Livy: Well, now, tell me everything Mrs. Hapgood said. Clara tells her a long yarn, avoiding novelties and surprises and anything likely to inspire questions difficult to answer, and of course detailing the menu, for if it had been the feeding of the 5,000, Livy would have insisted on knowing what kind of bread it was and how the fishes were served. By and by, while talking of something else, Livy: "Clams in the end of December. Are you sure it was clams?" Clara: I didn't say I meant blue points." Livy, tranquilized: "It seemed odd. What is Jean doing?" Clara: "She said she was going to do a little typewriting." Livy: "Has she been out to day?" Clara: "Only a moment, right after luncheon. She was determined to go out again, but" Livy: "How did you know she was out?" Clara, saving herself in time: "Katie told me. She was determined to go out again in the rain and snow, but I persuaded her to stay in." Livy, with moving and grateful admiration: "Clara, you are wonderful. The wise watch you keep over Jean, and the influence you have over her. It's so lovely of you, and I tied here and can't take care of her myself." And she goes on with these undeserved praises till Clara is expiring with shame. To Twichell: "I am to see Livy a moment every afternoon until she has another bad night, and I stand in dread, for with all my practice I realize that in a sudden emergency I am but a poor, clumsy liar, whereas a fine, alert, and capable emergency liar is the only sort that is worth anything in a sick chamber. Now, Joe, just see what reputation can do. All Clara's life she has told Livy the truth, and now the reward comes. Clara lies to her 3½ hours every day, and Livy takes it all at par, whereas even when I tell her a truth it isn't worth much without corroboration. Soon my brief visit is due. I've just been up listening at Livy's door. 5 P.M. A great disappointment. I was sitting outside Livy's door waiting. Clara came out a minute ago and said, 'Livy is not so well, and the nurse can't let me see her to day.'" That pathetic drama was to continue in some degree for many a long month. All that winter and spring Mrs. Clemens kept but a frail hold on life. Clemens wrote little, and refused invitations everywhere he could. He spent his time largely in waiting for the 2-minute period each day when he could stand at the bed foot and say a few words to the invalid, and he confined his writing mainly to the comforting, affectionate messages which he was allowed to push under her door. He was always waiting there long before the moment he was permitted to enter. Her illness and her helplessness made manifest what Howells has fittingly characterized as his "beautiful and tender loyalty to her, which was the most moving quality of his most faithful soul." End of Chapter 226. Was it Heaven or Hell? Read by John Greenman. Section 16 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 227, The Second Riverdale Winter. Most of Mark Twain's stories have been dramatized at one time or another, and with more or less success. He had 2 plays going that winter, one of them the little "Death Disk," which in story form had appeared a year before in Harper's Magazine. It was put on at the Carnegie Lyceum with considerable effect, but it was not of sufficient importance to warrant a long continuance. Another play of that year was a dramatization of "Huckleberry Finn," by Lee Arthur.
This was played with a good deal of success in Baltimore, Philadelphia, and elsewhere, the receipts ranging from $300 to $2,100 per night, according to the weather and locality. Why the play was discontinued is not altogether apparent. Certainly many a dramatic enterprise has gone further, faring worse. Huck, in book form, also had been having adventures a little earlier, in being tabooed on account of his morals by certain librarians of Denver and Omaha. It was years since Huck had been in trouble of that sort, and he acquired a good deal of newspaper notoriety in consequence. Certain entries in Mark Twain's notebook reveal somewhat of his life and thought at this period. We find such entries as this: Saturday, January 3, 1903. The offspring of riches, pride, vanity, ostentation, arrogance, tyranny. Sunday, January 4, 1903. The offspring of poverty, greed, sordidness, envy, hate, malice, cruelty, meanness, lying, shirking, cheating, stealing, murder. Monday, February 2, 1903. 33rd wedding anniversary. I was allowed to see Livy 5 minutes this morning, in honor of the day. She makes but little progress toward recovery. Still there is certainly some, we are sure. Sunday, March 1, 1903. We may not doubt that society in heaven consists mainly of undesirable persons. Thursday, March 19, 1903. Susy's birthday. She would be 31 now. The family illnesses, which presently included an allotment for himself, his old bronchitis, made him rage more than ever at the imperfections of the species, which could be subject to such a variety of ills. Once he wrote: Man was made at the end of the week's work, when God was tired. And again: Adam, man's benefactor, he gave him all that he has ever received that was worth having, death. The Riverdale home was in reality little more than a hospital that spring. Jean had scarcely recovered her physical strength when she was attacked by measles, and Clara also fell a victim to the infection. Fortunately, Mrs. Clemens's health had somewhat improved. It was during this period that Clemens formulated his eclectic therapeutic doctrine. Writing to Twichell, April 4, 1903, he said: Livy does make a little progress these past 3 or 4 days, progress which is visible to even the untrained eye. The physicians are doing good work for her, but my notion is that no art of healing is the best for all ills. I should distribute the ailments around: surgery cases to the surgeon, lupus to the actinic ray specialist, nervous prostration to the Christian Scientist, most ills to the allopath and the homeopath, and, in my own particular case, rheumatism, gout, and bronchial attack to the osteopathist. He had plenty of time to think and to read during those weeks of confinement, and to rage, and to write when he felt the need of that expression, though he appears to have completed not much for print beyond his reply to Mrs. Eddy, already mentioned, and his burlesque, Instructions in Art, with pictures by himself, published in the Metropolitan for April and May. Howells called his attention to some military outrages in the Philippines, citing a case where a certain lieutenant had tortured one of his men, a mild offender, to death out of pure deviltry, and had been tried but not punished for his fiendish crime. The torture to death of Private Edward C. Richter, an American soldier, by orders of a commissioned officer of the United States Army on the night of February 7, 1902. Private Richter was bound and gagged, and the gag held in his mouth by means of a club while ice water was slowly poured into his face, a dipperful at a time, for 2½ hours, until life became extinct. Clemens undertook to give expression to his feelings on this subject, but he boiled so when he touched pen to paper to write of it that it was simply impossible for him to say anything within the bounds of print. Then his only relief was to rise and walk the floor, and curse out his fury at the race that had produced such a specimen. Mrs. Clemens, who perhaps got some drift or the echo of these tempests, now and then sent him a little admonitory, affectionate note. Among the books that Clemens read, or tried to read, during his confinement were certain of the novels of Sir Walter Scott. He had never been able to admire Scott, and determined now to try to understand this author's popularity and his standing with the critics. But after wading through the first volume of one novel and beginning another one, he concluded to apply to one who could speak as having authority. He wrote to Brander Matthews: Dear Brander, I haven't been out of my bed for 4 weeks, but well, I have been reading a good deal, and it occurs to me to ask you to sit down sometime or other when you have 8 or 9 months to spare, and jot me down a certain few literary particulars for my help and elevation. Your time need not be thrown away, for at your further leisure you can make Columbian lectures out of the results and do your students a good turn. 1. Are there in Sir Walter's novels passages done in good English, English which is neither slovenly nor involved? 2. Are there passages whose English is not poor and thin and commonplace, but is of a quality above that? 3. Are there passages which burn with real fire, not punk, foxfire, make-believe? 4. Has he heroes and heroines who are not cads and caddises? 5. Has he personages whose acts and talk correspond with their characters as described by him? 6. Has he heroes and heroines whom the reader admires and knows why? 7. Has he funny characters that are funny, and humorous passages that are humorous? 8. Does he ever chain the reader's interest and make him reluctant to lay the book down? 9. Are there pages where he ceases from posing, ceases from admiring the placid flood and flow of his own delusion, ceases from being artificial, and is for a time, long or short, recognizably sincere and in earnest? 10. Did he know how to write English, and didn't do it because he didn't want to? 11. Did he use the right word only when he couldn't think of another one, or did he run so much to wrong words because he didn't know the right one when he saw it? 12. Can you read him and keep your respect for him? Of course a person could in his day, an era of sentimentality and sloppy romantics, but land, can a body do it today?
Brander, I lie here dying, slowly dying, under the blight of Sir Walter. I have read the first volume of Rob Roy, and as far as chapter 19 of Guy Mannering, and I can no longer hold my head up or take my nourishment. Lord, it's all so juvenile, so artificial, so shoddy, and such wax figures and skeletons and specters. Interest? Why, it is impossible to feel an interest in these bloodless shams, these milk and water humbugs, and oh, the poverty of invention! Not poverty in inventing situations, but poverty in furnishing reasons for them. Sir Walter usually gives himself away when he arranges for a situation, elaborates and elaborates and elaborates till, if you live to get to it, you don't believe in it when it happens. I can't find the rest of Rob Roy. I can't stand any more Mannering. I do not know just what to do, but I will reflect, and not quit this great study rashly. My, I wish I could see you and Leigh Hunt. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. But a few days later he experienced a revelation. It came when he perseveringly attacked still a third work of Scott, Quentin Durward. Hastily he wrote to Matthews again: I'm still in bed, but the days have lost their dullness since I broke into Sir Walter and lost my temper. I finished Guy Mannering, that curious, curious book, with its mob of squalid shadows gibbering around a single flesh and blood being, Dinmont, a book crazily put together out of the very refuse of the romance artist's stage properties, finished it, and took up Quentin Durward, and finished that. It was like leaving the dead to mingle with the living. It was like withdrawing from the infant class in the College of Journalism to sit under the lectures in English literature in Columbia University. I wonder who wrote Quentin Durward. This letter, enveloped, addressed, and stamped, was evidently mislaid. It was found and mailed 7 years later, June, 1910. Message from the dead. Among other books which he read that winter and spring was Helen Keller's The Story of My Life, then recently published. That he finished it in a mood of sweet gentleness we gather from a long, lovely letter which he wrote her, a letter in which he said: I am charmed with your book, enchanted. You are a wonderful creature, the most wonderful in the world, you and your other half together, Miss Sullivan, I mean, for it took the pair of you to make a complete and perfect whole. How she stands out in her letters, her brilliancy, penetration, originality, wisdom, character, and the fine literary competencies of her pen, they are all there. When reading and writing failed as diversion, Mark Twain often turned to mathematics. With no special talent for accuracy in the matter of figures, he had a curious fondness for calculations, scientific and financial, and he used to cover pages, ciphering at one thing and another, arriving pretty inevitably at the wrong results. When the problem was financial, and had to do with his own fortunes, his figures were as likely as not to leave him in a state of panic. The expenditures were naturally heavy that spring,
and one night, when he had nothing better to do, he figured the relative proportions to his income. The result showed that they were headed straight for financial ruin. He put in the rest of the night fearfully rolling and tossing, and reconstructing his figures that grew always worse, and next morning summoned Jean and Clara and petrified them with the announcement that the cost of living was 125% more than the money supply. Writing to McAllister 3 days later, he said: "It was a mistake. When I came down in the morning, a gray and aged wreck, I found that in some unaccountable way unaccountable to a business man, but not to me I had multiplied the totals by two. By God, I dropped 75 years on the floor where I stood. Do you know it affected me as one is affected when one wakes out of a hideous dream and finds it was only a dream? It was a great comfort and satisfaction to me to call the daughters to a private meeting of the board again. Certainly there is a blistering and awful reality about a well arranged unreality. It is quite within the possibilities that 2 or 3 nights like that of mine would drive a man to suicide. He would refuse to examine the figures. They would revolt him so, and he would go to his death unaware that there was nothing serious about them. I cannot get that night out of my head. It was so vivid, so real, so ghastly. In any other year of these 33 the relief would have been simple. Go where you can. Cut your cloth to fit your income. You can't do that when your wife can't be moved, even from one room to the next. The doctor and a specialist met in conspiracy 5 days ago, and in their belief she will by and by come out of this as good as new, substantially. They ordered her to Italy for next winter, which seems to indicate that by autumn she will be able to undertake the voyage. So Clara is writing to a Florence friend to take a look around among the villas for us in the regions near that city. End of Chapter 227. The Second Riverdale Winter. Read by John Greenman. Section 17 of Mark Twain, A Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 228, Proffered Honors. Mark Twain had been at home well on toward 3 years, but his popularity showed no signs of diminishing. So far from having waned, it had surged to a higher point than ever before. His crusade against public and private abuses had stirred readers and had set them to thinking. The news of illness in his household, a report that he was contemplating another residence abroad, these things moved deeply the public heart, and a tide of letters flowed in, letters of every sort, of sympathy, of love, or hearty endorsement, whatever his attitude of reform. When a writer in a New York newspaper said, "Let us go outside the realm of practical politics next time in choosing our candidates for the presidency," and asked, "Who is our ablest and most conspicuous private citizen?" another editorial writer, Joseph Hollister, replied that Mark Twain was "the greatest man of his day in private life, and entitled to the fullest measure of recognition." But Clemens was without political ambitions. He knew the way of such things too well. When Hollister sent him the editorial he replied only with a word of thanks, and did not, even in jest, encourage that tiny seed of a presidential boom. One would like to publish many of the beautiful letters received during this period, for they are beautiful, most of them, however illiterate in form, however discouraging in length, beautiful in that they overflow with the writer's sincerity and gratitude. So many of them came from children, usually without the hope of a reply, some signed only with initials, that the writers might not be open to the suspicion of being seekers for his autograph. Almost more than any other reward, Mark Twain valued this love of the children. A department in the St. Nicholas magazine offered a prize for a caricature drawing of some well known man. There were one or two of certain prominent politicians and capitalists, and there was literally a wheelbarrow load of Mark Twain. When he was informed of this he wrote: "No tribute could have pleased me more than that, the friendship of the children." Tributes came to him in many forms. In his native State it was proposed to form a Mark Twain Association, with headquarters at Hannibal, with the immediate purpose of having a week set apart at the St. Louis World's Fair to be called the Mark Twain Week, with a special Mark Twain Day, on which a national literary convention would be held. But when his consent was asked and his cooperation invited, he wrote characteristically: "It is indeed a high compliment which you offer me in naming an association after me and in proposing the setting apart of a Mark Twain Day at the great St. Louis Fair, but such compliments are not proper for the living. They are proper and safe for the dead only. I value the impulse which moves you to tender me these honors. I value it as highly as any one can, and am grateful for it. But I should stand in a sort of terror of the honors themselves. So long as we remain alive, we are not safe from doing things which, however righteously and honorably intended, can wreck our repute and extinguish our friendships. I hope that no society will be named for me while I am still alive, for I might at some time or other do something which would cause its members to regret having done me that honor. After I shall have joined the dead, I shall follow the custom of those people and be guilty of no conduct that can wound any friend. But until that time shall come I shall be a doubtful quantity, like the rest of our race." The committee, still hoping for his consent, again appealed to him, but again he wrote: "While I am deeply touched by the desire of my friends of Hannibal to confer these great honors upon me, I must still forbear to accept them. Spontaneous and unpremeditated honors, like those which came to me at Hannibal, Columbia, St. Louis, and at the village stations all down the line, are beyond all price and are a treasure for life in the memory, for they are a free gift out of the heart, and they come without solicitation. But I am a Missourian, and so I shrink from distinctions which have to be arranged beforehand and with my privity, for I then become a party to my own exalting. I am humanly fond of honors that happen, but chary of those that come by canvas and intention." Somewhat later he suggested a different feature for the fair, one that was not practical, perhaps, but which certainly would have aroused interest, that is to say, an old-fashioned 6-day steamboat race from New Orleans to St. Louis, with the old-fashioned accessories such as torch baskets, forecastle crowds of negro singers, with a negro on the safety valve. In his letter to President Francis he said: As to particulars, I think that the race should be a genuine reproduction of the old time race, not just an imitation of it, and that it should cover the whole course. I think the boats should begin the trip at New Orleans, and side by side, not an interval between, and end it at North St. Louis, a mile or two above the big mound. In a subsequent letter to Governor Francis he wrote: It has been a dear wish of mine to exhibit myself at the great fair and get a prize, but circumstances beyond my control have interfered. I suppose you will get a prize, because you have created the most prodigious fair the planet has ever seen. Very well, you have indeed earned it, and with it the gratitude of the State and the nation. Newspaper men used every inducement to get interviews from him. They invited him to name a price for any time he could give them, long or short. One reporter offered him $500 for a 2-hour talk. Another proposed to pay him $100 a week for a quarter of a day each week, allowing him to discuss any subject he pleased. One wrote asking him 2 questions: the first, your favorite method of escaping from Indians; the second, your favorite method of escaping capture by the Indians when they were in pursuit of you. They inquired as to his favorite copybook maxim, as to what he considered most important to a young man's success, his definition of a gentleman. They wished to know his plan for the settlement of labor troubles, but they did not awaken his interest or his cupidity. To one applicant he wrote: No, there are temptations against which we are fireproof. Your proposition is one which comes to me with considerable frequency, but it never tempts me. The price isn't the objection. You offer plenty. It is the nature of the work that is the objection, a kind of work which I could not do well enough to satisfy me. To multiply the price by 20 would not enable me to do the work to my satisfaction, and, by consequence, would make no impression upon me. Once he allowed himself to be interviewed for the Herald, when from Mr. Rogers's yacht he had watched Sir Thomas Lipton's Shamrock go down to defeat. But this was a subject which appealed to him, a kind of hot weather subject, and he could be as light-minded about it as he chose. End of Chapter 228. Proffered Honors. Read by John Greenman. Section 18 of Mark Twain, a Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 229. The Last Summer at Elmira. The Clemenses were preparing to take up residence in Florence, Italy. The Hartford house had been sold in May, ending forever the association with the city that had so long been a part of their lives. The Tarrytown place, which they had never occupied, they also agreed to sell, for it was the belief now that Mrs. Clemens's health would never greatly prosper there. Howells says, or at least implies, that they expected their removal to Florence to be final. He tells us, too, of one sunny afternoon when he and Clemens sat on the grass before the mansion at Riverdale, after Mrs. Clemens had somewhat improved, and how they looked up toward a balcony where by and by that lovely presence made itself visible, as if it had stooped there from a cloud. A hand frailly waved a handkerchief. Clemens ran over the lawn toward it, calling tenderly. It was a greeting to Howells, the last he would ever receive from her. Mrs. Clemens was able to make a trip to Elmira by the end of June, and on the 1st of July Mr. Rogers brought Clemens and his wife down the river on his yacht to the Lackawanna pier, and they reached Quarry Farm that evening. She improved in the quietude and restfulness of that beloved place. 3 weeks later Clemens wrote to Twichell: Livy is coming along. Eats well, sleeps some, is mostly very gay, not very often depressed, spends all day on the porch, sleeps there a part of the night, makes excursions in carriage and in wheel chair, and, in the matter of superintending everything and everybody, has resumed business at the old stand. During 3 peaceful months she spent most of her days reclining on the wide veranda, surrounded by those dearest to her, and looking out on the dreamlike landscape, the long grassy slope, the drowsy city, and the distant hills, getting strength for the far journey by sea. Clemens did some writing, occupying the old octagonal study, shut in now and overgrown with vines, where during the 30 years since it was built so many of his stories had been written. A Dog's Tale, that pathetic anti-vivisection story, appears to have been the last manuscript ever completed in the spot consecrated by Huck and Tom, and by Tom Canty, the pauper, and the little wandering prince. It was October 5th when they left Elmira. 2 days earlier Clemens had written in his notebook: Today I placed flowers on Susy's grave, for the last time probably, and read words, Good night, dear heart, good night. They did not return to Riverdale, but went to the Hotel Grosvenor for the intervening weeks. They had engaged passage for Italy on the Princess Irene, which would sail on the 24th. It was during the period of their waiting that Clemens concluded his final Harper contract. On that day, in his notebook, he wrote: The Prophecy. In 1895 Cheiro, the palmist, examined my hand and said that in my 68th year, 1903, I would become suddenly rich. I was a bankrupt and $94,000 in debt at the time through the failure of Charles L. Webster and Company. 2 years later, in London, Cheiro repeated this long-distance prediction, and added that the riches would come from a quite unexpected source. I am superstitious. I kept the prediction in mind and often thought of it, when at last it came true, October 22nd, 1903. There was but a month and 9 days to spare. The contract signed that day concentrates all my books in Harper's hands, and now at last they are valuable. In fact, they are a fortune. They guarantee me $25,000 a year for 5 years, and they will yield twice as much as that. In earlier notebooks and letters Clemens more than once refers to this prophecy and wonders if it is to be realized. The Harper contract, which brought all of his books into the hands of one publisher, negotiated for him by Mr. Rogers, proved in fact a fortune. The books yielded almost more than the guarantee, sometimes twice that amount, as he had foreseen. During the conclusion of this contract Clemens made frequent visits to Fairhaven on the Kanawha. Joe Goodman came from the Pacific to pay him a good-by visit during this period. Goodman had translated the Mayan inscriptions, and his work had received official recognition and publication by the British Museum. It was a fine achievement for a man in later life, and Clemens admired it immensely. Goodman and Clemens enjoyed each other in the old way at quiet resorts where they could talk over the old tales. Another visitor of that summer was the son of an old friend, a Hannibal printer named Dalton. Young Dalton came with manuscripts seeking a hearing of the magazine editors, so Clemens wrote a letter which would insure that favor.
introducing Mr. George Dalton to Gilder, Alden, Harvey, McClure, Walker, Page, Bok, Collier, and such other members of the Sacred Guild as privilege me to call them friends, these. Although I have no personal knowledge of the bearer of this, I have what is better. He comes recommended to me by his own father, a thing not likely to happen in any of your families, I reckon. I ask you, as a favor to me, to waive prejudice and superstition for this once, and examine his work with an eye to its literary merit, instead of to the chastity of its spelling. I wish to God you cared less for that particular. I set or sat type alongside of his father in Hannibal more than 50 years ago, when none but the pure in heart were in that business. A true man he was, and if I can be of any service to his son, and to you at the same time, let me hope, I am here heartily to try. Yours by the sanctions of time and deserving, sincerely, S. L. Clemens.
Among the kindly words which came to Mark Twain before leaving America was this one which Rudyard Kipling had written to his publisher, Frank Doubleday.
I love to think of the great and godlike Clemens. He is the biggest man you have on your side of the water, by a damn sight, and don't you forget it. Cervantes was a relation of his.
It curiously happened that Clemens at the same moment was writing to Doubleday about Kipling.
I have been reading The Bell Buoy and The Old Man over and over again, my custom with Kipling's work, and saving up the rest for other leisurely and luxurious meals. A bell buoy is a deeply impressive fellow being. In these many recent trips up and down the Sound in the Kanawha, he has talked to me nightly sometimes in his pathetic and melancholy way, sometimes with his strenuous and urgent note, and I got his meaning. Now I have his words. No one but Kipling could do this strong and vivid thing. Some day I hope to hear the poem chanted or sung with the bell buoy breaking in out of the distance. P.S. Your letter has arrived. It makes me proud and glad what Kipling says. I hope fate will fetch him to Florence while we are there. I would rather see him than any other man.
End of chapter 229, The Last Summer at Elmira. Read by John Greenman. Section 19 of Mark Twain, a Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 230, The Return to Florence. From the notebook: Saturday, October 24th, 1903. Sailed in the Princess Irene for Genoa at 11. Flowers and fruit from Mrs. Rogers and Mrs. Coe. We have with us Katie Leary in our domestic service 23 years, and Miss Margaret Sherry, trained nurse. 2 days later he wrote: Heavy storm all night. Only 3 stewardesses. Ours served 60 meals in rooms this morning. On the 27th: Livy is enduring the voyage marvelously well as Clara and Jean, I think, and far better
than the trained nurse. She has been out on deck an hour. November 2. Due at Gibraltar 10 days from New York, 3 days to Naples, then 2 day to Genoa. At supper the band played Cavalleria Rusticana, which is forever associated in my mind with Susy. I love it better than any other, but it breaks my heart. It was the intermezzo he referred to which had been Susy's favorite music, and whenever he heard it he remembered always one particular opera night long ago, and Susy's face rose before him. They were in Naples on the 5th, thence to Genoa and to Florence, where presently they were installed in the Villa Reale de Quarto, a fine old Italian palace built by Cosimo more than 4 centuries ago. In later times it has been occupied and altered by royal families of Württemberg and Russia. Now it was the property of the Countess Massiglia, from whom Clemens had leased it. They had hoped to secure the Via Papignano under Fiesole, near Professor Fiske, but negotiations for it had fallen through. The Villa Quarto, as it is usually called, was a more pretentious place, and as beautifully located, standing as it does in an ancient garden looking out over Florence towards Vallombrosa and the Chianti Hills. Yet now, in retrospect, it seems hardly to have been the retreat for an invalid. Its garden was supernaturally beautiful, all that one expects that a garden of Italy should be, such a garden as Maxfield Parrish might dream, but its beauty was that which comes of antiquity, the accumulation of dead years. Its funereal cypresses, its crumbling walls and arches, its clinging ivy and moldering marbles, and a clock that long ago forgot the hours, gave it a mortuary look. In a way it suggested Arnold Böcklin's Todteninsel, and it might well have served as the allegorical setting for a gateway to the bourne of silence. The house itself, one of the most picturesque of the old Florentine suburban palaces, was historically interesting rather than cheerful. The rooms, in number more than 60, though richly furnished, were vast and barn-like, and there were numbers of them wholly unused and never entered. There was a dearth of the modern improvements which Americans have learned to regard as a necessity, and the plumbing, such as it was not always in order. The place was approached by narrow streets, along which the more uninviting aspects of Italy were not infrequent. Youth and health and romance might easily have reveled in the place, but it seems now not to have been the best choice for that frail invalid, to whom cheer and brightness and freshness and the lovelier things of hope meant always so much. Villa Quarto has recently been purchased by Signor P. de Ritter Lahony, and thoroughly restored and refreshed and beautiful, without the sacrifice of any of its romantic features. Neither was the climate of Florence all that they had hoped for. Their former sunny winter had misled them. Tradition to the contrary, Italy, or at least Tuscany, is not one perpetual dream of sunlight. It is apt to be damp and cloudy. It is likely to be cold. Writing to McAllister, Clemens said: "Florentine sunshine? Bless you, there isn't any. We have heavy fogs every morning and rain all day. This house is not merely large, it is vast. Therefore I think it must always lack the home feeling." His dissatisfaction in it began thus early, and it grew as one thing after another went wrong. With it all, however, Mrs. Clemens seemed to gain a little, and was glad to see company, a reasonable amount of company, to brighten her surroundings. Clemens began to work and wrote a story or two, and those lively articles about the Italian language. To Twichell he reported progress. "I have a handsome success in one way here. I left New York under a sort of half promise to furnish to the Harper magazines 30,000 words this year. Magazining is difficult work, because every third page represents 2 pages that you have put in the fire. You are nearly sure to start wrong twice. And so when you have finished an article and are willing to let it go to print, it represents only 10 cents a word instead of 30. But this time I had the curious and unprecedented luck to start right in each case. I turned out 37,000 words in 25 working days, and the reason I think I started right every time is that not only have I approved and accepted the several articles, but the court of last resort, Livy, has done the same. On many of the between days I did some work, but only of an idle and not necessarily necessary sort, since it will not see print until I am dead. I shall continue this, an hour per day, but the rest of the year I expect to put in on a couple of long books, half completed ones. No more magazine work hanging over my head. This secluded and silent solitude, this clean, soft air, and this enchanting view of Florence, the great valley and snow mountains that frame it, are the right conditions for work. They are a persistent inspiration. Today is very lovely. When the afternoon arrives there will be a new picture every hour till dark, and each of them divine, or progressing from divine to diviner and divinest. On this second floor Clara's room commands the finest. She keeps a window 10 feet high wide open all the time, and frames it in that. I go in from time to time every day and trade sass for a look. The central detail is a distant and stately snow hump that rises above and behind black forested hills, and its sloping vast buttresses, velvety and sun polished, with purple shadows between, make the sort of picture we knew that time we walked in Switzerland in the days of our youth. From this letter, which is of January 7th, 1904, we gather that the weather had greatly improved, and with it Mrs. Clemens's health, notwithstanding she had an alarming attack in December. One of the stories he had finished was the $30,000 bequest. The work mentioned, which would not see print until after his death, was a continuation of those autobiographical chapters which for years he had been setting down as the mood seized him. He experimented with dictation, which he had tried long before with Redpath, and for a time now found it quite to his liking. He dictated some of his copyright memories, and some anecdotes and episodes, but his amanuensis wrote only longhand, which perhaps hampered him, for he tired of it by and by, and the dictations were discontinued. Among these notes there is one elaborate description of the Villa di Quarto, dictated at the end of the winter, by which time we are not surprised to find he had become much attached to the place. The Italian spring was in the air, and it was his habit to grow fond of his surroundings. Some atmospheric paragraphs of these impressions invite us here. We are in the extreme south end of the house, if there is any such thing as a south end to a house, whose orientation cannot be determined by me, because I am incompetent in all cases where an object does not point directly north and south. This one slants across between, and is therefore a confusion. This little private parlor is in one of the two corners of what I call the south end of the house. The sun rises in such a way that all the morning it is pouring its light through the 33 glass doors or windows which pierce the side of the house which looks upon the terrace and garden. The rest of the day the light floods this south end of the house, as I call it. At noon the sun is directly above Florence yonder in the distance in the plain, directly across those architectural features which have been so familiar to the world in pictures for some centuries, the Duomo, the Campanile, the tomb of the Medici, and the beautiful tower of the Palazzo Vecchio. In this position it begins to reveal the secrets of the delicious blue mountains that circle around into the west, for its light discovers, uncovers, and exposes a white snowstorm of villas and cities that you cannot train yourself to have confidence in, they appear and disappear so mysteriously, as if they might not be villas and cities at all, but the ghosts of perished ones of the remote and dim Etruscan times. And late in the afternoon the sun sets down behind those mountains somewhere, at no particular time, and at no particular place, so far as I can see. Again at the end of March he wrote: Now that we have lived in this house 4½ months my prejudices have fallen away one by one, and the place has become very homelike to me. Under certain conditions I should like to go on living in it indefinitely. I should wish the Countess to move out of Italy, out of Europe, out of the planet. I should want her bonded to retire to her place in the next world, and inform me which of the two it was, so that I could arrange for my own hereafter. Complications with their landlady had begun early, and in time, next to Mrs. Clemens's health, to which it bore such an intimate and vital relation, the indifference of the Countess Massiglia to their needs became the supreme and absorbing concern of life at the villa, and led to continued and almost continuous house hunting. Days when the weather permitted, Clemens drove over the hills looking for a villa which he could lease or buy, one with conveniences and just the right elevation and surroundings. There were plenty of villas, but some of them were badly situated as to altitude or view. Some were falling to decay, and the search was rather a discouraging one. Still it was not abandoned, and the reports of these excursions furnished new interest and new hope always to the invalid at home. "Even if we find it," he wrote Howells, "I am afraid it will be months before we can move Mrs. Clemens. Of course it will, but it comforts us to let on that we think otherwise, and these pretensions help to keep hope alive in her." She had her bad days and her good days, days when it was believed she had passed the turning point and was traveling the way to recovery, but the good days were always a little less hopeful, the bad days a little more discouraging. On February 22d Clemens wrote in his notebook: "At midnight Livy's pulse went to 192, and there was a collapse. Great alarm. Subcutaneous injection of brandy saved her." And to McAllister, toward the end of March: "We are having quite perfect weather now, and are hoping that it will bring effects for Mrs. Clemens." But a few days later he added that he was watching the driving rain through the windows, and that it was bad weather for the invalid. "But it will not last," he said. The invalid improved then,
and there was a concert in Florence at which Clara Clemens sang. Clemens in his notebook says: April 8th. Clara's concert was a triumph. Livy woke up and sent for her to tell her all about it near midnight. But a day or two later she was worse again, then better. The hearts in that household were as pendulums, swinging always between hope and despair. One familiar with the Clemens history might well have been filled with forebodings. Already in January a member of the family, Molly Clemens, Orion's wife, died, news which was kept from Mrs. Clemens, as was the death of Aldrich's son and that of Sir Henry M. Stanley, both of which occurred that spring. Indeed, death harvested freely that year among the Clemens friendships. Clemens wrote Twichell: Yours has just this moment arrived, just as I was finishing a note to poor Lady Stanley. I believe the last country house visit we paid in England was to Stanley's. Lord, how my friends and acquaintances fall about me now in my gray-headed days. Vereshchagin, Mommsen, Dvorak, Lenbach, and Jokai, all so recently, and now Stanley. I have known Stanley 37 years. Goodness, who is there I haven't known? End of Chapter 230. The Return to Florence. Read by John Greenman. Section 20 of Mark Twain, A Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 231. The Close of a Beautiful Life. In one of his notes near the end of April, Clemens writes that once more, as at Riverdale, he has been excluded from Mrs. Clemens's room except for the briefest moment at a time. But on May 12th to R. W. Gilder he reported: For 2 days now we have not been anxious about Mrs. Clemens (unberufen). After 20 months of bedridden solitude and bodily misery, she all of a sudden ceases to be a pallid, shrunken shadow, and looks bright and young and pretty. She remains what she always was, the most wonderful creature of fortitude, patience, endurance, and recuperative power that ever was. But, ah, dear, it won't last. This fiendish malady will play new treacheries upon her, and I shall go back to my prayers again, unutterable from any pulpit. May 13th, A.M. I have just paid one of my pair of permitted 2-minute visits per day to the sick room, and found what I have learned to expect: retrogression. There was a day when she was brought out on the terrace in a wheelchair to see the wonder of the early Italian summer. She had been a prisoner so long that she was almost overcome with the delight of it all, the more so, perhaps, in the feeling that she might so soon be leaving it. It was on Sunday, the 5th of June, that the end came. Clemens and Jean had driven out to make some calls, and had stopped at a villa which promised to fulfill most of the requirements. They came home full of enthusiasm concerning it, and Clemens in his mind had decided on the purchase. In the corridor Clara said: "She is better to day than she has been for 3 months." Then quickly, under her breath, "Unberufen," which the others, too, added hastily, superstitiously. Mrs. Clemens was, in fact, bright and cheerful, and anxious to hear all about the new property which was to become their home. She urged him to sit by her during the dinner hour and tell her the details. But once, when the sense of her frailties came upon her, She said they must not mind if she could not go very soon, but be content where they were. He remained from half past 7 until 8, a forbidden privilege, but permitted because she was so animated, feeling so well. Their talk was as it had been in the old days, and once during it he reproached himself, as he had so often done, and asked forgiveness for the tears he had brought into her life. When he was summoned to go at last he chided himself for remaining so long, but she said there was no harm, and kissed him, saying, "You will come back," and he answered, "Yes, to say good night," meaning at half past 9, as was the permitted custom. He stood a moment at the door throwing kisses to her, and she returning them, her face bright with smiles. He was so hopeful and happy that it amounted to an exaltation. He went to his room at first, then he was moved to do a thing which he had seldom done since Susy died. He went to the piano upstairs and sang the old Jubilee songs that Susy had liked to hear him sing. Jean came in presently, listening. She had not done this before, that he could remember. He sang "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot," and "My Lord, He Calls Me." He noticed Jean then, and stopped, but she asked him to go on. Mrs. Clemens, in her room, heard the distant music, and said to her attendant, "He is singing a good night carol to me." The music ceased presently, and then a moment later she asked to be lifted up. Almost in that instant life slipped away without a sound. Clemens, coming to say good night, saw a little group about her bed, Clara and Jean standing as if dazed. He went and bent over and looked into her face, surprised that she did not greet him. He did not suspect what had happened until he heard one of the daughters ask, "Katie, is it true? Oh, Katie, is it true?" He realized then that she was gone. In his notebook that night he wrote: "At 9:15 this evening she that was the life of my life passed to the relief and the peace of death after 22 months of unjust and unearned suffering. I first saw her near 37 years ago, and now I have looked upon her face for the last time. Oh, so unexpected! I was full of remorse for things done and said in these 34 years of married life that hurt Livy's heart." He envied her lying there, so free from it all, with the great peace upon her face. He wrote to Howells and to Twichell, and to Mrs. Crane, those nearest and dearest ones. To Twichell he said: "How sweet she was in death! How young, how beautiful, how like her dear girlish self of 30 years ago! Not a gray hair showing. This rejuvenescence was noticeable within 2 hours after her death, and when I went down again, 2:30, it was complete. In all that night and all that day she never noticed my caressing hand. It seemed strange." To Howells he recalled the closing scene: "I bent over her and looked in her face, and I think I spoke. I was surprised and troubled that she did not notice me. Then we understood, and our hearts broke. How poor we are to day! But how thankful I am that her persecutions are ended. I would not call her back if I could. To day, treasured in her worn Old Testament, I found a dear and gentle letter from you, dated Far Rockaway, September 13th, 1896, about our poor Susy's death. I am tired and old.
I wish I were with Livy. And in a few days, it would break Livy's heart to see Clara. We excuse ourselves from all the friends that call, though, of course, only intimates come. Intimates, but they are not the old friends, the friends of the old times when we laughed. Shall we ever laugh again? If I could only see a dog that I knew in the old times and could put my arms around his neck and tell him all, everything, and ease my heart. End of chapter 231. The Close of a Beautiful Life. Read by John Greenman. Section 21 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 232, The Sad Journey Home. A tidal wave of sympathy poured in. Noble and commoner, friend and stranger, humanity of every station sent their messages of condolence to the friend of mankind. The cablegrams came first, bundles of them from every corner of the world, then the letters, a steady inflow. Howells, Twichell, Aldrich, those oldest friends who had themselves learned the meaning of grief, spoke such few and futile words as the language can supply to allay a heart's mourning, each recalling the rarity and beauty of the life that had slipped away. Twichell and his wife wrote: Dear Mark, there is nothing we can say. What is there to say? But here we are, with you, all, every hour and every minute, filled with unutterable thoughts, unutterable affection for the dead and for the living. Harmony and Joe. Howells in his letter said: She hallowed what she touched far beyond priests. What are you going to do, you poor soul? 100 letters crowd in for expression here, but must be denied. Not, however, the beam of hope out of Helen Keller's illumined night. Do try to reach through grief and feel the pressure of her hand, as I reach through darkness and feel the smile on my friends' lips and the light in their eyes, though mine are closed. They were adrift again, without plans for the future. They would return to America to lay Mrs. Clemens to rest by Susy and little Langdon, but beyond that they could not see. Then they remembered a quiet spot in Massachusetts, Tyringham, near Lee, where the Gilders lived, and so on June 7th he wrote: Dear Gilder family, I have been worrying and worrying to know what to do. At last I went to the girls with an idea to ask the Gilders to get us shelter near their summer home. It was the first time they have not shaken their heads. So tomorrow I will cable to you and shall hope to be in time. An hour ago the best heart that ever beat for me and mine was carried silent out of this house, and I am as one who wanders and has lost his way. She who is gone was our head, she was our hands. We are now trying to make plans, we who have never made a plan before, nor ever needed to. If she could speak to us, she would make it all simple and easy with a word, and our perplexities would vanish away. If she had known she was near to death, she would have told us where to go and what to do, but she was not suspecting, neither were we. She was all our riches and She is gone. She was our breath, she was our life, and now we are nothing. We send you our love, and with it the love of you that was in her heart when she died. S. L. Clemens.
They arranged to sail on the Prince Oscar on the 29th of June. There was an earlier steamer, but it was the Princess Irene which had brought them, and they felt they would not make the return voyage on that vessel. During the period of waiting a curious thing happened. Clemens one day got up in a chair in his room on the second floor to pull down the high window sash. It did not move easily, and his hand slipped. It was only by the merest chance that he saved himself from falling to the ground far below. He mentions this in his notebook, and once, speaking of it to Frederick Duneka, he said, "Had I fallen, it would probably have killed me, and in my bereaved circumstances the world would have been convinced that it was suicide." It was one of those curious coincidences which are always happening and being misunderstood. The homeward voyage and its sorrowful conclusion are pathetically conveyed in his notes. June 29, 1904. Sailed last night at 10. The bugle called to breakfast. I recognized the notes and was distressed. When I heard them last, Livy heard them with me. Now they fall upon her ear unheeded. In my life there have been 68 Junes, but how vague and colorless 67 of them are, contrasted with the deep blackness of this one. July 1st, 1904. I cannot reproduce Livy's face in my mind's eye. I was never in my life able to reproduce a face. It is a curious infirmity, and now at last I realize it is a calamity. July 2nd, 1904. In these 34 years we have made many voyages together, Livy dear, and now we are making our last. You down below and lonely, I above with the crowd and lonely. July 3rd, 1904. Ship time 8 A.M. In 13 hours and a quarter it will be 4 weeks since Livy died. 31 years ago we made our first voyage together, and this is our last one in company. Susy was a year old then. She died at 24 and had been in her grave 8 years. July 10th, 1904. Tonight it will be 5 weeks. But to me it remains yesterday, as it has from the first. But this funeral march, how sad and long it is! 2 days more will end the second stage of it. July 14th, 1904. Elmira. Funeral private in the house of Livy's young maidenhood, where she stood as a bride 34 years ago. There her coffin rested, and over it, in the same voice that had made her a wife, then committed her departed spirit to God now. It was Joseph Twichell who rendered that last service. Mr. Beecher was long since dead. It was a simple, touching utterance, closing with this tender word of farewell: Robert Browning, when he was nearing the end of his earthly days, said that death was the thing that we did not believe in, nor do we believe in it.
We who journeyed through the bygone years in companionship with the bright spirit now withdrawn are growing old. The way behind is long, the way before is short. The end cannot be far off. But what of that? Can we not say, each one, so long that power hath blessed me, sure it still will lead me on, o'er moor and fen, o'er crag and torrent, till the night is gone, and with the morn their angel faces smile, which I have loved long since and lost awhile. And so, good-bye, good-bye, dear heart, strong, tender, and true. Good-bye, until for us the morning break and these shadows fly away. Dr. Eastman, who had succeeded Mr. Beecher, closed the service with a prayer, and so the last office we can render in this life for those we love was finished. Clemens ordered that a simple marker should be placed at the grave, bearing, besides the name, the record of birth and death, followed by the German line,
Gott sei dir gnädig, o meine Wonne.
End of chapter 232, The Sad Journey Home. Read by John Greenman. Section 22 of Mark Twain, A Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 233, Beginning Another Home. There was an extra cottage on the Gilder place at Tyringham, and this they occupied for the rest of that sad summer. Clemens, in his notebook, has preserved some of its aspects and incidents. July 24, 1904. Rain, rain, rain. Cold. We built a fire in my room, then clawed the logs out and threw water, remembering there was a brood of swallows in the chimney. The tragedy was averted. July 31st. Lee, Massachusetts, Berkshire Hills. Last night the young people out on a moonlight ride. Trolley frightened Jean's horse. Collision. Horse killed. Rodman Gilder picked Jean up unconscious. She was taken to the doctor, per the car. Face, nose, side, back contused. Tendon of left ankle broken. August 10th, New York. Clara here sick. Never well since June 5th. Jean is at the summer home in the Berkshire Hills, crippled. The next entry records the third death in the Clemens family within a period of 8 months, that of Mrs. Moffett, who had been Pamela Clemens. Clemens writes, September 1st. Died at Greenwich, Connecticut. My sister, Pamela Moffett, aged about 73. Death dates this year, January 14th, June 5th, September 1st. That fall they took a house in New York City on the corner of 9th Street and Fifth Avenue, number 21, remaining for a time at the Grosvenor while the new home was being set in order. The home furniture was brought from Hartford, unwrapped, and established in the light of strange environment. Clemens wrote, We have not seen it for 13 years. Katie Leary, our old housekeeper, who has been in our service more than 24 years, cried when she told me about it today. She said I had forgotten it was so beautiful, and it brought Mrs. Clemens right back to me in that old time
when she was so young and lovely."
Clara Clemens had not recovered from the strain of her mother's long illness and the shock of her death, and she was ordered into retirement with the care of a trained nurse. The life at 21 Fifth Avenue therefore began with only two remaining members of the broken family, Clemens and Jean. Clemens had undertaken to divert himself with work at Tyringham, though without much success. He was not well. He was restless and disturbed, his heart bleak with a great loneliness. He prepared an article on copyright for the North American Review, published January, 1905, a dialogue presentation of copyright conditions addressed to Thornwald Stolberg, Register of Copyrights, Washington, D.C., one of the best of Mark Twain's papers on the subject. And he began, or at least contemplated, that beautiful fancy, Eve's Diary, which in the widest and most reverential sense, from the first word to the last, conveys his love, his worship, and his tenderness for the one he had laid away. Adam's single comment at the end, "Wheresoever she was, there was Eden," was his own comment, and is perhaps the most tenderly beautiful line he ever wrote. These two books, Adam's Diary and Eve's, amusing and sometimes absurd as they are, and so far removed from the literal, are as autobiographic as anything he has done, and one of them as lovely in its truth. Like the first maker of men, Mark Twain created Adam in his own image, and his rare Eve is no less the companion with whom, half a lifetime before, he had begun the marriage journey. Only here the likeness ceases. No serpent ever entered their Eden, and they never left it. It traveled with them so long as they remained together. In the Christmas Harper for 1904 was published St. Joan of Arc, the same being the Joan introduction prepared in London 5 years before. Joan's proposed beatification had stirred a new interest in the martyred girl, and this most beautiful article became a sort of keynote of the public heart. Those who read it were likely to go back and read the Recollections, and a new appreciation grew for that masterpiece. In his later and wider acceptance by his own land and by the world at large, the book came to be regarded with a fresh understanding. Letters came from scores of readers, as if it were a newly issued volume. A distinguished educator wrote, "I would rather have written your history of Joan of Arc than any other piece of literature in any language." And this sentiment grew. The demand for the book increased, and has continued to increase steadily and rapidly. In the long and last analysis, the good must prevail. A day will come when there will be as many readers of Joan as of any other of Mark Twain's works. The growing appreciation of Joan is shown by the report of sales for the 3 years following 1904. The sales for that year in America were 1,726, for 1905, 2,445, for 1906, 5,381, for 1907, 6,574. At this point it passed Pudd'nhead Wilson, The Yankee, The Gilded Age, Life on the Mississippi, overtook The Tramp Abroad, and more than doubled The American Claimant. Only The Innocents Abroad, Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer, and Roughing It still ranged ahead of it, in the order named. End of Chapter 233, Beginning Another Home. Read by John Greenman. Section 23 of Mark Twain, a Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 234, Life at 21 Fifth Avenue. The house at 21 Fifth Avenue, built by the architect who had designed Grace Church, had a distinctly ecclesiastical suggestion about its windows, and was of fine and stately proportions within. It was a proper residence for a venerable author and a sage, and with the handsome Hartford furnishings distributed through it, made a distinctly suitable setting for Mark Twain. But it was lonely for him; it lacked soul. He added, presently, a great Aeolian orchestrelle, with a variety of music for his different moods. He believed that he would play it himself when he needed the comfort of harmony, and that Jean, who had not received musical training, or his secretary, could also play to him. He had a passion for music, or at least for melody and stately rhythmic measures, though his ear was not attuned to what are termed the more classical compositions. For Wagner, for instance, he cared little, though in a letter to Mrs. Crane he said: "Certainly nothing in the world is so solemn and impressive and so divinely beautiful as 'Tannhauser.' It ought to be used as a religious service." Beethoven's sonatas and symphonies also moved him deeply. Once, writing to Jean, he asked: "What is your favorite piece of music, dear?" "Mine is Beethoven's Fifth Symphony." "I have found that out within a day or two." It was the majestic movement and melodies of the second part that he found most satisfying, but he oftener inclined to the still tenderer themes of Chopin's nocturnes and one of Schubert's impromptus, while the Lorelei and the Erlking and the Scottish airs never wearied him. Music thus became a chief consolation during these lonely days. Rich organ harmonies that filled the emptiness of his heart and beguiled, from dull, material surroundings, back into worlds and dreams that he had known and laid away. He went out very little that winter, usually to the homes of old and intimate friends. Once he attended a small dinner given him by George Smalley at the Metropolitan Club, but it was a private affair, with only good friends present. Still, it formed the beginning of his return to social life, and it was not in his nature to retire from the brightness of human society, or to submerge himself in mourning. As the months wore on he appeared here and there, and took on something of his old-time habit. Then his annual bronchitis appeared, and he was confined a good deal to his home, where he wrote or planned new reforms and enterprises. The improvement of railway service, through which fewer persons should be maimed and destroyed each year, interested him. He estimated that the railroads and electric lines killed and wounded more than all of the wars combined, and he accumulated statistics and prepared articles on the subject, though he appears to have offered little of such matter for publication. Once, however, when his sympathy was awakened by the victim of a frightful trolley and train collision in Newark, New Jersey, he wrote a letter which promptly found its way into print. DEAR Miss Madeline, your good and admiring and affectionate brother has told me of your sorrowful share in the trolley disaster which brought unaccustomed tears to millions of eyes, and fierce resentment against those whose criminal indifference to their responsibilities caused it, and the reminder has brought back to me a pang out of that bygone time. I wish I could take you sound and whole out of your bed and break the legs of those officials and put them in it to stay there, for in my spirit I am merciful, and would not break their necks and backs also, as some would who have no feeling. It is your brother who permits me to write this line, and so it is not an intrusion, you see. May you get well and soon. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. A very little later he was writing another letter on a similar subject to St. Clair McKelway, who had narrowly escaped injury in a railway accident. Dear McElroy, your innumerable friends are grateful, most grateful. As I understand the telegrams, the engineers of your train had never seen a locomotive before. The government's official report, showing that our railways killed 1,200 persons last year and injured 60,000,
convinces me that under present conditions one Providence is not enough properly and efficiently to take care of our railroad business. But it is characteristically American, always trying to get along short-handed and save wages. A massacre of Jews in Moscow renewed his animosity for semi-barbaric Russia. Asked for a Christmas sentiment, he wrote: "It is my warm and world-embracing Christmas hope that all of us that deserve it may finally be gathered together in a heaven of rest and peace, and the others permitted to retire into the clutches of Satan, or the Emperor of Russia, according to preference, if they have a preference."
An article, the Tsar's Soliloquy, written at this time, was published in the North American Review for March, 1905. He wrote much more, but most of the other matter he put aside. On a subject like that he always discarded 3 times as much as he published, and it was usually about 3 times as terrific as that which found its way into type. The Soliloquy, however, is severe enough. It represents the Tsar as contemplating himself without his clothes, and reflecting on what a poor human specimen he represents.
Is it this that 140,000,000 Russians kiss the dust before and worship? Manifestly not. No one could worship this spectacle which is me. Then who is it, what is it, that they worship? Privately, none knows better than I. It is my clothes. Without my clothes I should be as destitute of authority as any other naked person. No one could tell me from a parson and barber tutor. Then who is the real Emperor of Russia? My clothes. There is no other.
The Emperor continues this fancy, and reflects on the fierce cruelties that are done in his name. It was a withering satire on Russian imperialism, and it stirred a wide response. This encouraged Clemens to something even more pretentious and effective in the same line. He wrote King Leopold's Soliloquy, the reflections of the fiendish sovereign who had maimed and slaughtered 15 millions of American subjects in his greed, gentle, harmless blacks, men, women, and little children whom he had butchered and mutilated in his Congo rubber fields. Seldom in the history of the world have there been such atrocious practices as those of King Leopold in the Congo, and Clemens spared nothing in his picture of them. The article was regarded as not quite suitable for magazine publication, and it was given to the Congo Reform Association and issued as a booklet for distribution, with no return to the author, who would gladly have written 100 times as much if he could have saved that unhappy race and have sent Leopold to the electric chair. The book was price marked 25 cents, but the returns from such as were sold went to the cause. Thousands of them were distributed free. The Congo, a domain 4 times as large as the German Empire, had been made the ward of Belgium at a convention in Berlin by the agreement of 14 nations, America, and 13 European states. Leopold promptly seized the country for his personal advantage, and the nations apparently found themselves powerless to depose him. No more terrible blunder was ever committed by an assemblage of civilized people. Various plans and movements were undertaken for Congo reform, and Clemens worked and wrote letters, and gave his voice and his influence, and exhausted his rage at last, as one after another of the half-organized and altogether futile undertakings showed no results. His interest did not die, but it became inactive. Eventually he declared, "I have said all I can say on that terrible subject. I am heart and soul in any movement that will rescue the Congo and hang Leopold, but I cannot write any more." His fires were likely to burn themselves out, they raged so fiercely. His final paragraph on the subject was a proposed epitaph for Leopold when time should have claimed him. It ran: Here under this gilded tomb lies rotting the body of one the smell of whose name will still offend the nostrils of men ages upon ages after all the Caesars and Washingtons and Napoleons shall have ceased to be praised or blamed and been forgotten. Leopold of Belgium. Clemens had not yet lost interest in the American policy in the Philippines, and in his letters to Twichell he did not hesitate to criticize the President's attitude in this and related matters. Once, in a moment of irritation, he wrote: Dear Joe, I knew I had in me somewhere a definite feeling about the President. If I could only find the words to define it with. Here they are to a hair, from Leonard Jerome. Quote, For 20 years I have loved Roosevelt the man and hated Roosevelt the statesman and politician. Unquote. It's mighty good. Every time in 25 years that I have met Roosevelt the man a wave of welcome has streaked through me with the hand grip, but whenever, as a rule, I meet Roosevelt the statesman and politician, I find him destitute of morals and not respect-worthy. It is plain that where his political self and party self are concerned, he has nothing resembling a conscience, that under those inspirations he is naively indifferent to the restraints of duty and even unaware of them, ready to kick the Constitution into the back yard whenever it gets in his way. But Roosevelt is excusable, I recognize it, and ought to concede it. We are all insane, each in his own way, and with insanity goes irresponsibility. Theodore the man is sane. In fairness we ought to keep in mind that Theodore, as statesman and politician, is insane and irresponsible. He wrote a great deal more from time to time on this subject, but that is the gist of his conclusions, and whether justified by time or otherwise, it expresses today the deduction of a very large number of people. It is set down here because it is part of Mark Twain's history, and also because a little while after his death there happened to creep into print an incomplete and misleading note, since often reprinted, which he once made in a moment of anger, when he was in a less judicial frame of mind. It seems proper that a man's honest sentiments should be recorded concerning the nation's servants. Clemens wrote an article at this period which he called the War Prayer. It pictured the young recruits about to march away for war, the excitement and the celebration, the drumbeat and the heartbeat of patriotism, the final assembly in the church where the minister utters that tremendous invocation, God the all-terrible, thou who ordainest thunder, thy clarion, and lightning, thy sword, and the long prayer for victory to the nation's armies. As the prayer closes, a white-robed stranger enters, moves up the aisle, and takes the preacher's place. Then, after some moments of impressive silence, he begins: I come from the throne, bearing a message from Almighty God. He has heard the prayer of his servant, your shepherd, and will grant it, if such shall be your desire, after I, his messenger, shall have explained to you its import, that is to say, its full import.
For it is like unto many of the prayers of men, in that it asks for more than he who utters it is aware of, except he pause and think. God's servant and yours has prayed his prayer. Has he paused and taken thought? Is it one prayer? No, it is two, one uttered, the other not. Both have reached the ear of him who heareth all supplications, the spoken and unspoken. You have heard your servant's prayer, the uttered part of it. I am commissioned of God to put into words the other part of it, that part which the pastor, and also you in your hearts, fervently prayed, silently, and ignorantly, and unthinkingly. God grant that it was so. You heard these words, "Grant us the victory, O Lord our God." That is sufficient. The whole of the uttered prayer is completed into those pregnant words. Upon the listening spirit of God the Father fell also the unspoken part of the prayer. He commandeth me to put it into words. Listen. O Lord our Father, our young patriots, idols of our hearts, go forth to battle, be thou near them. With them in spirit we also go forth from the sweet peace of our beloved firesides to smite the foe. O Lord our God, help us to tear their soldiers to bloody shreds with our shells. Help us to cover their smiling fields with the pale forms of their patriot dead. Help us to drown the thunder of the guns with the wounded writhing in pain. Help us to lay waste their humble homes with a hurricane of fire. Help us to wring the hearts of their unoffending widows with unavailing grief. Help us to turn them out roofless with their little children, to wander unfriended through wastes of their desolated land, in rags and hunger and thirst, sport of the sun flames of summer and the icy winds of winter, broken in spirit, worn with travail, imploring Thee for the refuge of the grave, and denied it for our sakes who adore Thee. Lord, blast their hopes, blight their lives, protract their bitter pilgrimage, make heavy their steps, water their way with their tears, stain the white snow with the blood of their wounded feet. We ask of one who is the Spirit of love, and who is the ever faithful refuge and friend of all that are sore beset, and seek his aid with humble and contrite hearts. Grant our prayer, O Lord, and thine shall be the praise and honor and glory now and ever. Amen. After a pause, Ye have prayed it. If ye still desire it, speak. The messenger of the Most High waits. It was believed afterward that the man was a lunatic, because there was no sense in what he said. To Dan Beard, who dropped in to see him, Clemens read the war prayer, stating that he had read it to his daughter Jean and others, who had told him he must not print it, for it would be regarded as sacrilege. "Still, you are going to publish it, are you not?" Clemens
pacing up and down the room in his dressing gown and slippers, shook his head. "No," he said, "I have told the whole truth in that, and only dead men can tell the truth in this world. It can be published after I am dead." He did not care to invite the public verdict that he was a lunatic, or even a fanatic with a mission to destroy the illusions and traditions and conclusions of mankind. To Twichell he wrote, playfully but sincerely: "Am I honest? I give you my word of honor privately, I am not. For 7 years I have suppressed a book which my conscience tells me I ought to publish. I hold it a duty to publish it. There are other difficult duties which I am equal to, but I am not equal to that one. Yes, even I am dishonest. Not in many ways, but in some. 41, I think it is. We are certainly all honest in one or several ways, every man in the world, though I have a reason to think I am the only one whose blacklist runs so light. Sometimes I feel lonely enough in this lofty solitude." It was his gospel he referred to as his unpublished book, his doctrine of selfishness and of man the irresponsible machine. To Twichell he pretended to favor war, which he declared, to his mind, was one of the very best methods known of diminishing the human race. "What a life it is, this one! Everything we try to do, somebody intrudes and obstructs it. After years of thought and labor I have arrived within one little bit of a step of perfecting my invention for exhausting the oxygen in the globe's air during a stretch of 2 minutes, and of course along comes an obstructor who is inventing something to protect human life. Damn such a world, anyway." He generally wrote Twichell when he had things to say that were outside of the pale of print. He was sure of an attentive audience of one, and the audience, whether it agreed with him or not, would at least understand him and be honored by his confidence. In one letter of that year he said: "I have written you to day not to do you a service, but to do myself one. There was bile in me. I had to empty it or lose my day to morrow. If I tried to empty it into the North American Review, oh, well, I couldn't afford the risk. No, the certainty that I wouldn't be satisfied with the result. So I would burn it and try again to morrow, burn that and try again the next day. It happens so nearly every time. I have a family to support, and I can't afford this kind of dissipation. Last winter, when I was sick, I wrote a magazine article 3 times before I got it to suit me. I put $500 worth of work on it every day for 10 days, and at last, when I got it to suit me, it contained but 3,000 words, $900. I burned it and said I would reform. And I have reformed. I have to work my bile off whenever it gets to where I can't stand it, but I can work it off on you economically, because I don't have to make it suit me. It may not suit you, but that isn't any matter. I'm not writing it for that. I have used you as an equilibrium restorer more than once in my time, and shall continue, I guess. I would like to use
Mr. Rogers, and he is plenty good-natured enough, but it wouldn't be fair to keep him rescuing me from my leather-headed business snarls and make him read interminable bile eruptions besides. I can't use Howells. He is busy and old and lazy and won't stand it. I danc't use Clara. There's things I have to say which she wouldn't put up with. A very dear little ashcat, but has claws. And so you're it.
See the preface to the Autobiography of Mark Twain.
I am writing from the grave. On these terms only can a man be approximately frank. He cannot be straightly and unqualifiedly frank either in the grave or out of it.
D.W. Project Gutenberg editor. End of Chapter 234, Life at 21 Fifth Avenue. Read by John Greenman. Section 24 of Mark Twain, A Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 235, A Summer in New Hampshire. He took for the summer a house at Dublin, New Hampshire, the home of Henry Copley Greene, Lone Tree Hill, on the Monadnock slope. It was in a lovely locality, and for neighbors there were artists, literary people, and those of kindred pursuits, among them a number of old friends. Colonel Higginson had a place nearby, and Abbott H. Thayer, the painter, and George de Forest Brush, and the Raphael Pumley family, and many more. Colonel Higginson wrote Clemens a letter of welcome as soon as the news got out that he was going to Dublin, and Clemens, answering, said: I early learned that you would be my neighbor in the summer, and I rejoiced, recognizing in you and your family a large asset. I hope for frequent intercourse between the two households. I shall have my youngest daughter with me. The other one will go from the rest cure in this city to the rest cure in Norfolk, Connecticut, and we shall not see her before autumn. We have not seen her since the middle of October. Jean, the younger daughter, went to Dublin and saw the house and came back charmed with it. I know the Thayers of old manifestly. There is no lack of attractions up there. Mrs. Thayer and I were shipmates in a wild excursion perilously near 40 years ago. Aldrich was there half an hour ago, like a breeze from over the fields, with the fragrance still upon his spirit. I am tired wanting for that man to get old. They went to Dublin in May, and became at once a part of the summer colony which congregated there. There was much going to and fro among the different houses, pleasant afternoons in the woods, mountain climbing for Jean, and everywhere a spirit of fine, unpretentious comradeship. The Copley Greene house was romantically situated, with a charming outlook. Clemens wrote to Twichell: We like it here in the mountains, in the shadows of Monadnock. It is a woody solitude. We have no near neighbors. We have neighbors, and I can see their houses scattered in the forest distances, for we live on a hill. I am astonished to find that I have known 8 of these 14 neighbors a long time. 10 years is the shortest, then 7, beginning with 25 years and running up to 37 years' friendship. It is the most remarkable thing I ever heard of. This letter was written in July, and he states in it that he has turned out 100,000 words of a large manuscript. It was a fantastic tale entitled 3,000 Years Among the Microbes, a sort of scientific revel or revelry, the autobiography of a microbe that had been once a man, and through a failure in a biological experiment transformed into a cholera germ when the experimenter was trying to turn him into a bird. His habitat was the person of a disreputable tramp named Blazowski, a human continent of vast areas with seething microbic nations and fantastic life problems. It was a satire, of course, Gulliver's Lilliput outdone, a sort of scientific, socialistic, mathematical jamboree. He tired of it before it reached completion, though not before it had attained the proportions of a book of size. As a whole, it would hardly have added to his reputation, though it is not without fine and humorous passages, and certainly not without interest. Its chief mission was to divert him mentally that summer, during those days and nights when he would otherwise have been alone and brooding upon his loneliness. For extracts from 3,000 Years Among the Microbes, see Appendix V at the end of this work. Mark Twain's suggested title page for his microbe book: 3,000 Years Among the Microbes, by a Microbe, with notes added by the same hand 7,000 years later, translated from the original microbic by Mark Twain. His inability to reproduce faces in his mind's eye he mourned as an increasing calamity. Photographs were lifeless things, and when he tried to conjure up the faces of his dead they seemed to drift farther out of reach. But now and then kindly sleep brought to him something out of that treasure house where all our realities are kept for us fresh and fair, perhaps for a day when we may claim them again. Once he wrote to Mrs. Crane: Susie dear, I have had a lovely dream. Livy, dressed in black, was sitting up in my bed here, at my right, and looking as young and sweet as she used to when she was in health. She said, "What is the name of your sweet sister?" I said, "Pamela." "Oh, yes, that is it. I thought it was," naming a name which has escaped me. "Won't you write it down for me?" I reached eagerly for a pen and pad, laid my hands upon both, then said to myself, "It is only a dream," and turned back sorrowfully, and there she was still. The conviction flamed through me that our lamented disaster was a dream, and this a reality. I said, "How blessed it is! How blessed it is! It was all a dream, only a dream." She only smiled, and did not ask what dream I meant, which surprised me. She leaned her head against mine and kept saying I was perfectly sure it was a dream. I never would have believed it wasn't. I think she said several things, but if so, they are gone from my memory. I woke and did not know I had been dreaming. She was gone. I wondered how she could go without my knowing it, but I did not spend any thought upon that. I was too busy thinking of how vivid and real was the dream that we had lost her, and how unspeakably blessed it was to find that it was not true, and that she was still ours, and with us. He had the orchestrelle moved to Dublin, although it was no small undertaking, for he needed the solace of its harmonies. And so the days passed along, and he grew stronger in body and courage as his grief drifted farther behind him. Sometimes in the afternoon or in the evening, when the neighbors had come in for a little while, he would walk up and down and talk in his old marvelous way of all the things on land and sea, of the past and of the future, of Providence, foreknowledge, will, and fate, of the friends he had known and of the things he had done, of the sorrow and absurdities of the world. It was the same old scintillating, incomparable talk of which Howells once said, "We shall never know its like again. When he dies, it will die with him." It was during the summer at Dublin that Clemens and Rogers together made up a philanthropic ruse on Twichell. Twichell, through his own prodigal charities, had fallen into debt, a fact which Rogers knew. Rogers was a man who concealed his philanthropies when he could, and he performed many of them of which the world will never know. In this case he said: "Clemens, I want to help Twichell out of his financial difficulty. I will supply the money, and you will do the giving. Twichell must think it comes from you." Clemens agreed to this on the condition that he be permitted to leave a record of the matter for his children, so that he would not appear in a false light to them, and that Twichell should learn the truth of the gift sooner or later. So the deed was done, and Twichell and his wife lavished their thanks upon Clemens, who, with his wife, had more than once been their benefactors, making the deception easy enough now. Clemens writhed under these letters of gratitude and forwarded them to Clara in Norfolk, and later to Rogers himself. He pretended to take great pleasure in this part of the conspiracy, but it was not an unmixed delight. To Rogers he wrote: "I wanted her, Clara, to see what a generous father she's got. I didn't tell her it was you, but by and by I want to tell her, when I have your consent. Then I shall want her to remember the letters. I want a record there for my life when I am dead, and must be able to furnish the facts about the relief of Lucknow Twichell in case I fall suddenly, before I get those facts, with your consent, before the Twichells themselves. I read those letters with immense pride. I recognized that I had scored one good deed for sure on my halo account. I haven't had anything that tasted so good since the stolen watermelon. P.S. I am hurrying them off to you because I danc't read them again. I should blush to my heels to fill up with this unearned gratitude again, pouring out of the thankful hearts of those poor swindled people who do not suspect you, but honestly believe I gave that money." Mr. Rogers hastily replied: "My dear Clemens, the letters are lovely. Don't breathe. They are so happy. It would be a crime to let them think that you have in any way deceived them. I can keep still. You must. I am sending you all traces of the crime, so that you may look innocent and tell the truth, as you usually do when you think you can escape detection. Don't get rattled. Seriously, you have done a kindness. You are proud of it, I know. You have made your friends happy, and you ought to be so glad as to cheerfully accept reproof from your conscience. Joe Wadsworth and I once stole a goose and gave it to a poor widow as a Christmas present. No crime in that. I always put my counterfeit money on the plate. The passer of the sasser always smiles at me, and I get credit for doing generous things. But seriously again, if you do feel a little uncomfortable, wait until I see you before you tell anybody. Avoid cultivating misery. I am trying to loaf 10 solid days. We do hope to see you soon." The secret was kept, and the matter presently and characteristically passed out of Clemens's mind altogether. He never remembered to tell Twichell, and it is revealed here according to his wish. The Russian-Japanese War was in progress that summer, and its settlement occurred in August. The terms of it did not please Mark Twain. When a newspaper correspondent asked him for an expression of opinion on the subject, he wrote: "Russia was on the high road to emancipation from an insane and intolerable slavery. I was hoping there would be no peace until Russian liberty was safe.
I think that this was a holy war, in the best and noblest sense of that abused term, and that no war was ever charged with a higher mission. I think there can be no doubt that that mission is now defeated and Russia's chain riveted, this time to stay. I think the Czar will now withdraw the small humanities that have been forced from him and resume his medieval barbarisms with a relieved spirit and an immeasurable joy. I think Russian liberty has had its last chance and has lost it. I think nothing has been gained by the peace that is remotely comparable to what has been sacrificed by it. One more battle would have abolished the waiting chains of billions upon billions of unborn Russians, and I wish it could have been fought. I hope I am mistaken, yet in all sincerity I believe that this peace is entitled to rank as the most conspicuous disaster in political history. It was the wisest public utterance on the subject, the deep, resonant note of truth sounding amid a clamor of foolish joy bells. It was the message of a seer, the prophecy of a sage who sees with the clairvoyance of knowledge and human understanding. Clemens, a few days later, was invited by Colonel Harvey to dine with Baron Rosen and M. Sergius Witte, but an attack of his old malady, rheumatism, prevented his acceptance. His telegram of declination apparently pleased the Russian officials, for Witte asked permission to publish it, and declared that he was going to take it home to show to the Czar. It was as follows: To Colonel Harvey, I am still a cripple. Otherwise I should be more than glad of this opportunity to meet the illustrious magicians who came here equipped with nothing but a pen, and with it have divided the honors of the war with the sword. It is fair to presume that in 30 centuries history will not get done in admiring these men who attempted what the world regarded as the impossible, and achieved it. Mark Twain. But this was a modified form. His original draft would perhaps have been less gratifying to that Russian embassy. It read: To Colonel Harvey, I am still a cripple. Otherwise I should be more than glad of this opportunity to meet those illustrious magicians who, with the pen, have annulled, obliterated, and abolished every high achievement of the Japanese sword, and turned the tragedy of a tremendous war into a gay and blithesome comedy. If I may, let me in all respect and honor salute them as my fellow humorists, I taking third place, as becomes one who was not born to modesty, but by diligence and hard work is acquiring it. Mark. There was still another form, brief and expressive. Dear Colonel, no, this is a love feast. When you call a lodge of sorrow, send for me. Mark. Clemens's war sentiment was given the widest newspaper circulation, and brought him many letters, most of them applauding his words. Charles Francis Adams wrote him: It attracted my attention because it so exactly expresses the views I myself all along entertained. And this was the gist of most of the expressed sentiments which came to him. Clemens wrote a number of things that summer, among them a little essay entitled The Privilege of the Grave, that is to say, free speech. He was looking forward, he said, to the time when he should inherit that privilege,
when some of the things he had said, written, and laid away, could be published without damage to his friends or family. An article entitled "Interpreting the Deity" he counted as among the things to be uttered when he had entered into that last great privilege. It is an article on the reading of signs and auguries in all ages to discover the intentions of the Almighty, with historical examples of God's judgments and vindications. Here is a fair specimen. It refers to the Chronicle of Henry Huntington. All through this book Henry exhibits his familiarity with the intentions of God, with the reasons for the intentions. Sometimes, very often in fact, the act follows the intention after such a wide interval of time that one wonders how Henry could fit one act out of 100 to 1 intention, and get the thing right every time, when there was such abundant choice among acts and intentions. Sometimes a man offends the Deity with a crime, and is punished for it 30 years later. Meantime he has committed 1,000,000 other crimes. No matter, Henry can pick out the one that brought the worms. Worms were generally used in those days for the slaying of particularly wicked people. This has gone out now, but in the old times it was a favorite. It always indicated a case of wrath. For instance, the just God avenging Robert Fitzhildebrand's perfidy, a worm grew in his vitals, which, gradually gnawing its way through his intestines, fatted on the abandoned man, till, tortured with excruciating sufferings, and venting himself in bitter moans, he was by a fitting punishment brought to his end. Page 400. It was probably an alligator, but we cannot tell. We only know it was a particular breed, and only used to convey wrath. Some authorities think it was an ichthyosaurus, but there is much doubt. The entire article is in this amusing satirical strain, and might well enough be printed today. It is not altogether clear why it was withheld even then. He finished his Eve's Diary that summer, and wrote a story which was originally planned to oblige Mrs. Minnie Maddern Fiske to aid her in a crusade against bullfighting in Spain. Mrs. Fiske wrote him that she had read his dog story, written against the cruelties of vivisection, and urged him to do something to save the horses that, after faithful service, were sacrificed in the bull-ring. Her letter closed: "I have lain awake nights very often wondering if I dare ask you to write a story of an old horse that is finally given over to the bull-ring. The story you would write would do more good than all the laws we are trying to have made and enforced for the prevention of cruelty to animals in Spain. We would translate and circulate the story in that country. I have wondered if you would ever write it. With most devoted homage, sincerely yours, Minnie Maddern Fiske." Clemens promptly replied: "Dear Mrs. Fiske, I shall certainly write the story, but I may not get it to suit me, in which case it will go in the fire. Later I will try it again, and yet again, and again. I am used to this. It has taken me 12 years to write a short story, the shortest one I ever wrote, I think." Probably the death disk. "So do not be discouraged. I will stick to this one in the same way. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens." It was an inspiring subject, and he began working on it immediately. Within a month from the time he received Mrs. Fiske's letter he had written that pathetic, heartbreaking little story, A Horse's Tale, and sent it to Harper's Magazine for illustration. In a letter written to Mr. Dunnica at the time, he tells of his interest in the narrative, and adds: This strong interest is natural, for the heroine is my small daughter Susy, whom we lost. It was not intentional. It was a good while before I found it out. So I am sending you her picture to use, and to reproduce with photographic exactness the unsurpassable expression and all. May you find an artist who has lost an idol. He explains how he put in a good deal of work with his secretary on the orchestral to get the bugle calls. We are to do these theatricals this evening, with a couple of neighbors for audience, and then pass the hat. It is not one of Mark Twain's greatest stories, but its pathos brings the tears, and no one can read it without indignation toward the custom which it was intended to oppose. When it was published a year later, Mrs. Fiske sent him her grateful acknowledgments, and asked permission to have it printed for pamphlet circulation in Spain. A number of more or less notable things happened in this, Mark Twain's 70th year. There was some kind of a reunion going on in California, and he was variously invited to attend. Robert Fulton of Nevada was appointed a committee of one to invite him to Reno for a great celebration which was to be held there. Clemens replied that he remembered, as if it were but yesterday, when he had disembarked from the overland stage in front of the Ormsby Hotel in Carson City, and told how he would like to accept the invitation. If I were a few years younger I would accept it, and promptly, and I would go. I would let somebody else do the oration, but as for me I would talk, just talk. I would renew my youth, and talk, and talk, and talk, and have the time of my life. I would march the unforgotten and unforgettable antiques by, and name their names, and give them reverent hail and farewell as they passed. Goodman, McCarthy, Gillis, Curry, Baldwin, Winters, Howard, Nye, Stewart, Neely Johnson, Hal Clayton, North, Root, and my brother, upon whom be peace, and then the desperadoes who made life a joy, and the slaughter-house, a precious possession, Sam Brown, Farmer Pete, Bill Mayfield, Six-Fingered Jake, Jack Williams, and the rest of the Crimson Discipleship, and so on and so on. Believe me, I would start a resurrection it would do you more good to look at than the next one will, if you go on the way you are going now. Those were the days, those old ones. They will come no more. Youth will come no more. They were so full to the brim with the wine of life. There have been no others like them. It chokes me up to think of them. Would you like me to come out there and cry? It would not beseem my white head. Good-bye. I drink to you all. Have a good time, and take an old man's blessing. In reply to another invitation from H. H. Bancroft of San Francisco, he wrote that his wandering days were over, and that it was his purpose to sit by the fire for the rest of his remnant of life. A man who, like me, is going to strike 70 on the 30th of next November has no business to be flitting around the way Howells does, that shameless old fictitious butterfly. But if he comes, don't tell him I said it, for it would hurt him, and I wouldn't brush a flake of powder from his wing for anything. I only say it
in envy of his indestructible youth, anyway. Howells will be 88 in October.
And it was either then or on a similar occasion that he replied after this fashion:
I have done more for San Francisco than any other of its old residents. Since I left there it has increased in population fully 300,000. I could have done more. I could have gone earlier, it was suggested.
Which, by the way, is a perfect example of Mark Twain's humorous manner, the delicately timed pause, and the afterthought. Most humorists would have been contented to end with the statement, "I could have gone earlier." Only Mark Twain could have added that final exquisite touch, "It was suggested." End of chapter 235, A Summer in New Hampshire, read by John Greenman. Section 25 of Mark Twain, A Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 236, At Pier 70. Mark Twain was nearing 70, the scriptural limitation of life, and the returns were coming in. Some one of the old group was dying all the time. The roll call returned only a scattering answer. Of his oldest friends, Charlie Henry Webb, John Hay, and Sir Henry Irving all died that year. When Hay died, Clemens gave this message to the press:
I am deeply grieved, and I mourn with the nation this loss which is irreparable. My friendship with Mr. Hay and my admiration of him endured 38 years without impairment.
It was only a little earlier that he had written Hay an anonymous letter, a copy of which he preserved. It here follows:
Dear and honored Sir, I never hear any one speak of you and of your long roll of illustrious services in other than terms of pride and praise, and out of the heart. I think I am right in believing you to be the only man in the civil service of the country, the cleanest of whose motives is never questioned by any citizen, and whose acts proceed always upon a broad and high plane, never by accident or pressure of circumstance upon a narrow or low one. There are majorities that are proud of more than one of the nation's great servants, but I believe, and I think I know, that you are the only one of whom the entire nation is proud and thankful. Name and address are lacking here, and for a purpose: to leave you no chance to make my words a burden to you and a reproach to me, who would lighten your burdens if I could, not add to them.
Irving died in October, and Clemens ordered a wreath for his funeral. To McAllister he wrote: I profoundly grieve over Irving's death. It is another reminder. My section of the procession has but a little way to go. I could not be very sorry if I tried. Mark Twain, nearing 70, felt that there was not much left for him to celebrate, and when Colonel Harvey proposed a birthday gathering in his honor, Clemens suggested a bohemian assembly over beer and sandwiches in some snug place, with Howells, Henry Rogers, Twichell, Dr. Rice, Dr. Edward Quintard, Augustus Thomas, and such other kindred souls as were still left to answer the call. But Harvey had something different in view, something more splendid even than the 67th birthday feast, more pretentious, indeed, than any former literary gathering. He felt that the attainment of 70 years by America's most distinguished man of letters and private citizen was a circumstance which could not be moderately or even modestly observed. The date was set 5 days later than the actual birthday, that is to say, on December 5th, in order that it might not conflict with the various Thanksgiving holidays and occasions. Delmonico's great room was chosen for the celebration of it, and invitations were sent out to practically every writer of any distinction in America, and to many abroad. Of these nearly 200 accepted, while such as could not come sent pathetic regrets. What an occasion it was! The flower of American literature gathered to do honor to its chief. The whole atmosphere of the place seemed permeated with his presence, and when Colonel Harvey presented William Dean Howells, and when Howells had read another double-barreled sonnet, and introduced the guest of the evening with the words, "I will not say, O King, live forever, but, O King, live as long as you like," and Mark Twain rose, his snow-white hair gleaming above that brilliant assembly, it seemed that a world was speaking out in a voice of applause and welcome. With a great tumult the throng rose, a billow of life, the white handkerchiefs flying foam-like on its crest. Those who had gathered there realized that it was a mighty moment, not only in his life but in theirs. They were there to see this supreme embodiment of the American spirit as he scaled the mountain top. He, too, realized the drama of that moment, the marvel of it, and he must have flashed a swift panoramic view backward over the long way he had come to stand, as he had himself once expressed it, for a single splendid moment on the Alps of fame outlined against the sun. He must have remembered, for when he came to speak he went back to the very beginning, to his very first banquet, as he called it, when, as he said, "I hadn't any hair, I hadn't any teeth, I hadn't any clothes." He sketched the meagerness of that little hamlet which had seen his birth, sketched it playfully, delightfully, so that his hearers laughed and shouted. But there was always a tenderness under it all, and often the tears were not far beneath the surface. He told of his habits of life, how he had attained 70 years by simply sticking to a scheme of living which would kill anybody else, how he smoked constantly, loathed exercise, and had no other regularity of habits. Then at last he reached that wonderful, unforgettable close. 60 years and 10. It is the scriptural statute of limitations. After that you owe no active duties. For you the strenuous life is over. You are a time-expired man. To use Kipling's military phrase, you have served your term well or less well, and you are mustered out. You are become an honorary member of the Republic. You are emancipated. Compulsions are not for you, nor any bugle call but lights out. You pay the time-worn duty bills if you choose, or decline if you prefer, and without prejudice, for they are not legally collectible. The previous engagement plea, which in 40 years has cost you so many twinges, you can lay aside forever. On this side of the grave you will never need it again. If you shrink at thought of night and winter, and the late homecomings from the banquet, and the lights and laughter through the deserted streets, a desolation which would not remind you now, as for a generation it did, that your friends are sleeping and you must creep in a tiptoe and not disturb them, but would only remind you that you need not tiptoe, you can never
disturb them more. If you shrink at the thought of these things, you need only reply, "Your invitation honors me and pleases me because you still keep me in your remembrance, but I am 70, and would nestle in the chimney corner, and smoke my pipe, and read my book, and take my rest, wishing you well in all affection, and that when you in your turn shall arrive at Pier 70 you may step aboard your waiting ship with a reconciled spirit, and lay your course toward the sinking sun with a contented heart."
The tears that had been lying in wait were not restrained now. If there were any present who did not let them flow without shame, who did not shout their applause from throats choked with sobs, the writer of these lines failed to see them or to hear of them. There was not one who was ashamed to pay the great tribute of tears. Many of his old friends, one after another, rose to tell their love for him. Brander Matthews, Cable, Kate, Douglas Riggs, Gilder, Carnegie, Bangs, Batchelor. They kept it up far into the next morning. No other arrival at Pier 70 ever awoke a grander welcome. End of Chapter 236, At Pier 70, read by John Greenman. Section 26 of Mark Twain, a Biography, Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 237, Aftermath. The announcement of the 70th birthday dinner had precipitated a perfect avalanche of letters, which continued to flow in until the news accounts of it precipitated another avalanche. The carriers' bags were stuffed with greetings that came from every part of the world, from every class of humanity. They were all full of love and tender wishes. A card signed only with initials said, "God bless your old sweet soul for having lived." Aldrich, who could not attend the dinner, declared that all through the evening he had been listening in his mind to a murmur of voices in the hall at Delmonico's. A group of English authors in London combined in a cable of congratulations: Anstey, Albert Austin, Balfour, Barrie, Bryce, Chesterton, Dobson, Doyle, Gosse, Hardy, Hope, Jacobs, Kipling, Lang, Parker, Tenniel, Watson, and Zangwill were among the signatures. Helen Keller wrote, "And you are 70 years old? Or is the report exaggerated, like that of your death? I remember when I saw you last at the house of dear Mr. Hutton in Princeton, you said, 'If a man is a pessimist before he is 48 he knows too much. If he is an optimist after he is 48 he knows too little.' Now we know you are an optimist, and nobody would dare to accuse one on the seven-terraced summit of knowing little, so probably you are not 70 after all, but only 47." Helen Keller was right. Mark Twain was not a pessimist in his heart, but only by premeditation. It was his observation and his logic that led him to write those things that, even in their bitterness, somehow conveyed that spirit of human sympathy which is so closely linked to hope. To Miss Keller he wrote, "Oh, thank you for your lovely words." He was given another birthday celebration that month, this time by the Society of Illustrators. Dan Beard, president, was also toastmaster, and as he presented Mark Twain there was a trumpet note, and a lovely girl, costumed as Joan of Arc, entered and, approaching him, presented him with a laurel wreath. It was planned and carried out as a surprise to him, and he hardly knew for the moment whether it was a vision or a reality. He was deeply affected, so much so that for several moments he could not find his voice to make any acknowledgments. Clemens was more than ever sought now, and he responded when the cause was a worthy one. He spoke for the benefit of the Russian sufferers at the Casino on December 18th. Madame Sarah Bernhardt was also there, and spoke in French. He followed her, declaring that it seemed a sort of cruelty to inflict upon an audience our rude English after hearing that divine speech flowing in that lucid Gaelic tongue. "It has always been a marvel to me, that French language. It has always been a puzzle to me. How beautiful that language is! How expressive it seems to be! How full of grace it is! And when it comes from lips like those, how eloquent and how limpid it is! And, oh, I am always deceived. I always think I am going to understand it. It is such a delight to me, such a delight to me, to meet Madame Bernhardt and laugh hand to hand and heart to heart with her. I have seen her play, as we all have, and oh, that is divine. But I have always wanted to know Madame Bernhardt herself, her fiery self. I have wanted to know that beautiful character. Why, she is the youngest person I ever saw, except myself, for I always feel young when I come in the presence of young people." And truly, at 70, Mark Twain was young. His manner, his movement, his point of view, these were all and always young. A number of palmists about that time examined impressions of his hand without knowledge as to the owner, and they all agreed that it was the hand of a man with the characteristics of youth, with inspiration and enthusiasm and sympathy, a lover of justice and of the sublime. They all agreed, too, that he was a deep philosopher, though, alas, they likewise agreed that he lacked the sense of humor, which is not as surprising as it sounds, for with Mark Twain humor was never mere fun-making, nor the love of it. Rather, it was the flower of his philosophy, its bloom and fragrance. When the fanfare and drumbeat of his birthday honors had passed by, and a moment of calm had followed, Mark Twain set down some reflections on the new estate he had achieved. The little paper, which forms a perfect pendant to the 70th birthday speech, here follows: "Old age. I think it likely that people who have not been here will be interested to know what it is like. I arrived on the 30th of November, fresh from carefree and frivolous '69, and was disappointed. There is nothing novel about it, nothing striking, nothing to thrill you and make your eye glitter and your tongue cry out, 'Oh, it is wonderful, perfectly wonderful!' Yes, it is disappointing. You say, 'Is this it? This? After all this talk and fuss of 1,000 generations of travelers who have crossed this frontier and looked about them and told what they saw and felt? Why, it looks just like '69.' And that is true. Also, it is natural, for you have not come by the fast express. You have been lagging and
dragging across the world's continents behind oxen. When that is your pace one country melts into the next one so gradually that you are not able to notice the change. 70 looks like 69. 69 looked like 68. 68 looked like 67, and so on back and back to the beginning. If you climb to a summit and look back, then you see. Down that far reaching perspective you can make out each country and climate that you crossed, all the way up from the hot equator to the ice summit where you are perched. You can make out where infancy verged into boyhood, boyhood into down-lipped youth, youth into bearded, indefinite young manhood, indefinite young manhood into definite manhood, definite manhood with large, aggressive ambitions into sobered and heedful husbandhood and fatherhood, these into troubled and foreboding age with graying hair, this into old age, white-headed, the temple empty, the idols broken, the worshippers in their graves, nothing left but you, a remnant, a tradition, belated fag-end of a foolish dream, a dream that was so ingeniously dreamed that it seemed real all the time. Nothing left but you, center of a snowy desolation, perched on the ice summit, gazing out over the stages of that long trek and asking yourself, would you do it again if you had the chance?
End of Chapter 237, Aftermath. Read by John Greenman. Section 27 of Mark Twain, a Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 238, The Writer Meets Mark Twain. We have reached a point in this history where the narrative becomes mainly personal, and where, at the risk of inviting the charge of egotism, the form of the telling must change. It was at the end of 1901 that I first met Mark Twain at the Players Club on the night when he made the Founder's Address mentioned in an earlier chapter. I was not able to arrive in time for the address, but as I reached the head of the stairs I saw him sitting on the couch at the dining-room entrance, talking earnestly to someone who, as I remember it, did not enter into my consciousness at all. I saw only that crown of white hair, that familiar profile, and heard the slow modulations of his measured speech. I was surprised to see how frail and old he looked. From his pictures I had conceived him different. I did not realize that it was a temporary condition due to a period of poor health and a succession of social demands. I have no idea how long I stood there watching him. He had been my literary idol from childhood, as he had been of so many others. More than that, for the personality in his work had made him nothing less than a hero to his readers. He rose presently to go, and came directly toward me. A year before I had done what new writers were always doing. I had sent him a book I had written, and he had done what he was always doing, acknowledged it with a kindly letter. I made my thanks now an excuse for addressing him. It warmed me to hear him say that he remembered the book, though at the time I confess I thought it doubtful. Then he was gone, but the mind and ear had photographed those vivid first impressions that remain always clear. It was the following spring that I saw him again, at an afternoon gathering, and the memory of that occasion is chiefly important because I met Mrs. Clemens there for the only time, and, like all who met her, however briefly, felt the gentleness and beauty of her spirit. I think I spoke with her at 2 or 3 different moments during the afternoon, and on each occasion was impressed with that feeling of acquaintanceship which we immediately experience with those rare beings whose souls are wells of human sympathy and free from guile. Bret Harte had just died, and during the afternoon Mr. Clemens asked me to obtain for him some item concerning the obsequies. It was more than 3 years before I saw him again. Meantime a sort of acquaintance had progressed. I had been engaged in writing the life of Thomas Nast, the cartoonist, and I had found among the material a number of letters to Nast from Mark Twain. I was naturally anxious to use those fine characteristic letters, and I wrote him for his consent. He wished to see the letters, and the permission that followed was kindness itself. His admiration of Nast was very great. It was proper, under the circumstances, to send him a copy of the book when it appeared, but that was 1904, his year of sorrow and absence, and the matter was postponed. Then came the great night of his 70th birthday dinner, with an opportunity to thank him in person for the use of the letters. There was only a brief exchange of words, and it was the next day, I think, that I sent him a copy of the book. It did not occur to me that I should hear of it again. We step back a moment here. Something more than a year earlier, through a misunderstanding, Mark Twain's long association with the Players had been severed. It was a sorrow to him, and a still greater sorrow to the club. There was a movement among what is generally known as the Round Table Group, because its members have long had a habit of lunching at a large round table in a center window, to bring him back again. David Munro, associate editor of the North American Review, David, a man well loved of men, and Robert Reed, the painter, prepared this simple document. To Mark Twain, from the Clansmen. Will ye no come back again? Will ye no come back again? Better lo'ed ye cannot be. Will ye no come back again? It was signed by Munro and by Reed and about 30 others, and it touched Mark Twain deeply. The lines had always moved him. He wrote: To Robert Reed and the others. Well beloved, surely those lovely verses went to Prince Charlie's heart if he had one, and certainly they have gone to mine. I shall be glad and proud to come back again after such a moving and beautiful compliment as this from comrades whom I have loved so long. I hope you can poll the necessary vote. I know you will try, at any rate. It will be many months before I can foregather with you, for this black border is not perfunctory, not a convention. It symbolizes the loss of one whose memory is the only thing I worship. It is not necessary for me to thank you, and words could not deliver what I feel anyway. I will put the contents of your envelope in the small casket where I keep the things which have become sacred to me. S. L. C. So the matter was temporarily held in abeyance until he should return to social life. At the completion of his 70th year the club had taken action, and Mark Twain had been brought back, not in the regular order of things, but as an honorary life member without dues or duties. There was only one other member of this class, Sir Henry Irving. The Players, as a club, does not give dinners. Whatever is done in that way is done by one or more of the members in the private dining room, where there is a single large table that holds 25, even 30 when expanded to its limit. That room and that table have mingled with much distinguished entertainment, also with history. Henry James made his first after dinner speech there, for one thing. At least he claimed it was his first, though this is by the way. A letter came to me which said that those who had signed the plea for the Prince's return were going to welcome him in the private dining room on the 5th of January. It was not an invitation, but a gracious privilege. I was in New York a day or two in advance of the date, and I think David Munro was the first person I met at the Players. As he greeted me his eyes were eager with something he knew I would wish to hear. He had been delegated to propose the dinner to Mark Twain, and had found him propped up in bed, and noticed on the table near him a copy of the Nast book. I suspect that Munro had led him to speak of it, and that the result had lost nothing filtered through that radiant benevolence of his. The night of January 5, 1906, remains a memory apart from other dinners. Brander Matthews presided, and Gilder was there, and Frank Millet, and Willard Metcalf, and Robert Reed, and a score of others. Some of them are dead now, David Munro among them. It so happened that my seat was nearly facing the guest of the evening, who, by custom of the Players, is placed at the side and not at the end of the long table. He was no longer frail and thin, as when I had first met him. He had a robust, rested look. His complexion had the tints of a miniature painting. Lit by the glow of the shaded candles, relieved against the dusk richness of the walls, he made a picture of striking beauty. One could not take his eyes from it, and to one guest at least it stirred the farthest memories. I suddenly saw the interior of a farmhouse sitting room in the Middle West, where I had first heard uttered the name of Mark Twain, and where night after night a group gathered around the evening lamp to hear the tale of the first pilgrimage, which, to a boy of 8, had seemed only a wonderful poem and fairy tale. To Charles Harvey Genung, who sat next to me, I whispered something of this, and how, during the 36 years since then, no other human being to me had meant quite what Mark Twain had meant, in literature, in life, in the ineffable thing which means more than either, and which we call inspiration, for lack of a truer word. Now here he was just across the table. It was the fairy tale come true. Genung said, "You should write his life." His remark seemed a pleasant courtesy, and was put aside as such. When he persisted, I attributed it to the general bloom of the occasion, and a little to the wine, maybe, for the dinner was in its sweetest stage just then, that happy early stage when the first glass of champagne, or the second, has proved its quality. He urged, in support of his idea, the word that Munro had brought concerning the Nast book, but nothing of what he said kindled any spark of hope. I could not but believe that someone with a larger equipment of experience, personal friendship, and abilities had already been selected for the task. By and by the speaking began, delightful, intimate speaking in that restricted circle, and the matter went out of my mind. When the dinner had ended and we were drifting about the table in general talk, I found an opportunity to say a word to the guest of the evening about his Joan of Arc, which I had recently reread. To my happiness he detained me while he told me the long ago incident which had led to his interest, not only in the martyred girl, but in all literature. I think we broke up soon after, and descended to the lower rooms. At any rate, I presently found the faithful Charles Genung privately reasserting to me the proposition that I should undertake the biography of Mark Twain. Perhaps it was the brief sympathy established by the name of Joan of Arc. Perhaps it was only Genung's insistent purpose, his faith, if I may be permitted the word. Whatever it was, there came an impulse, in the instant of bidding good-bye to our guest of honor, which prompted me to say, "May I call to see you, Mr. Clemens, some day?" And something, dating from the primal atom, I suppose, prompted him to answer, "Yes, come soon." This was on Wednesday night, or rather on Thursday morning, for it was past midnight, and a day later I made an appointment with his secretary to call on Saturday. I can say truly that I set out with no more than the barest hope of success, and wondering if I should have the courage, when I saw him, even to suggest the thought in my mind. I know I did not have the courage to confide in Genung that I had made the appointment. I was so sure it would fail. I arrived at 21 Fifth Avenue, and was shown into that long library and drawing room combined, and found a curious and deep interest in the books and ornaments along the shelves as I waited. Then I was summoned, and I remember ascending the stairs, wondering why I had come on so futile an errand, and trying to think of an excuse to offer for having come at all. He was propped up in bed, in that stately bed-sitting, as was his habit, with his pillows placed at the foot, so that he might have always before him the rich, carved beauty of its headboard. He was delving through a copy of Huckleberry Finn, in search of a paragraph concerning which some random correspondent had asked explanation. He was commenting unfavorably on this correspondent and on miscellaneous letter-writing in general. He pushed the cigars toward me, and the talk of these matters ran along and blended into others more or less personal. By and by I told him what so many thousands had told him before, what he had meant to me, recalling the childhood impressions of that large, black and gilt-covered book with its wonderful pictures and adventures, the Mediterranean pilgrimage. Very likely it bored him, he had heard it so often, and he was willing enough, I dare say, to let me change the subject and thank him for the kindly word which David Munro had brought. I do not remember what he said then, but I suddenly found myself suggesting that out of his encouragement had grown a hope, though certainly it was something less, that I might some day undertake a book about himself. I expected the chapter to end at this point, and his silence, which followed, seemed long and ominous. He said at last that at various times through his life he had been preparing some autobiographical matter, but that he had tired of the undertaking and had put it aside. He added that he had hoped his daughters would one day collect his letters, but that a biography, a detailed story of personality and performance, of success and failure, was of course another matter, and that for such a work no arrangement had been made. He may have added one or two other general remarks. Then, turning those piercing agate blue eyes directly upon me, he said, "When would you like to begin?" There was a dresser with a large mirror behind him. I happened to catch my reflection in it, and I vividly recollect saying to it mentally, "This is not true. It is only one of many similar dreams." But even in a dream one must answer, and I said, "Whenever you like. I can begin now." He was always eager in any new undertaking. "Very good," he said. "The sooner, then, the better. Let's begin while we are in the humor. The longer you postpone a thing of this kind, the less likely you are ever to get at it." This was on Saturday, as I have stated. I mentioned that my family was still in the country, and that it would require a day or two to get established in the city. I asked if Tuesday, January 9th, would be too soon to begin. He agreed that Tuesday would do, and inquired something about my plan of work. Of course I had formed nothing definite, but I said that in similar undertakings a part of the work had been done with a stenographer, who had made the notes while I prompted the subject to recall a procession of incidents and episodes, to be supplemented with every variety of material obtainable, letters and other documentary accumulations. Then he said, "I think I should enjoy dictating to a stenographer, with some one to prompt me and to act as audience. The room adjoining this was fitted up for my study. My manuscripts and notes and private books and many of my letters are there, and there are a trunkful or two of such things in the attic. I
seldom use the room myself. I do my writing and reading in bed. I will turn that room over to you for this work. Whatever you need will be brought to you. We can have the dictation here in the morning, and you can put in the rest of the day to suit yourself. You can have a key and come and go as you please." That was always his way. He did nothing by halves, nothing without unquestioning confidence and prodigality. He got up and showed me the lovely luxury of the study, with its treasures of material. I did not believe it true yet. It had all the atmosphere of a dream, and I have no distinct recollection of how I came away. When I returned to the Players and found Charles Harvey Genung there and told him about it, it is quite certain that he perjured himself when he professed to believe it true and pretended that he was not surprised. End of Chapter 238. The Writer Meets Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Section 28 of Mark Twain, a Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 239. Working with Mark Twain. On Tuesday, January 9, 1906, I was on hand with a capable stenographer, Miss Josephine Hobby, who had successively and successfully held secretarial positions with Charles Dudley Warner and Mrs. Mary Mapes Dodge, and was therefore peculiarly qualified for the work in hand. Clemens, meantime, had been revolving our plans and adding some features of his own. He proposed to double the value and interest of our employment by letting his dictations continue the form of those earlier autobiographical chapters, begun with Redpath in 1885, and continued later in Vienna and at the Villa Quarto. He said he did not think he could follow a definite chronological program, that he would like to wander about, picking up this point and that, as memory or fancy prompted, without any particular biographical order. It was his purpose, he declared, that his dictations should not be published until he had been dead 100 years or more, a prospect which seemed to give him an especial gratification. As early as October 1900 he had proposed to Harper & Brothers a contract for publishing his personal memoirs at the expiration of 100 years from date, and letters covering the details were exchanged with Mr. Rogers. The document, however, was not completed. He wished to pay the stenographer, and to own these memoranda, he said, allowing me free access to them for any material I might find valuable. I could also suggest subjects for dictation, and ask particulars of any special episode or period. I believe this covered the whole arrangement, which did not require more than 5 minutes, and we set to work without further prologue. I ought to state that he was in bed when we arrived, and that he remained there during almost all of these earlier dictations, clad in a handsome silk dressing-gown of rich Persian pattern, propped against great snowy pillows. He loved this loose luxury and ease, and found it conducive to thought. On the little table beside him, where lay his cigars, papers, pipes, and various knickknacks, shone a reading lamp, making more brilliant the rich coloring of his complexion and the gleam of his shining hair. There was daylight, too, but it was north light, and the winter days were dull. Also the walls of the room were a deep, unreflecting red, and his eyes were getting old. The outlines of that vast bed blending into the luxuriant background, the whole focusing to the striking central figure, remain in my mind today, a picture of classic value. He dictated that morning some matters connected with the history of the Comstock mine, then he drifted back to his childhood, returning again to the more modern period, and closed, I think, with some comments on current affairs. It was absorbingly interesting, his quaint, unhurried fashion of speech, the unconscious movement of his hands,
the play of his features as his fancies and phrases passed in mental review and were accepted or waved aside. We were watching one of the great literary creators of his time in the very process of his architecture. We constituted about the most select audience in the world, enjoying what was, likely enough, its most remarkable entertainment. When he turned at last and inquired the time, we were all amazed that 2 hours and more had slipped away. "And how much I have enjoyed it!" he said. "It is the ideal plan for this kind of work. Narrative writing is always disappointing. The moment you pick up a pen you begin to lose the spontaneity of the personal relation, which contains the very essence of interest. With shorthand dictation one can talk as if he were at his own dinner table, always a most inspiring place. I expect to dictate all the rest of my life, if you good people are willing to come and listen to it." The dictations thus begun continued steadily from week to week, and always with increasing charm. We never knew what he was going to talk about, and it was seldom that he knew until the moment of beginning. Then he went drifting among episodes, incidents, and periods in his irresponsible fashion, the fashion of table conversation, as he said, the methodless method of the human mind. It was always delightful and always amusing, tragic, or instructive, and it was likely to be one of these at one instant and another the next. I felt myself the most fortunate biographer in the world, as undoubtedly I was, though not just in the way that I first imagined. It was not for several weeks that I began to realize that these marvelous reminiscences bore only an atmospheric relation to history, that they were aspects of biography rather than its veritable narrative, and built largely, sometimes wholly, from an imagination that with age had dominated memory, creating details, even reversing them, yet with a perfect sincerity of purpose on the part of the narrator to set down the literal and unvarnished truth. It was his constant effort to be frank and faithful to fact, to record, to confess and to condemn without stint. If you wanted to know the worst of Mark Twain you had only to ask him for it. He would give it to the last syllable, worse than the worst, for his imagination would magnify it and adorn it with new iniquities. And if he gave it again, or a dozen times, he would improve upon it each time, until the thread of history was almost impossible to trace through the marvel of that fabric. And he would do the same for another person just as willingly. Those vividly real personalities that he marched and countermarched before us were the most convincing creatures in the world, the most entertaining, the most excruciatingly humorous, or wicked, or tragic, but alas, they were not always safe to include in a record that must bear a certain semblance to history. They often disagreed in their performance, and even in their characters, with the documents in the next room, as I learned by and by when those records, disentangled, began to rebuild the structure of the years. His gift of dramatization had been exercised too long to be discarded now. The things he told of Mrs. Clemens and Susy were true, marvelously and beautifully true, in spirit and in aspect, and the actual detail of these mattered little in such a record. The rest was history only as Roughing It is history, or The Tramp Abroad. That is to say, it was fictional history, with fact as a starting point. In a prefatory note to these volumes we have quoted Mark Twain's own lovely and whimsical admission, made once when he realized his deviations. "When I was younger I could remember anything, whether it happened or not, but I am getting old, and soon I shall remember only the latter." At another time he paraphrased one of Josh Billings's sayings in the remark,
"It isn't so astonishing, the number of things that I can remember, as the number of things I can remember that aren't so."
I do not wish to say by any means that his so called autobiography is a mere fairy tale. It is far from that. It is amazingly truthful in the character picture it represents of the man himself. It is only not reliable, and it is sometimes even unjust, as detailed history. Yet, curiously enough, there were occasional chapters that were photographically exact, and fitted precisely with the more positive, if less picturesque, materials. It is also true that such chapters were likely to be episodes intrinsically so perfect as to not require the touch of art. In the talks which we usually had when the dictations were ended and Miss Hobby had gone, I gathered much that was of still greater value. Imagination was temporarily dispossessed, as it were, and whether expounding some theory or summarizing some event, he cared little for literary effect, and only for the idea and the moment immediately present. It was at such times that he allowed me to make those inquiries we had planned in the beginning, and which apparently had little place in the dictations themselves. Sometimes I led him to speak of the genesis of his various books, how he had come to write them, and I think there was not a single case where later I did not find his memory of these matters almost exactly in accord with the letters of the moment, written to Howells or Twichell, or to some member of his family. Such reminiscence was usually followed by some vigorous burst of human philosophy, often too vigorous for print, too human, but as dazzling as a searchlight in its revelation. It was during this earlier association that he propounded one day his theory of circumstance, already set down, that inevitable sequence of cause and effect beginning with the first act of the primal atom. He had been dictating that morning his story of the clairvoyant dream which preceded his brother's death, and the talk of foreknowledge had continued. I said one might logically conclude from such a circumstance that the future was a fixed quantity. "As absolutely fixed as the past," he said, and added the remark already quoted, chapter 75. A little later he continued, "Even the Almighty Himself cannot check or change that sequence of events once it is started. It is a fixed quantity, and a part of the scheme is a mental condition during certain moments, usually of sleep, when the mind may reach out and grasp some of the acts which are still to come." It was a new angle to me, a line of logic so simple and so utterly convincing that I have remained unshaken in it to this day. I have never been able to find any answer to it, nor any one who could even attempt to show that the first act of the first created atom did not strike the keynote of eternity. At another time, speaking of the idea that God works through man, he burst out, "Yes, of course, just about as much as a man works through his microbes." He had a startling way of putting things like that, and it left not much to say. I was, at this period, interested a good deal in mental healing, and had been treated for neurasthenia with gratifying results. Like most of the world, I had assumed, from his published articles, that he condemned Christian Science and its related practices out of hand. When I confessed, rather reluctantly one day, the benefit I had received, he surprised me by answering, "Of course you have been benefited. Christian Science is humanity's boon. Mother Eddy deserves a place in the Trinity as much as any member of it. She has organized and made available a healing principle that for 2,000 years has never been employed, except as the
merest kind of guesswork. She is the benefactor of the age." It seemed strange at the time to hear him speak in this way concerning a practice of which he was generally regarded as the chief public antagonist. It was another angle of his many-sided character. End of Chapter 239, Working with Mark Twain, read by John Greenman. Section 29 of Mark Twain, a Biography. Part 1, 1900 to 1907. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 240, The Definition of a Gentleman. That was a busy winter for him socially. He was constantly demanded for this thing and that, for public gatherings, dinners. Everywhere he was a central figure. Once he presided at a Valentine dinner given by some players to David Munro. He had never presided at a dinner before, he said, and he did it in his own way, which certainly was a taking one, suitable to that carefree company and occasion, a real Scotch occasion, with the Munro tartan everywhere, the table banked with heather, and a wild piper marching up and down in the anteroom, blowing savage airs in honor of Scotland's gentlest son. An important meeting of that winter was at Carnegie Hall, a great gathering which had assembled for the purpose of aiding Booker T. Washington in his work for the welfare of his race. The stage and the auditorium were thronged with notables. Joseph H. Choate and Mark Twain presided, and both spoke. Also Robert C. Ogden and Booker T. Washington himself. It was all fine and interesting. Choate's address was ably given, and Mark Twain was at his best. He talked of politics and of morals, public and private, how the average American citizen was true to his Christian principles 363 days in the year, and how on the other 2 days of the year he left those principles at home and went to the tax office and the voting booths, and did his best to damage and undo his whole year's faithful and righteous work. "I used to be an honest man, but I am crumbling. No, I have crumbled. When they assessed me at $75,000 a fortnight ago, I went out and tried to borrow the money and couldn't. Then when I found they were letting a whole crowd of millionaires live in New York at a third of the price they were charging me, I was hurt. I was indignant, and said, 'This is the last feather. I am not going to run this town all by myself.' In that moment, in that memorable moment, I began to crumble. In 15 minutes the disintegration was complete. In 15 minutes I was become just a mere moral sandpile, and I lifted up my hand, along with those seasoned and experienced deacons, and swore off every rag of personal property I've got in the world." I had never heard him address a miscellaneous audience. It was marvelous to see how he convulsed it and silenced it and controlled it at will. He did not undertake any special pleading for the negro cause. He only prepared the way with cheerfulness. Clemens and Choate joined forces again a few weeks later at a great public meeting assembled in aid of the adult blind. Helen Keller was to be present, but she had fallen ill through overwork. She sent to Clemens one of her beautiful letters, in which she said: "I should be happy if I could have spelled into my hand the words as they fall from your lips, and receive, even as it is uttered, the eloquence of our newest ambassador to the blind."
Clemens, dictating the following morning, told of his first meeting with Helen Keller at a little gathering in Lawrence Hutton's home, when she was about the age of 14. It was an incident that invited no elaboration, and probably received none. Henry Rogers and I went together. The company had all assembled and had been waiting a while. The wonderful child arrived now with her about equally wonderful teacher, Miss Sullivan, and seemed quite well to recognize the character of her surroundings. She said, "Oh, the books, the books! So many, many books! How lovely!" The guests were brought one after another. As she shook hands with each, she took her hand away and laid her fingers lightly against Miss Sullivan's lips, who spoke against them the person's name. Mr. Howells seated himself by Helen on the sofa, and she put her fingers against his lips, and he told her a story of considerable length, and you could see each detail of it pass into her mind and strike fire there and throw the flash of it into her face. After a couple of hours spent very pleasantly, some one asked if Helen would remember the feel of the hands of the company after this considerable interval of time, and be able to discriminate the hands and name the possessors of them. Miss Sullivan said, "Oh, she will have no difficulty about that." So the company filed past, shook hands in turn, and with each handshake Helen greeted the owner of the hand pleasantly, and spoke the name that belonged to it without hesitation. By and by the assemblage proceeded to the dining room and sat down to the luncheon. I had to go away before it was over, and as I passed by Helen I patted her lightly on the head and passed on. Miss Sullivan called to me and said, "Stop, Mr. Clemens, Helen is distressed because she did not recognize your hand. Won't you come back and do that again?" I went back and patted her lightly on the head, and she said at once, "Oh, it's Mr. Clemens." Perhaps some one can explain this miracle, but I have never been able to do it. Could she feel the wrinkles in my hand through her hair? Some one else must answer this. It was 3 years following this dictation that the mystery received a very simple and rather amusing solution. Helen had come to pay a visit to Mark Twain's Connecticut home, Stormfield, then but just completed. He had met her meantime, but it had not occurred to him before to ask her how she had recognized him that morning at Hutton's, in what had seemed such a marvelous way. She remembered, and with a smile said, "I smelled you," which after all did not make the incident seem much less marvelous. On one of the mornings after Miss Hobby had gone, Clemens said, "A very curious thing has happened, a very large-sized joke." He was shaving at the time, and this information came in brief and broken relays, suited to a performance of that sort. The reader may perhaps imagine the effect without further indications of it. "I was going on a yachting trip once with Henry Rogers, when a reporter stopped me with the statement that Mrs. Astor had said that there had never been a gentleman
in the White House, and he wanted me to give him my definition of a gentleman. I didn't give him my definition, but he printed it just the same in the afternoon paper. I was angry at first and wanted to bring a damage suit. When I came to read the definition, it was a satisfactory one, and I let it go. Now today comes a letter and a telegram from a man who has made a will in Missouri, leaving $10,000 to provide tablets for various libraries in the state, on which shall be inscribed Mark Twain's definition of a gentleman. He hasn't got the definition, he has only heard of it, and he wants me to tell him in which of my books or speeches he can find it. I couldn't think, when I read that letter, what in the nation the man meant, but shaving somehow has a tendency to release thought, and just now it all came to me.
It was a situation full of amusing possibilities, but he reached no conclusion in the matter. Another telegram was brought in just then, which gave a sadder aspect to his thought, for it said that his old coachman, Patrick McAleer, who had begun in the Clemens service with the bride and groom of 36 years before, was very low and could not survive more than a few days. This led him to speak of Patrick, his noble and faithful nature, and how he always claimed to be in their service, even during their long intervals of absence abroad. Clemens gave orders that everything possible should be done for Patrick's comfort. When the end came, a few days later, he traveled to Hartford to lay flowers on Patrick's bier and to serve with Patrick's friends, neighbor coachman and John O'Neill the gardener, as pallbearer, taking his allotted place without distinction or favor. It was the following Sunday, at the Majestic Theater in New York, that Mark Twain spoke to the Young Men's Christian Association. For several reasons it proved an unusual meeting. A large number of free tickets had been given out, far more than the place could hold, and further it had been announced that when the ticket holders had been seated the admission would be free to the public. The subject chosen for the talk was reminiscences. When we arrived, the streets were packed from side to side for a considerable distance, and a riot was in progress. A great crowd had swarmed about the place, and the officials, instead of throwing the doors wide and letting the theater fill up, regardless of tickets, had locked them. As a result, there was a shouting, surging human mass that presently dashed itself against the entrance. Windows and doors gave way, and there followed a wild struggle for entrance. A moment later the house was packed solid. A detachment of police had now arrived, and in time cleared the street. It was said that amid the tumult some had lost their footing and had been trampled and injured, but of this we did not learn until later. We had been taken somehow to a side entrance and smuggled into boxes. The paper next morning bore the headlines, "10,000 stampeded at Mark Twain meeting. Well-dressed men and women clubbed by police at Majestic Theater." In this account the paper stated that the crowd had collected an hour before the time for opening, that nothing of the kind had been anticipated, and no police preparation had been made. It was peaceful enough in the theater until Mark Twain appeared on the stage. He was wildly greeted, and when he said slowly and seriously, "I thank you for this signal recognition of merit," there was a still noisier outburst. In the quiet that followed he began his memories, and went wandering along from one anecdote to another in the manner of his daily dictations. At last it seemed to occur to him, in view of the character of his audience, that he ought to close with something in the nature of counsel suited to young men.
It is from experiences such as mine, he said, that we get our education of life. We string them into jewels or into tinware, as we may choose. I have received recently several letters asking for counsel or advice, the principal request being for some incident that may prove helpful to the young. It is my mission to teach, and I am always glad to furnish something. There have been a lot of incidents in my career to help me along. Sometimes they helped me along faster than I wanted to go.
He took some papers from his pocket and started to unfold one of them. Then, as if remembering, he asked how long he had been talking. The answer came,
35 minutes.
He made as if to leave the stage, but the audience commanded him to go on.
All right, he said. I can stand more of my own talk than any one I ever knew.
Opening one of the papers, a telegram, he read,
In which one of your works can we find the definition of a gentleman?
Then he added,
I have not answered that telegram. I couldn't. I never wrote any such definition, though it seems to me that if a man has just merciful and kindly instincts he would be a gentleman, for he would need nothing else in this world.
He opened a letter.
From Howells, he said. My old friend William Dean Howells. Howells, the head of American literature. No one is able to stand with him. He is an old, old friend of mine, and he writes me, Tomorrow I shall be 69 years old. Why, I am surprised at Howells writing so. I have known him myself longer than that. I am sorry to see a man trying to appear so young. Let's see. Howells says now, I see you have been burying Patrick. I suppose he was old, too.
The house became very still. Most of them had read an account of Mark Twain's journey to Hartford and his last service to his faithful servitor. The speaker's next words were not much above a whisper, but every syllable was distinct.
No, he was never old, Patrick. He came to us 36 years ago. He was our coachman from the day that I drove my young bride to our new home. He was a young Irishman, slender, tall, lithe, honest, truthful, and he never changed in all his life. He really was with us but 25 years, for he did not go with us to Europe, but he never regarded that a separation. As the children grew up, he was their guide. He was all honor, honesty, and affection. He was with us in New Hampshire last summer, and his hair was just as black, his eyes were just as blue, his form just as straight, and his heart just as good as on the day we first met. In all the long years Patrick never made a mistake. He never needed an order. He never received a command. He knew. I have been asked for my idea of an ideal gentleman, and I give it to you Patrick McAleer.
It was the sort of thing that no one but Mark Twain has quite been able to do, and it was just that recognized quality behind it that had made crowds jam the street and stampede the entrance to be in his presence, to see him, and to hear his voice. End of chapter 240. The Definition of a Gentleman. Read by John Greenman.